And we are live. All right, Walky Talky podcast, but it's Jujutsu Kaisen. Hey, that's a little bit different. Colin, thoughts?
Yeah, it's about damn time, honestly, that we finally talked about this. We've been holding off for a long time, but finally, both Oodie and I have watched all of season 2, and so we can do an in-depth discussion of it, saying what's good, what's bad, how we like it compared to other series, and much more. So the first thing we're going to start with is the final episode
Of
because I
course,
just
yeah.
watched it right before
Yeah,
this
going
stream, and
chronologically,
Oodie
why
has a
wouldn't we start with the final thing and then work our way forwards?
We're going to start with the most recent thing that's hype.
And then go
So
back to
Oodie
the
has a
beginning.
lot to say on it, and I have things to say on it. So Oodie, I know you allegedly hated this episode. Tell me why.
Alright, so just as a general trigger warning, I suppose I'll say. So this is like the whole general gist of all of Jujutsu Kaisen between me and Kamui is that I think it's bad and Kamui he thinks it's good. And so we're just gonna be butting heads the entire time. And that juxtaposition is why this is gonna be entertaining.
Yeah, and I will also say it's not to say that Oodie thinks it's the worst thing known to mankind. At least I don't think he does. And I don't think JJK is like the supreme art of all writing and fiction. But I do like it, and he doesn't.
Well, for reference,
It's basically Attack on Titan all over again.
yeah,
Oodie versus Kamui.
except I thought Attack on Titan was better than this, and Attack on Titan's bad. So.
I mean, I thought Attack on Titan's better too, but I think it's really good.
Ah,
Anyway, okay, what you called this episode filler? Explain why.
How do I even begin with this? It's basically, I feel like it's made for manga readers to where I don't understand most of the stuff that's happening on purpose. It feels like they wanted the penultimate episode to be the action episode and this episode to be so disconnected and unpersonal that, like, what's the point?
So this will kind of tie into a little bit of my critique, but I do get where you're coming from because I might as well just get into my critique first, which I'm sure you're just gonna agree with. Bro, okay, there was two scenes in particular. I don't know why they dragged it out so much. I'm gonna start with the less important one. It's the scene with the freaking girl in the store. Bro, I
I
swear they showed her
know.
looking up and down at the door for like 2 minutes straight. Like, honestly, let me just go look.
Dude,
She
she
just
was
kept
so
looking up and
stupid.
down at the,
Like, she knew it was
I
a
was
bad thing
like,
to do, and she still went to go out there anyways. Like, what did she expect? So, I had a
not even
question.
just that, but like in the wait,
So, was
okay.
that demon unable, or curse or whatever, was it unable to enter the store? Because why was
Um,
it trying to just drag
well,
her
I
out?
guess I mean theoretically, it probably could have just like broken the glass, but I think it was just meant to like I think the purpose of that was just like a kind of like a devious conniving curse where it's tricking a innocent
Yeah,
girl into falling into a trap. I mean, like if you actually look at what the curse was, it was essentially an anglerfish
yeah,
where instead of a light, it was like an innocent old a heart injured woman with a anglerfish curse, like
yeah.
obviously using as a trap. That was the idea. So I'm not worried about that. My problem is literally just the girl looks up and down and up and down and up and like 50 times. And I was like, bro, like I'm pretty sure in the manga, she just like is eating her food, looks up, and then the curse starts talking. I'm pretty sure it was just straight to the point. But I don't know why they dragged
It
that out
was
so
definitely
much. I was like,
really
bro,
weird.
they're trying to fill the time slot.
I understand the anglerfish angle. They never explained it as my problem. And this is immediately after showing every other curse just going after people without any nothing like it's so weird and random that they did this and they emphasized the focus on this for so long as well, comparatively to the rest of it.
Yeah, I don't think that the fact that it lured her out is a problem. I don't remember off the top of my head, but I want to say we've seen curses do this. Hold on, I'm gonna look at the timestamp of
Well, I
this
was
while we
thinking
talk
maybe it
here.
had like a
But
contract
okay,
or
at
something. I don't know.
15:15, okay, 15:15, she looks up. We're
That's
gonna
the
keep
first
talking.
thing we're
I'm just gonna
talking
see how
about.
long it takes before she starts walking forward. Anyway, though, that was the first one. The other one was oh my God, I swear it was like 5 minutes straight of just the random like like executive people calling on the phone and saying stuff about, the crisis of the world. I was like, bro, I just feel like when I read this in the manga, it was a couple pages and they moved on to the rest of it and just continued the story.
So
But it
here's
just felt
yeah.
like with these two scenes in particular, they wanted to end it where they did. And so they had to drag out the scene just to make the time slot for the episode. I feel
Exactly.
like they could have just dragged out something else. Anything else probably would have been better if they just dragged out the scene with fake Gato. No spoilers, but like if they just dragged out the scene with Yuki and Gato and added more to that, that probably would have been a lot better than what they did.
So I think they
Now,
absolutely needed to,
um,
because Shibuya, the arc, ended when Fate Geto left. And the last 15 to 17 minutes of the episode was all epilogue, but without viewing it from any of the characters' lens that we just saw. Rather, it was just showing the consequences of the arc, again, disconnected from the actual heroes. It's just showing the world randomly. They should just start next season with that. Like, my problem, especially with the fact that they did this, is how they ended the penultimate episode, the second to last episode, to where the girl arrives, blonde girl, Toto's teacher, and then Geto sees her and is like, oh my god, you're the reason this all happened, basically. And it's like the crazy stare down, and then they just do nothing with it the next episode. It's like 3 minutes of a discussion next episode, and then they just leave.
I mean, yeah, like so part of this is like you said, it feels more fluid in the manga because it
Yeah.
continues and it doesn't just stop. So I do get that. I don't have any problem with the discussion itself. I just think that if anything, yeah, like instead of having 30 seconds before the girl like even talks to the like literally it's like 30 seconds before the curse even does anything. She's just staring at the door up and down. It's like yeah, it's only 30 seconds, but it felt like an eternity before the curse starts waving her to come in, and then that lasts for another 30 seconds. It was unnecessary. They could have removed 30 seconds of that scene. But yeah, like let me actually see how long the scene was of them just like panning to the freaking different cities. I just felt like that lasted so long.
And they showed like the 7
It
different
looks like
versions
this.
of that black hole thing just going throughout the city,
Oh
turning
my
off the
god, I
power.
know. Like that's what so it's around 10
I
ish.
get it.
Okay. Um they're still doing the new oh my god, yeah, I know. I wasn't kidding about this being okay. The store scene. Okay, it's about 4 minutes and 20 seconds ish of that montage. Like
Jesus.
I wasn't off the mark when I said I feel like it was 5 minutes straight. Yeah, that's my critique of the episode is that those two things. Also, I will say the ending was a little bit weird. I don't remember that in the manga where Yuji just like took 5 minutes to clap his hands, but
The epilogue wasn't an
yeah,
epilogue.
honestly speaking, I really just like huh?
The epilogue wasn't an epilogue because we didn't actually see the end result of Shibuya or anyone else that was there. We don't know anything that happened immediately after Geto left. Anything at all between anyone that was relevant in this arc.
They just
They just
they
they
just
just
defeat the
left. They
curses
just
off
bye,
screen.
just bye. What do you mean? No.
Yeah, I
Nonsense.
feel, yeah, I mean, yeah. I feel like it would have been better to remove, at least for my taste, remove this 4 minute and 20-second executive phone call montage and just add literally as simple as the scenes of them defeating the massive curses that Geto threw at them. Just have Gato throw curses, they defeat them, and Gato and Uraume are gone, and it's like, and you're just like a disaster scene. It's just like Yuji panting, like angrily, and then they cut to instead of this thing. In fact, I almost want to check the manga real quick because I just almost don't remember this being so dragged out. I gotta look because I don't even remember what chapter this is, but
Now I want to clarify
in the manga, I feel like we got
my critique's definitely not the
yeah,
fact
go
that we
on.
didn't get the fight, because the penultimate episode definitely promised the confrontation between the blonde lady, and I don't remember her name, and Geto. And I feel
Yuki.
like within the conversation, we didn't really get that. Geto essentially just said whatever plan unrelated to the actual blonde girl or his relationship with her, and then just left. Like, there was no payoff there. at all.
So
It was a tease, if anything.
I
Again,
can't really
to a
comment on
manga, because
this.
I hear the Culling game's going to be all fights. I hear Itadori clapping at the end is a season 3 thing. Obviously, Yuta is a season 3 thing. This was all just set up for season 3, but at the end of season 2, when we didn't technically finish season 2, I don't feel resolved with Shibuya.
I'm trying to find exactly the crossover. Oh my god. Okay.
No
I just
resolution
have to
there.
filter through these chapters. I'm trying to find the exact moment where this all happens.
Immortal, have you seen season 2 of JJK?
No, not really.
This is not the stream for you.
Yeah. Okay. I got to the chapter when Gato leaves. Okay. That's just like the manga. Now, how does it start here? This looks like, okay, this next chapter is, so this whole episode is basically a chapter. Now just for reference,
something I will say, how they could have done this is because I have a kind of similar critique with The Promised Neverland. In the finale, the protagonist and antagonist face off, but they have like 2 lines of dialogue before they go their separate ways. When we weren't promised this face off, but they did face off anyways, and I felt like it should have been more. I watched the live action for The Promised Neverland last night, and they did fix this. I think it's also in the manga as well. There's at least a little bit more. And the anime's fine, by the way. This is like the smallest critique nitpick anyways, but like comparing it, like it wasn't the biggest deal in the world in The Promised Neverland, but they fixed it in live action. I think they should have done the same thing with JJK, where in my opinion it was a much bigger deal because they did sort of promise this whole idea. Like the fact we're getting 2 special grade level combatants facing off against each other, by the way. Also going off of the tease that was Geto versus Gojo earlier this season where we didn't actually get a fight there. Here we could have actually got something.
Okay, so I don't want to comment on that last part. Just I'm gonna be vague about it. But anyway, I feel like you can figure out why.
Yeah, season 3 is all
just
vibes.
look at the manga of my critique. You're gonna get the payoff, okay? Eventually, just not now.
I know,
so,
but this was a tease because it was a red herring. But I wasn't expecting that. But it doesn't feel good as a subversion of expectations.
I didn't think, personally, that it was really a setup for this to be their fight. Because to me, in this case, I feel like there's a later point. If you can figure it out from here. The later one feels like there's a build up to it. To me, this one, it just felt like Yuki showed up, and it's clear that Gato doesn't intend on fighting right now.
But this is the first time they're meeting since Geto turned evil like 10 years ago. He clearly had a very visceral reaction the moment he saw her, and then what she did when she got there. They were clearly.
I personally don't.
Like if you like, I feel like you need to rewatch the end of that penultimate episode and tell me that that was satisfying in the finale. What we got.
I can in a second, but real quick, I just want to compare the manga versus the anime of the whole montage thing. So, for reference, some of these pages, like page 1 is the cover page, page 2 is literally just part of the cover page again versus Jujutsu Kaisen, and the 3rd page is just the pick panels of the city lights. Okay, then actually, the 4th page is more Japan city lights. Just it's giving us like a map. Okay, it's not spending 30 seconds on it, so you just breeze through those pages. But then from there, 2 pages. There's a lot of words on it, but there's 2 pages dedicated to the executive people, and now we're in the store scene. Mind you, watching that anime format, we don't get there until 14 and a half minutes into the episode. And then the scene of the girl, it's literally she's eating, she looks up, and the curse is already begging her to come towards her, and that happens. There's no 30 seconds of her looking up and down. Like, it's It's done like it should be. I don't know why the anime dragged it out. I will
Well,
critique the heck
I
out of
do
that.
know why the anime dragged it out. To hype up Yuta, someone that anime-only viewers don't care about. JJK's anime
I
is
don't think it
made
was the
for
hype
manga
up you.
fans.
Nah, I'm gonna disagree with you. I don't think it was the hype up Yuta. I think it was to drag out the episode because the
Oh my
season was
God.
ending.
Oh, it could be both. They could also be production issues as well. They just ran out of time.
I think the hyping up Yuta is him going to execute Yuji Itadori, and you already know he's a special grade if you watch the movie, which you theoretically should have if you've been an anime viewer. That to me is the Yuta part. I don't think it's hyping up Yuta just because some lowly curse is trying to convince an innocent little baby girl to do something. That's not hyping up Yuta.
This was Yuta's introduction
sure,
into
he
the
looks
anime.
cool,
I will say that. Keep
but
that in mind. This was some people's first times seeing Yuta.
Technically, no, it's not the first time you've seen Yuta. You see him as like an image in season 1, but I won't count that as an introduction. It's basically what you get of Yuta is the equivalent of Itachi's introduction in the Land of Waves, where Sasuke like sees his brother or whatever.
Yeah,
it's like that.
Well, they
that's the
also
introduction.
Geto
But anyway,
and Gojo talk about Yuta before Gojo sealed as well, but I'm not counting that either.
Yeah, he gets talked about a few times, so you already know of his existence. You just don't get to actively see him outside of the movie, which technically speaking, the movie is the start of this. It's the prequel that it was the first thing written. So, you know, like that does come first. Technically, you should have already been introduced to Yuta through JJK 0, because that's technically what should come first. Anyway, though, I am not really bothered by Geto essentially talking to Yuki and just moving forward with his plan. I'm not bothered by that. I don't think there needed to be a showdown. There was plenty of showdowns at this point. To me, that's more just like a you had your showdown, Mahito versus Mahito versus Yuji, and then it's like Geto comes in, he reveals more of his plan, and then it's like, yeah, this ain't over. We've ended on a loss in a sense. He got away with Gojo, and he started the next step of his plan, and we're moving on. I feel like they could have just like, instead of just cutting away from the curses, maybe just show them fighting curses a little bit, and then cut to the next scene, and just figure out. Honestly, add some freaking filler with like everyone's like Yuji, Megami, everyone's reactions to like Gojo being sealed, and more importantly, this is spoiler alert, a critique of manga fans, but like Nobara, like so we can talk about her.
No,
I would say like
they didn't talk about anyone.
You know, I almost don't even feel like it's a spoiler to say this, but I won't just in case. But yeah, I think it would be nice to have them at least talk about her, even if it's like they don't specify if she's dead or alive. It's just Yuji being like, just feeling guilty or worried. You just more with you, because this is the thing. Okay, maybe we should backtrack at this point, and talk about JJK as a whole.
Well, hang on, because I did want to touch up a little bit more on this critique of this final episode. So anime does this a lot, to where they have the protagonist and antagonist fight each other at the end of an arc or season or episode or whatever. That's fine. At this point in the story, and at this point in the story with all the other animes that do this, they aren't like the biggest of the baddest. They're not the strongest characters yet. And so you have the legacy characters or the stronger characters come in. My Hero Academia does this all the time, to where the main character loses, but like then the higher grade heroes come in and fight the higher grade bad guys who come in as well. And that's like a, oh my god, I can't believe we're getting this, like an oh shit hype moment, you know? And like we just didn't get that here at all. Demon Slayer does this as well.
I wouldn't say that's necessary though, because to give a counter example, your favorite arc of Naruto, we have Naruto versus Sasuke. Kakashi shows up just to bring Naruto back. It's not like we have Kakashi versus Kimimaro, Kakashi versus Orochimaru, Kakashi versus Kabuto, or anything of that nature, or Jiraiya versus Orochimaru.
Let me make the comparison. Imagine if Kakashi showed up and Orochimaru showed up, and they just didn't fight. Like they just talk. Okay, like I'm taking Sasuke. Well, I'm taking Naruto back. They just do.
Well, no, I think a better comparison in that case would be like Naruto versus Sasuke, and then Kabuto or what the hell? Somebody trying to FaceTime me.
Zetsu?
Okay. Anyway,
Itachi?
Kabuto or Orochimaru, whoever you prefer for this, shows up. I think Kabuto makes more sense because Orochimaru is kind of
Sure.
like in a wheelchair. So Kabuto shows up to like maybe Orochimaru is just like, man, Sasuke's still not back. Kabuto, check up on them or something. And then Kabuto goes, and then you have like Naruto versus Sasuke is just about like over, and they're both awake, but they're both exhausted or something. And then Kabuto shows up, and he's just like, huh, like he says some snarky thing to Naruto, and he's like, Sasuke, I'll be taking Sasuke with me or something. And then Kakashi shows up, and then they talk, but then Kabuto like just it's not that Kakashi's gonna bring Naruto back. It's he intends to fight Kabuto, but then Kabuto just unleashes some like crazy jutsu distraction. Like I know he doesn't use snakes at this point, so this is where Orochimaru would be a better example. But let's just say he uses like a multiple striking shadow snakes of 1,000 snakes. So he just does some ridiculous thing to distract Kakashi, and then he just leaves with Sasuke, and they're out of sight. And then Kakashi's like shit or something. I think that'd probably be the closest comparison. Because the point is, Gato just makes a mass of curses and leaves with Gojo, and Yuji can't stop him, nor can Yuki, essentially.
The closest we get without having to like make a hypothetical in Naruto would be the end of the Tenchi Bridge. The difference there is that we actually feel resolved. We actually get the final fight. And like it is a red herring that feels satisfied. We get Sai paid off. We actually get to go and resolve all of our main characters and their arcs within this arc. Like it's just so different. Yeah, Sasuke, Orochimaru, and Kabuto leave via fire, but
I don't even know what's a good arc comparison because
like you haven't seen that many anime, so it would just be an anime that you haven't seen.
I know. I'm just trying to think of like the best arc to compare with Naruto.
But the thing with this is that it helps the main characters get stronger as well because they get to see high level combatants and even experience or feel what that looks like. That sounds silly, but it's almost training in a sense. Or even the passing of the torch.
I'm not bothered by that. I just personally am not bothered by that aspect of this episode. Just the fact that Gato leaves. Because he's not there to fight Yuki.
Yeah, I know.
For any reason.
But this isn't, again...
There's no reason for him to entertain this right now.
Yes, there is, because he should care. But he doesn't care, which is why he leaves.
Why would he care?
But why would I care if he doesn't
Yuki's there?
Because of who Yuki is to Geto. Yuki is essentially the catalyst to Geto. Yuki's essentially the reason Geto does all this. To some sense.
So at this point, I guess it's fair to just bring this up, but Gato's not Gato.
I know, but
it doesn't matter.
They don't explain it because in the penultimate episode, Geto clearly has a very emotional reaction to Yuki's existence of when she shows up.
He kind of just, I looked at the scene, he kind of just like, he has this crazy smile like of, well, I mean, realistically speaking, the way I would explain this is A, he recognizes that Yuki is a very strong opponent, and B, he knows about, you vaguely know this from the episode because Yuki says like, it's about time I confront Tengen. So Yuki has a connection to Tengen, who from this episode is somewhat important to Gato's plan because they talk about Tengen's barriers. So that Yuki is like an important threat essentially for him, and they also have a clash of ideals. But he doesn't need to be here right now for any reason. He just needs to move on with his plan. He's trying to create chaos that he can't even control. So it doesn't just let the chaos be chaos. That's all he's concerned with.
I know, but I don't think the fight even needed to happen now. Again, they don't need to fight, but then why even talk at all?
Because why does he want to? I think it's a fair question to ask. Why does he want to tell Yuki about his plan? Just anime logic, anime villain logic.
I know.
Guess. Okay. Feels like,
listen, if you have to use plot shrug emoji as your explanation, then it's a bad written scene.
I mean,
Like you use
I
it's
mean,
the
just trying
same
to
thing
think
with
like from his.
Naruto.
I'm trying to think of from his perspective. Is there any reason for him to explain it? Not really. He doesn't need to explain it to Yuki for any reason. It's more so he needs to explain it to the reader.
Yeah,
Is
I
the
know, yeah.
reality.
I
Um,
agree. This is a bad way of doing it. Like,
and
don't even
like,
have Yuki show up. Just explain it to Itadori or anyone. I don't care. Explain it to Choso.
well, why? But why would he explain it to Yuji, who's not gonna understand it? You know, and I feel like the reason he has it explained to Yuki is because Yuki is the only person who can understand his perspective, um, and actually understand the mechanism of his perspective of his plan. I guess that's the real reason why it's Yuki, because nobody else
Yeah.
would get what the heck he's talking about.
Yeah.
That's why it's Yuki.
I mean, I'm fine with that. They could even have had Sukuna come out and then he explains it to Sukuna. Or again, Choso knows whatever the writer
Um,
demands him to know at any time, so he has
It
essentially
doesn't work for
omniscient
you. I'm
knowledge.
just gonna say right now, Sukuna's not a good person for that.
Okay. He could have
Just
explained
gonna
it to
say that right
Sukuna's
now.
assistant girl random
If
that's
they
randomly
did that
there.
with Sukuna now, he would have complaints later on. So,
Okay.
so let's not go that route. Choso, he does talk to Choso later on, but it's Yuki's the best person for this. I'm not gonna lie. The only person it makes sense for him to talk about the plan with is Yuki.
It's just
I'm
so
trying to think of
random.
people.
It's
It
so
just doesn't.
contrived for Yuki to just randomly show up for him to explain it to her. That's the reason she shows up in the narrative. So Geto can explain it.
Well, no, the reason she shows up is, well,
In the
realistically
narrative,
speaking, the
not the
reason
plot.
she shows up is no, it's so that nobody dies. It's to end the fight because Uraume plans to kill everyone besides Yuji. Well, they got to get out of this somehow. That's like, that's the reason she is essentially to save them.
Is Uraume the ice girl?
Yeah.
Okay.
Or, honestly, we still don't know if it's a guy or girl. It sounds like a guy in the dub. I do
I
know
heard
that.
it's a
But
guy, but I'm
yeah,
listen. I'm just gonna keep calling it a girl. If people are mad at me, they can just be mad. I'm
I mean,
sorry. It's a girl.
so what I'm gonna say, it's literally like a strange mystery that they haven't like elaborated on. But what I will say is, at least it's not as weird as Hunter x Hunter's case, where Aluka and Kaluto, like they're boys, but like it's just like it's like what? I never would have known because all I thought was they were girls. Like it's not like Uraume, at least I'm like, I can't tell. With Kaluto, it's like, oh, like I straight up thought that was a girl. With Aluka, especially, it's like, oh, I straight up thought that was a girl. And I don't know. It's not as drastic as that. It's more like ambiguous.
I mean, I'm
But
fine with
I
Haku
don't. I
being
didn't
a
listen to the
guy,
sub voice.
but like this one in particular, just weird.
Honestly, I don't know. Well, Haku honestly had more. Haku has a girlier voice and dressed like a girl in that scene.
I wouldn't say
Uraume
Haku dressed like a
got
girl.
a more of a bruh. That scene in the forest, Haku dressed like.
Okay, in the forest, you could argue.
Okay. Yeah, the forest scene is what I'm talking about. The other scenes, no. But Uraume's outfit is actually a lot like Haku's in a way. So, minus the mask. So, maybe I'm just looking at the voice. It has a guyish voice, so it's making me think maybe it is a guy.
No, it has a
But
girlish voice.
it remains to be seen. Anyway, ice guy, ice girl, whichever. That's Uraume.
Yeah, all right.
Um.
Well, let's be
So
honest. They were gonna
realistically, if you
defeat
wanted to do the
Uraume.
whole, I feel like if you wanted to avoid Yuki showing up, the best way to do it would have just been skip to the poison effect sooner. Like Uraume just succumbs to the poison sooner, and then it's
Yeah.
like, and then Gato leaves, and then. But if that happened, we would be. I mean, yeah, and to some extent, yeah, we have no idea what the plan is. I guess we would just have to finish with the other episode at that point.
In
It
this
just would
case, it
be
could
this
also
23rd
just be
episode.
tell, not show. Rather than telling us the plan, just show us the consequences as they happen. Which is the last half of the episode anyways. The last 4/5 of the episode, let me correct myself there.
That's not really the plan, though. The last part of the
No, I
episode
know.
isn't the plan.
I know
That's
it's not
just
the plan, but we don't
That's
really
literally
technically
just the
probably get the
consequences of
official full
Gojo
plan.
being sealed.
Yeah.
But I will say with Kenjaku's plan, it's too complicated to not have explanation. If you just saw it and had no explanation, it just would be so confusing. So
I
you
so
need the
yeah, I'm
explanation.
confused on the whole
uh,
Kenjaku thing because like his name is Geto, and then his other fake real name is Noritoshi. What is it? Noritoshi
oh, I'm sorry.
Kamo.
I kept saying his name. Okay,
Yeah, so I
yeah.
do I not know what Kenjaku
You
is yet? Because I mean I do, but like I don't. I know it's Geto, but like I don't get it.
yeah. I'm sorry. I keep saying his name out of habit.
No, it's fine because like I already
You
know,
already
but I
know
don't
this.
know.
You already know from the episode he's been alive for a thousand years and made pacts with sorcerers for 1,000 years. You know he's 1,000 years old. Kenjaku's just the name of the guy,
What
the
happened to
actual
Noritoshi
guy's
Kamo?
name. Noritoshi Kamo is just like Gato, a guy he took over. That's why he says, "Call me whatever you like. I
Oh,
have many names."
okay. So it was the okay. So
You already
Noritoshi
know this from
Kamo
the
is
episode. You just didn't.
Shoso's
But
dad, but it's not the person.
yes,
It's not the curse inside Geto. Okay, that's weird. I wish they
Noritoshi
didn't do
Kamo
that.
is the guy, like the guy that that Kenjaku took over,
Yeah,
just like Gato,
before Geto. Yeah,
just another guy.
yeah.
Yeah,
So okay, question on that:
that's all.
did Noritoshi Kamo go to Geto in order for Kashimo to take over, or did Kashimo exist outside of Noritoshi Kamo for some extended amount of time?
Ashimo is a different character you don't know yet. You mean
Yeah,
Kenjaku?
but I'm asking, can he exist outside of the vessels he takes over?
We don't really know how that works yet at this point.
So when Geto dies in JJK 0, Noritoshi Kamo probably went to Geto's corpse.
Probably, unless there's another, or actually, yeah, like it would either have to be
Interesting.
him or a
Okay.
different person in between.
Okay. So what
We
happened to
took
that
over
corpse?
Bob, and then
Yeah, because
we don't know. We don't know.
okay. It's so stupid.
It's still a mystery.
Don't
It's
know.
a mystery at
Oh
this point,
god.
which we might get in the manga soonish. We might get, but it's a mystery of how he actually does his brain transportation stuff. We don't know
Sure.
the actual mechanism of how he does it,
Dude, that's so stupid.
so we
I
can't
forget
answer
what
that yet.
explanation did they give for, oh, Gojo, the people you sent to discard of my corpse. I wasn't there. What was the explanation there that he says at the end
I
of
think he
JJK
says,
0 for why
you should have burned the corpse
burn the
or something.
corpse?
I think he
Yeah.
said like you should have burned his corpse or something like
Well,
that.
I don't remember what happens at the end of the movie. So do they bury it or do they just let it exist?
Or I think he said,
Do they just not do anything?
let me just
Because like
let me just look.
the
I
plan
think he
was to
said
discard the
something.
corpse, and then the corpse wasn't there. So then they didn't,
I
and then they
think
just didn't think anything about
hold on.
that.
Let me quickly check this, but I think he says like you should have had Shoko, the medic from that's
Yeah.
friends with Gato and Gojo,
So
do something to the corpse.
here's the way I'm saying it. Imagine if Tobirama poked Madara's shadow clone corpse and it disappeared, and then Tobirama just did nothing. He just thought nothing about it. Like it's the same idea.
Well, to an extent, it's kind of the same question. Like, so I mean, it's the same thing. Tobirama just didn't notice, just like how they didn't notice the body's gone. It's
But
the same
in Tobirama's
situation.
case, the body never left.
He never
Like
went
he
back and
had the corpse.
looked.
If he did, then the shadow clone would have still been there. What do you mean?
But he never, I guess, yeah, but he never like did anything to it, I guess, is the issue. He never
I mean, he buried it. We
he
know
just
because
didn't
we saw it in a
experimented on it
casket.
again. I guess like the thing is though, it's implied that he did like experiments, but he just didn't do it again after this point. I don't know.
I don't think he did experiments.
I assume let me just let me
He
look
just
for what he
buried it.
said.
The point here is that we
Uh
didn't even see them try to bury the body. It just the body just left and they didn't mention it. So we don't know what they think. But
I'm
that's
just
just
gonna
ridiculous that we don't
read
get
just
that.
the scene what he said.
Yeah.
That's my how could you tell? That's my technique. You see, I can pass from one body to another by replacing its brain with myself. Of course, I'm also able to use the techniques into the body I inhabit. I really wanted this man's curse manipulation in this situation too. If you didn't have Shoko Eri handled the disposal of Suguru Gato's body that day, did you?
Do we
So,
know who Shoko is?
um,
Is that an actual character?
yes, we do. Shoko is the girl who smokes. Um, the friends with Gato and Gojo as part of their team. The medic who heals everyone. That's Shoko.
Is it the one
That
that
was an
was
odd
next
time for you to
to
show
who is
consider
it? Kayaba? Kayaba's body? Kayaba Hatake?
Yaga,
Who?
Yaga,
I'm so confused.
Yaga Masa. I don't know. Next to who? In what scene? What do you
Who is it? Jigen's voice actor. Who is that? Nanami. Nanami's friend.
Yeah,
Kayaba.
yeah. Okay, you're talking about
Kayaba.
Yaga Masamichi, the principal dude who was standing next to
No,
the person who was next to the principal. Who
no.
the? That is
Nanashi's
Jigen's voice
dead
actor.
friend. Is it Nanashi? What's the name of the guy?
No, oh, Nanami's dead
Nanami.
friend.
Yeah, Nanami's
Yeah.
dead
What
friend.
about him?
That's what I'm saying. Was it not the doctor who was like looking over the dead corpse there?
Oh, she might have been there. I don't remember.
Oh my god. I don't know who this character is.
The girl who smokes, dude. They're literally the only smoker in the series.
I don't remember.
Anyway, he says literally half the scenes with her. That's like saying I don't remember Amato smoking, but he says
Yeah,
that was an odd time for you to show consideration, but thanks to that, I was able to obtain this body with ease. From the sounds of it, they just didn't dispose of Gato's body because theoretically, for I don't know what Shoko would do specifically, but he didn't have her do it, maybe because it'd be too hard for her or something. He showed consideration of some sort. Um, and because of that, his body was never disposed of, I guess.
that's so
That's why
dumb. But they
Kenjaku
didn't
just waltzed right in.
know? Like, Kamui, if it's your job to dispose of a body and then the body disappears, you don't think you're just not going to tell someone? Like, why would they not
We
just
don't
know?
know. I mean, the thing is, we don't know the specifics of like what they did with it. We don't know if they put it in they just buried it underground instead of disposing it. Like when they say
But
dispose,
that's
what
the
does that
problem.
mean?
We don't
Does that
know.
mean
But the point is that they didn't dispose of it.
yeah, I mean, it's kind of like Boro and the cyborgs. They just didn't freaking check.
Boro?
All Jigen had to do was confirm if Boro disposed of Ada and Damon, and he would know that he didn't.
Oh.
It's the same problem.
Yeah, but the difference is Boro lied. Boro told him he did. Did Choso lie? Is Choso secretly an antagonist in the future?
I mean, I don't know who like I don't know what they did. Okay, Boro never necessarily. Did Boro even tell him?
Yeah, he
But
did. The reason is because
but
Boro was like under Ada's love charm, which is why.
we know, but still, like Jigen never
Exactly.
checked. I will say at least Boro said, "Hey, I disposed of it," and they
Yeah.
just believed him. In this case, it's just kind of like I don't know what they did. I have to assume it was like we're not gonna destroy his body. He's our friend. We want to just like leave his body. I guess that's the mindset of Gojo and Shoko. I guess from there, I just have to assume it's his body must have been stored away. I mean, that's the only explanation. It was just stored somewhere, and for no reason did they ever assume it was going to go missing. So they
And that's
never went
fine.
back to look.
I'm fine with that. They just have to give me any inkling of any of that at all. They do nothing.
Yeah, I feel like I would say all they have to do is just change the wording of this. Instead of saying you didn't have Shoko uh dispose of the body that day, like it just slightly modified the sentence to be like, you really should have burned his corpse instead of storing it away. That was an odd time for you to show or something like it.
That
Just
would have
saying
been
like
fine, yeah.
you should have burned his corpse instead of yeah, I think that would be better. I agree with that.
Because my
Then that's literally
interpretation,
just the changing.
they just left his dead corpse just on the sidewalk in JJK Academy or whatever. I forget where he died. I'm just gonna assume it's there. And then his corpse is just gone, and no one just thought to question it. That's the way I interpreted it.
I mean, the way I initially interpreted it was similar in that like Gojo just walked away and then Kenjaku just like slit his brain in there and that was that. And I don't know like if maybe like I from there maybe he just pretended to be dead and then waited for them to start away. I wasn't sure how we got to that point, but Um,
Oh my god.
yeah, I would agree. I think that would be a good addition. Just change that line.
Okay.
So what
Uh,
was your next? Okay, yeah. So going back to Yuki and yeah, I don't. I am personally okay with the Yuki and Kenjaku talk and conversation. I agree. It is almost silly. Like, why does he need to explain it to Yuki? I suppose you could just Kenjaku is like an intellectual guy, and he entertains conversations. Like he does do that. So like Yuki is the one who starts the conversation. Like, hey, this is like my plan. This is what we should do. And then he disagrees, saying, no, optimizing cursed energy is the way to go instead of getting rid of it. And then from there, it's just kind of like continuing their conversation. Like he's entertaining the
but that
conversation.
makes no sense with
Because
his
Yuki
character.
starts it, I think it's fine.
It doesn't make sense
Huh?
for his character to entertain the conversation.
Why?
Because he's all about chaos, right?
How?
Well, it's more chaotic if he doesn't
Well,
entertain
he's
the
trying to
conversation.
create chaos. Well,
It'll,
he's trying to create chaos that he can't control. That's something he can control. So it doesn't matter at that point whether he explains it or not.
but then in this case, it would just create more panic, more confusion amongst the masses. But also, he'd be able to do more stuff if he was doing chaos instead of explaining his plan to people.
I mean,
Unless there's something more to
it's
his
funny
character.
because I mean, like
Is there some contradiction or
in regards
paradox
to
I
the
don't know of?
plan, in the plan, it's I think the chaos thing. Like you'll learn more about what he means by that, but like he doesn't mean just like he's just gonna go around blowing up buildings and shit. Like that's not what he means.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm fine with that.
Just like optimize cursed energy. Just like keep that in mind. Like he's talking about like the world of Han, like the golden age of Jujutsu sorcery. It's like that's like he's like raising the bar essentially, making this is just what you know so far. He's essentially based off what he said, trying to make a more like optimize the way people use cursed energy back then. It's the golden age of Jujutsu sorcery
Yeah.
back where Sukuna's from, right? So it seems like those are stronger people. So you get the sense that's like, okay, I'm making like this world like that again. That's basically what you can tell from this point.
Yeah.
And I don't think it's necessarily a problem for him to explain it when Yuki essentially prompts the conversation.
So he is just a curse though, right? Like there's nothing more to him.
I also Kenjaku?
Yeah.
Well, what do you mean by that? Like, I mean,
You know what? Forget it. Never mind.
are you
I
saying
don't
like
want to
he's
know.
not human?
I don't
Like
know.
he's
Like
not
he's just a
formally a
curse.
human.
Like
He's
he's
not
like any other.
what are
He's
you
like Sukuna. He's just a curse. In fact, I don't even want to say that because I don't know if Sukuna's just a curse.
So,
He's not a natural
I can
curse, so he's
answer
not like
this.
Jogo or Hanami. He's not like the disaster curses. He's
Yeah,
different.
I can answer this because they've already said this about Sugina, is that he's a former human that lived in the past. Kenjaku's similar to Sukuna, yes. Like
Okay.
he's not Jogo, Mahito Hanami.
Yeah, as long as there's something more to him than just a curse, then I could explain it as a paradox or contradiction in his character because he's a human, so he's
Yeah,
flawed.
he's not like Jogo.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
he's not.
So
Yeah,
I'm surprised he
he's
didn't
not just
go
a curse.
with the most convenient and worst explanation in all of JJK, in my opinion. The fact that you explain your ability to the opponent, which makes it stronger. Why? Just because.
You know, I'm not gonna lie.
Because it's convenient.
I'm not gonna lie. That's always been weird to me. Not the concept, because the concept is it's like a binding vow.
Yeah, it's
In
like a
exchange
contract. I
for
like
explaining
that.
my ability gets stronger. The thing is,
Yeah.
we never. I wish that for once in our life, they would actually show the difference between that. So, for example, do you have a fight where they haven't set their ability, but they can't win, and then they explain it, and we see a clear contrast in how the ability got stronger?
Exactly.
They just tell us like this is how it
And
works. We never
with that,
actually see the difference. That's my critique of that.
I
Otherwise, I don't mind the
100%
concept
agree.
because it fits with the binding vow.
Yeah,
I like
I
way of
agree.
going about it.
The problem is they only use it to be convenient. That's the reason it exists in the series at all. It's not because it goes along with the
I mean, it
rules of
just
the world or the lore or whatever. It's only because the
I mean,
author
they use it
decided
to
that's the
as a
easiest
reason.
route.
They basically use it as a way so that they can explain abilities, but not be stupid for doing
Yeah,
so. So
exactly.
in a way, it is. But I mean, I will say this though. It does. It's nice in the sense that it removes the stupidity aspect of villains, where they explain all their weaknesses, and it's like, why? At least here we get a
Yeah.
why. It made their abilities stronger. I wish we saw the before and after, but I will say I actually do like the idea because at least it's not stupid anymore,
I agree.
like it is in every other show.
It removes the logical dumbness from characters in other anime like Dragon Ball, who does this a lot. The only thing I will say is that that's sort of a misconception because like in Dragon Ball and stuff, whenever it happens, it's not the villain being stupid, it's the villain being cocky. Like the Otsutsuki in
Yes.
Naruto, they'll do this because they're so much stronger that it doesn't matter. They're playing around, they're having fun. That's their sinister, devious, demented, demonic characterization.
And I agree with that. It's just a different approach. Like
Yeah.
I don't have a problem with that. My only thing is I do wish that they did the before and after, just so you could visually see like this is the amount of effect it has. Another thing would be is they might say this in season one. Like, I almost feel like they do, but maybe they don't. But if it's like, hey, the more complex the ability is, the more explanation needed, the greater the effect. That would
I
make a
would
lot of
like
sense.
that.
I can't remember if
Yeah.
they actually say that or not.
The way I see it,
Um, they
this
might have said it
is
though. But that would make sense.
this is a solution to a problem that arguably isn't a problem, and it doesn't fix the problem.
I don't have honestly. I don't think it's a problem that they do this in general. I just think show the before and after,
Yeah.
and that would just be good. It's a small thing though. I wouldn't call that a major critique of
It's the
JJK.
same thing
Um,
as the main character waiting for the bad guy to power up just because dramatic effect or whatever. And yeah, again, you could say it's logically dumb, but like for the sake of production value, it's cool and I'm glad they do it. I prefer that they do it. I will say the one time they quote unquote fixed that quote unquote problem is Attack on Titan when Eren attacks the Warhammer. I thought that was savage. That was a cool moment. But yeah.
yeah. But
Um
okay.
yeah. So I will say
I feel
okay,
like we
so do
stuck in
you
this
think that
Yuki.
is what's happening here? Is that Kashimo, who is it? Kashimo's explaining this to make
Kenjaku.
what's Kenjaku.
It's
Yeah,
so funny you keep saying
Kenjaku's saying
Kashimo. Do
this
you know
to
that
make it
that's a
stronger.
character in this
I
story
do,
that you haven't met
yeah,
yet?
yeah. Again, so for those that don't know,
Wrong guy.
JJK names are by far in any anime. Screw anime. JJK names are by far the worst names I'll ever have trouble with memorizing in all of anything ever. I don't know why. It's just something with it.
It's funny though. It's just funny that like, it's a different guy that you don't know. Not only do you not know, well, you do know Kenjaku, you don't know his name in story. But it's not a problem to know his name. His name isn't of
Yeah.
importance. That's
Um.
why it's just say it on accident.
Yeah,
But
but do you
yeah,
think that's
Kashima's a
actually what's
different guy. I
happening
won't say his
here?
name up.
Is Kenjaku making his whole Tengen Gate at the end of season 2 thing or whatever? Is he making it stronger by explaining it to the girl? I already forgot her name, by the way.
That's actually a good. They don't say it, but I mean, yeah,
Yeah.
that actually works as an explanation.
Yeah,
Like
but again, it's so
theoretically,
convenient.
this should. I mean, theoretically, that I guess that should help make it
But
stronger.
if that's
He
the
is doing
case,
a mass scale idol transfiguration, so explaining
yeah,
why might help him do
I
it.
agree. But if that was the case, I wish they didn't make it convenient. They made it in a way to where, by the way, Saron, we're talking JJK season 2. I don't know if you've seen it all, but yeah. I would prefer if they explained it in a way to where, as he's explaining it, the main characters are trying to stop him from explaining it because the more he explains it, the more powerful it's getting. And they're just sitting there
Well,
letting him do
I
it.
mean, I get what you're saying with that, but that happens a lot where sometimes it's kind of like, it's again for the receiver, it's a trade-off too. Well, it does make the enemy's ability stronger. It's also very valuable to get the intel on what they're doing.
Yeah,
So it's kind of like, because if they don't know what he's doing, I'm just gonna be straight up. If they have no clue what the heck his plan is in season 3, that would be a lot more problematic than it being a little bit stronger.
I
Like
would say
they,
that only
it's
applies if they not in this specific scenario, but in any fight, this would only apply if they had no idea how to counter it at all. If they had some idea, then I think it's better to just go with what you know and just defeat them before their ability gets stronger, even though you would know more about it.
yeah.
So
I
I
mean, it's
think,
very context dependent.
but like
Like
reversing
it's
these roles,
conversely.
yeah, go ahead.
Let's say conversely though, it's the same for the user. Like if they
Yeah.
cannot defeat them with the current power level, only then should you explain it for because that was the barrier preventing you. So in this case, we don't even know if this is the actual reason, but we're gonna pretend it is for a moment. If Kenjaku lacked the power to actually do his plan before explaining it, but the opponents don't know that, they don't necessarily know like, hey, we need actually this is another side note, but if Kenjaku just says it out loud, but they cover their ears, does it work? Does
I
that
think
still
so,
like
yeah.
help them? Uh,
I
so at
think
that point, yeah, how are they going to stop him at that
that's
point?
funny.
Um,
But like some abilities, it doesn't
yeah,
make sense
I
for
mean,
them
it's kind of
to
like,
get stronger,
yeah,
like Toto's Boogie Woogie. Unless you want to say his range increases. Like it's not like he claps
yeah, they
faster. It's
never
not like the
actually
instant
said what
movement is
happened.
more instant.
Yeah, that's because they never actually said what was improved by him doing. I mean, in Toto's case, you could argue that was just a ruse because what he actually did was mislead Hanami. Like he said, quote unquote, how his ability works, when in reality there was other things, but it was to mislead Hanami because he could also swap to other people, not necessarily with himself. But Hanami didn't know that because of his explanation. So you could say that's the only reason he did
See, but
that.
these are so
But
many different small little aspects they could have put into this explanation anytime they use it to remove the convenience and make it actually worthwhile being in the series by fleshing it out, doing everything they can with this concept. But they never do any of this. Everything that we're explaining, it would have been so good.
yeah,
Like,
I don't disagree. Like I said, like in a lot of shows, because I think for JJK, for me, when it comes to critique, like, I'm gonna step back and say JJK is entertaining to me, but there's a lot of small things that if they were tweaked could make it like better by a lot. Like it's
yeah.
these are small things, but they add up. You know, as a different example, the Boruto chapter 80. There's a lot of things, or even just freaking Shikamaru's behavior. Like when there's little things that annoy you over and over and over again and adds up, even though they're little, if there's one that actually Kenjaku makes this analogy later on, but you know, if there's 1,000 small things, that adds up to a lot. You know, like um, you know, it's 1,000 small annoyances is not really much different from one gigantic annoyance. And in the end, in the grand scheme of things, it annoys you all the same. It adds up.
Yeah. The one aspect that I think would excite me the most with
Yeah, that's
this
why Boruto
concept,
sucks.
whatever. I think the thing I would be most excited to see with this idea is the hero is so overpowered that he wants to explain the ability, but like he's being so overwhelmed he can't because he can't even like focus enough of his mental energy on it to actually get the explanation out because he's just being so overwhelmed. Something like that could work really well to where it's a struggle to explain it.
Yeah, I thought about that, but they're just so hard to put in practice. Like how, like you know, it's like you look at like Itachi versus Naruto when they're boxing like crazy, but yet they're still able to just talk. Like you know, it's like I feel like it's just hard to put that in practice. Like they would have to be up against an opponent where the opponent just like speed blitzing the shit out of them, punching them like crazy, kind of like Toji versus Megami.
That's what I was
Like
thinking. Yeah.
Megami is just left with like no, but like when the gap is that big, what the hell is that gonna do for Megami? It's just too much of a gap
But
to
Megami has
matter.
so many
Um,
strong abilities, like what Sukuna fought. I forget the name of it, but like he could do some like in the some middle ground
Maharaga, yeah,
there.
yep.
Yeah, exactly.
But like the problem though is Megami. It's Toji is so much faster than Megami. He literally can't get Maharaga out. He literally can't do it. He's too fast.
By the
That's the
way,
problem.
let me just
But yes, I
let me
get your
just
point. I
throw
think
you a
if you made
bone.
the
Yeah,
gap a little bit better,
go ahead.
I say if you made the gap a little bit less drastic, that could work. Like maybe not Toji specifically, but
With Toji specifically, I don't want to get in this too long, but think of all the wasted potential in season 2. We could have had Toji versus Gojo Toji versus Jogo, Toji versus
Oh,
Sukuna,
don't
Toji
get me
versus
started,
Itadori,
dude.
Toji versus
Don't
Mahito,
get me started. I think
Toji versus
ending with
Todo.
Toji versus Megami is good. I think don't get me started. Okay, so Toji, I love Toji. I think he's super cool,
Toji
right?
versus the
So
blonde girl
I
at the
think
end,
Toji
Toji
versus
versus
Megami, I
Geto.
think that was a good ending. But here's the thing. His programming, if you will, was essentially to target the strongest
That doesn't
around.
make sense.
They never really made it feel like Megami was the strongest around. Like if you
Exactly.
look at the fight, now Bito, that should have been his target. He would have destroyed him just like Jogo, but like that now Bito is clearly like the strongest guy in the fight against Dagon.
Who's now
Why did
Bito?
he
The
even
old
go
guy?
after Megami?
That's the
Megami
old
had
guy?
the most potential.
Yeah.
You know,
The
yeah, it was the
the
old guy.
the Zenin
Megami
clan guy.
having the
Okay,
most
yeah.
potential, yeah, that's totally fine. But it should what they said was the strongest around, not the strongest potential around. Because if it was potential, he would have gone after Megami before Dagon. So it's like
Or
based off
really,
the thing they told us, going after Megami doesn't make sense yet.
okay, you don't have
He
to
should
answer
have really,
this.
realistically speaking.
Do you think Megami
Mhm.
full potential, bloodlusted everything, versus full power 20 finger bloodlusted Sukuna? Who wins that fight? Because that could also go into
We
it.
don't know.
Interesting. Okay.
Um,
That's crazy.
because, well, I mean, uh, I'm trying to no, yeah. By this point, they've already seen the scene when Gojo says like he tells Megami that back in the past there was a user of the Six Eyes and Limitless technique, and he fought against a user of the Ten Shadows technique, and they killed each other.
Yeah.
So essentially, what he's getting at is like Megami's, and he also says this about Yuji at one point, is like you guys have potential on my level, is what Gojo's telling him. So just, I mean, you
I
know
understand. I
from
wish they
spoilers what happens to
explained that
Gojo.
more.
But even outside of that, you go back to like the first few episodes when Gojo's like, "Nah, I beat Sukuna." If you take that at face value, and he's saying like, "Yo, you literally have my potential. Here's why." That does imply like, "Yo, Megami has that similar potential level."
The thing with that
But we don't know.
explanation from
Obviously, we
Gojo, I don't think it works because we don't know how powerful those two people he's talking about were or who they even were in the first place. Because Gojo is clearly special. He's not strong because of his abilities, he's strong because he's Gojo and he has his abilities. It's like the combination of two different 1 in a million chances to make Gojo. And so if you apply only one of those 1 in a million chances to some random bozo, like if Sakura from Naruto had the Six Eyes, she's not Gojo level.
well, I mean, two things on that is yes, you're right in that we don't really know specifically who they were and all this stuff, but like at the end of the day, like it's made pretty apparent. Like they were both the heads of the clan and they had the same abilities, and those abilities are largely what makes them as strong as they are. For Gojo, essentially the limitless technique in and of itself is ridiculous. Having the Six Eyes essentially allows him to abuse the shit out of it. Um, without ever running out of curse energy, and just basically how that works. The name itself is kind of funny. I feel like Six Eyes has nothing to do with what it does, but
Yeah.
um that aside, essentially it makes the Six Eyes makes his limitless ridiculous. And that's why it's such a big deal. Now Gojo is like, generally like a gifted guy, but it's kind of, I feel like it's implied that this guy who had the same two things was also very gifted. Maybe Gojo would be better than him. That's fine. But like he's probably like a pretty strong dude.
I agree,
The
it's
point though is
implied.
Megami is also a gifted guy too. What Gojo's getting at is essentially their abilities are relatively equal. From then
Yeah.
on, the difference would be Megami versus Gojo. Like, does Megami work as hard as Gojo? Is he as talented outside of ability wise? Is he as talented as Gojo, and so on? Well, obviously, we don't know yet, but like Gojo has high hopes for Megami anyway. But like theoretically, abilities won't hold Megami back from being as strong as Gojo. That's the point.
I know I'm being nitpicky with this because I agree it's implied that's the purpose, the point of telling him that in the first place, for the audience specifically. But my problem with this specifically is because we've already seen Gojo's different levels of power from like the hidden inventory arc to where he's at now, where he changed it from like a passive to active thing. I doubt that guy in the past had it as an active thing. He might have not have been able to use red, just like Gojo and hidden inventory arc. We just don't know. And let's be honest, you
I
could say
think,
Megami is
well,
gifted. He's not very strong. He just has potential right now. In the future, sure, but not
I
right
mean,
now.
yeah, Megumi's strong, yeah, but he's not like Gojo level, yeah, obviously. But
I don't think current Megami could
thing
defeat
about that
that
though is,
special curse from episode 4 of season 1. I don't think he's at that level yet.
he literally defeats one even stronger than that, I'm pretty sure, in season 1 on his own.
Which one?
The one that looks the same, the one that's in the I keep forgetting their names.
Exactly. I don't know.
Death Womb Painting arc. Death Womb Painting arc. It's so hard for me to remember the words Death Womb Painting. It's a weird name, but
yeah.
The Death Womb Painting arc with the bridge and shit, he fights that curse that looks just like the one from the detention center. And I think he even says this one's stronger. Maybe he doesn't, but it's at least like the same one. He defeats it, so he is on that level.
I don't
mean,
remember
he's
that.
grade
If
1
you could
level.
find
Like, he's
that, sure. Maybe that's manga only.
sure.
I don't know.
I mean, they look identical. At the very least, I can probably quickly find the episodes to show that they look identical. But
that was like a special grade curse.
Anyway,
though.
he's grade 1 level.
So he's okay. Grade 1. So he's defeating special grade curses.
Grade 1s are supposed to be able to defeat special grade curses.
Well, like he's still weaker than like everyone else. Like he's losing to Todo, he's losing to Maki, he's losing like like half the people. Like he's losing to Mekamaru.
He's not. No. Shibuya arc Maki is not beating Megami.
I don't buy it. I don't have later context, but I don't buy that. I think Maki's wiping the floor with him.
No. Nah, not a chance, bro. Maki is not that level yet. He's definitely better. Now Todo
started far stronger than her.
Beast. I don't have any problem when you say Todo beats Megami. But like Todo beats almost everyone in that school except for Yuta. like and like the teachers like Gojo and stuff.
But Maki was like on the same level as Todo, basically.
She's no
in season 1. Yes, she
not
was.
Even close. No, she wasn't, bro.
She was easily at the bare minimum second place to everyone there.
No.
If we're gonna say Itadori and Todo were the strongest, then Maki was definitely second strongest. I'd say Maki would have beat Itadori.
In season 1 or 2?
1.
Season 1. It's tricky because it depends on how you want to look at things, because in a sense, I would say no, because like they kind of made it seem like, especially for Megami, was like, yeah, the only one who can like even like contend with Todo is in hand to hand is Yuji, when Maki's whole thing is hand to hand, and Yuji also has curse energy on top of that. Oh wait, this arc is shorter than I realized.
I think there's a little bit of a difference there because honestly, Todo was beating Itadori in that 1v1 pretty much. Like they were relative.
He wasn't going all out either.
They were they were relative, but in the end, Todo probably would have won because Itadori, his durability just
even in
wasn't there,
season 2,
nor his stamina.
Even in season 2, like or for most of season 2 at least, the bare minimum, I think Todo's stronger than Yuji. Like, he's the only reason Yuji got as far as he did, and even in the end, he only beats Mahito because of Todo's distraction. He tricks Mahito, otherwise Mahito would have beaten him. Okay, can I just get a good image of this freaking guy? No, that's when he defeats him. Bruh. Oh my god. Okay, she needs to stop zooming it so quickly on this curse. It's much stronger. Stronger than what? Well, okay, at the very least, here's an image of him. But I want to see if he's saying it's much stronger than that curse. Okay, yeah. Well, here we go. I think this will help you out. Hold on. Let me just get to this.
Reading the comments space, I did watch
it's funny because,
JJK0.
It look.
Dario Shikage likes JJK.
Just real quick.
Yeah.
If you don't believe me,
Gross
Oodie,
much
saying that they
so
look
good.
the same at the very least, I think you can at least believe
High
Megami
bar.
when he
Let's
says
do
the
this.
same thing.
It's definitely something that really
Um,
gets us. Did Megami really know how strong that spirit was though? Because he did leave like pretty soon, pretty immediate.
I mean, he has a sense, but he says it looks the same. And then, but compared to the one, okay, yeah, it looks the same, but compared to the one from the detention center, it's much stronger. That's what he says. So, yeah. I mean,
Weird.
he's saying it's much stronger. And he also looks
Ah,
the same. Like, he literally tell you he looks the same. But,
that's.
so yeah, he should be able to beat.
I don't think that
He's
should
grade
be
one level.
the
Like,
case. If that's true, I think that's bad writing, personally.
that he's already at that level.
Oodie, which one do you like
I mean,
between JJK and MHA? Honestly, kind of close. I don't know. It's not. It's not a good thing for either of them, but yeah.
I certainly don't know because I haven't seen My Hero Academia. But anyway, I do think it's fair to say like, hey, they've progressed. Maybe you think like they progressed too quickly, because it does kind of devalue, grades 4, 3, 2, and 1
Yeah.
because it kind of gets to the point where you just need to be special grade. I mean, special grade is ridiculously higher, at least for sorcerers, than grade 1. But yeah, I mean, you get to the point where yeah, I can feel that. I think it would be the problem is, honestly, I wish Mahito was just still around for this reason personally, because as much as I did like season 2 and everything, but I kind of do wish Mahito was still around, because if Yuji was not yet strong enough to beat him in this arc, then in the next arc he got to like that grade 1 level, high grade 1 level, that could work nicely from a smoother transition, because as it is, he jumped up to grade 1 level very, very quickly. I know he's gifted, but still,
Like the
like
fact I
imagine if
don't even
Naruto was just
remember
a
this
jonin
fight
and
tells me he probably
like
didn't
the
struggle very
Sasuke
much.
retrieval arc. Wait, what?
The fact that I don't even remember this fight tells me he probably didn't even struggle that much against him.
Oh yeah, he did beat him pretty handily. He's kind of like losing,
Yeah,
and
that's
then
crap.
he just kind of like gets he kind of thinks back to a conversation with Gojo, and then imagines it's kind of like stronger than you were yesterday. Imagine a stronger you, and then he gets like a partial domain expansion, an incomplete one, but it's good enough for him to beat him within that episode.
Bro, if that's
Pretty
the
quick, yeah.
worst thing in Naruto, we can't be hyping that up in JJK. Literal worst
I didn't
fight
say
in Naruto.
I told you I yeah, I can't disagree. It is a similar concept to that. Like I get the motivation. I get the motive. I think this is better than the stronger than you were yesterday thing, but it is at its core a similar idea. It's just like, okay, just be stronger. Like, um, Gojo's like lesson was good in terms of like a overtime thing, maybe not like an in the moment, but at the same time, it is also like in most shonen, like in the moment when they need it most, that's when they get stronger. So I mean, it's better than the stronger than we were yesterday, but there are similarities.
Now I will
Anyway,
say
um,
in False Perfections, my series animated movie, movie 1, there's a line that's very reminiscent of this concept, but I think I fix it in like every regard. First of all, the difference between the two fights are like 2 decades basically, and so there's clearly plenty of time rather than like season 1 JJK, which is what, a few weeks, a few months. The second difference is the difference in power from the get go. Unlike Megami versus the Curse Spirit from like episode 4, season 1, it's the two from my movie were already somewhat relative. One was just maybe a little stronger than the other. In this case, yeah, I mean it was just a little bit stronger than the other. In this case, it's the same way. It's just now he's a little bit stronger than the other guy, but like vice versa, flip flop. That. So the line that I used was, I didn't train to beat you. I trained to beat a hypothetically stronger version of you. which
I
I
think
think
I
is
say I
cool.
didn't train to beat you. I trained to beat myself. Or so I
No,
thought you
no,
were
no,
gonna
no.
say, but that also works.
Because I think that's way cooler
Either way would
because
work.
it makes sense that he would imagine that the bad guy would train to become stronger. So he's not training to beat the
Yeah,
bad guy. He's
I
trying to
like
beat
I
the
like the
stronger
concept of
bad
that.
guy.
Yeah, I like the
Yeah.
concept of that.
Yeah. And that's a cool line because it shows how cool and strong this character is. But even then, he's not mopping the floor with them. He's still just being stronger than the stronger version of the strong bad guy. So,
Yeah.
yeah, exactly. And then he's still. Well, I don't want to spoil anything. But yeah. But yeah.
Yeah, I like the way you approach that a lot. That works very well.
Exactly. Yeah.
Now, uh, at this point, I don't know where we should. Okay, I feel like at this point we're kind of jumbled, so we should probably just start from the beginning.
Okay.
Because we've already lost
Let's
all
read a
sense
few
of direction
comments really
anyway.
quick. Um
Okay,
so
I'm
okay,
gonna
so
start cooking a
Daari
potato.
Shikage says Nanami's friend that died, I believe, was Haibara. That's true. His death was one of
Yep,
the
hi Bara.
things that made Geto snap. That's true as well. It's not just the blonde girl, it was also that. But let's be honest, it was the blonde girl.
It's a lot. Well,
There was
honestly,
a
it's
lot, but
not
yeah.
really the blonde girl that made him snap. It's not the
No, I
blonde girl
agree. But like
gives him an idea
that was the straw that broke the
related
camel's
to a
back.
snap. But yeah, like the straw that broke the camel's back was the freaking people clapping. Let's be real.
No, I know. But like that was a year ago, basically. Like I get it. Yeah, you're right. But like, come on, you know what I'm saying? Like narratively, she's the one to point to. She's the one you can point the finger at.
I would say it's for me, she's not the reason he snapped. She's the one who planted the idea that the snapped Gato would fall towards, if that makes sense. So,
Sure.
like,
Yeah. Because he was
I'm
at a
trying to see if I can
crossroads.
think of
He was
any
very conflicted.
similarity. Yeah, like, because the problem is basically it's like he is developing this like mindset that like we are supposed to protect these non-sorcerers who literally cause all their problems and we die for this cause. It's like
Yeah.
why? That's basically his idea. And then she brings up like the whole concept of getting rid of curses, and there's two ways: either you control it or you get rid of it entirely.
So
And then he's
stupid.
kind of like the anger in him is basically chooses the revenge. It's much like, you know, Aaron or Sasuke. It's like his answer is okay, I'll kill the problem.
Yeah.
The people he hates to begin with.
I think it's so close but
And
so
he
far to what they should have done. But we'll get to that later.
um anyway,
It's
uh
so
starting from the
almost
beginning. Oh,
compelling
right.
for the
Okay.
world. Okay, so Daari Shikage says Haibara's death was one of the things that made Geto snap. Again, I agree. I think it's similar to Sasuke though, to where Itachi's the reason he's doing this, and Orochimaru convinced him, but Orochimaru convinced Sasuke to convince himself. Like technically, you could really point the finger in this case. The blonde girl is similar to the Sound 4 for Sasuke.
The problem is she's not.
Because Sasuke was conflicted after Kakashi's words. So he was just sitting there at the tree, and then the Sound 4 showed up. It's a similar idea with the blonde girl with Geto. Geto is sitting there conflicted, not necessarily after a
It's
specific
not
event,
quite the
but
same.
yeah. No, I agree. It's not
I
the
know, I know.
exact same,
The
but it's a
slight
similar
different.
concept, I think.
It's also like the difference of when he fully snaps in his next mission, where she's not there.
But I think by that point he
I
was
guess
already
her
too far
words are
gone.
going his head.
He was going to snap at that mission. Like it's not that in
It
that
wouldn't have
mission he
taken
snapped.
much at the very least.
Yeah. It's he was already pushed beyond the brink. He just hadn't had the chance to exercise that brink yet.
I feel like it's like he was like at the breaking point where it's like this. It's just like he hadn't yet, you know, like picked a side. But then it was just like it only took the smallest thing for him to say like, "Screw it, I picked my side."
Yeah, I think he was already pushed over the edge. He just hadn't resolved to stay there
He didn't
yet.
want. It's like he didn't want to accept that answer, and then when he saw the way the little girls were treated, and he knew like how it all worked in the back of his mind, he was like, "I'm done with this shit," basically.
Yeah. Okay. So okay, so continuing on because I think it's a very interesting idea. Again, I think that's like the best part of JJK. That whole compelling dynamic between Geto and Jogo. Gojo.
Gojo, I mean, but
of what
yes, I
of
agree. I
how
think
they should approach it with that sorcerer world. That dynamic is the most compelling conflict in the series, in my opinion. And it also makes them the most character of all JJK, in my opinion, rather than characters that are there just for the plot. It's definitely
yeah,
an
I
interesting
think
dynamic.
for me at least, like Gojo and Geto's dynamic is probably my favorite thing. I mean, the hidden inventory arc, I think, is still my favorite arc of JJK. I really like their dynamic. I like the whole thing with those two characters.
I don't even think it's a good arc. I just think it's good because it established that dynamic. But I think 80% of the arc is thrown in the trash.
Um,
I'll reduce it down to 60 to be nice.
I can get where you're coming from on that, because the rest of the arc is partially just that's
The rest of the arc is
yes and
necessary.
no.
It sets up Tengen. It shows that where Gojo's at with his like not able to do reverse curse technique yet. It shows his relationship between Gojo
It shows
and Geto.
like it shows his
the
like
world
it's
10
also
years
his.
ago.
It also shows like it shows their mindsets, their personalities.
Yeah, sets up the
It
world, sets
shows
up Q.
kind of like the world itself in
Yeah.
a way that matters to Geto's problem.
So it's all necessary, but that doesn't mean I like it.
I do like it though, but that's I guess personal preference
It's
differences,
all
and
Rika's
that's
character
fine.
as well. Rico's character as well.
Rico.
Why is a girl named Rico? Can we be honest for a second? Like, it's not my fault JJK names are so bad. Rico is the most guy name of all time.
I mean,
like, this
say,
isn't
at
a
least from
Megami situation to where it's
Rico would be the guy
purposefully
named
feminine.
Rika would be the girl name.
Yeah.
But the problem is they already had a Rika, so
I know. But like, this isn't like a Megami situation to where the point is that he sounds like a feminine name. This is different. Her name just is Rico. Trash. Anyways, okay, we'll come back to this because I have a lot of thoughts on this. But anyways, so Hibara's death was something that made Geto snap. So Daro Shikage continues that idea. I don't understand this, but maybe you will. Saying, human who turned himself into cursed objects via his fingers. Oh, he's saying, okay, that's not in reference. Yeah, that's in reference to Sukuna. Because we did mention that. Okay, never mind. I'm dumb. That one I'm pretty sure is inaccurate though, is what Daru Shikage says. I don't know what that's in reference to necessarily, but maybe that specifically. Maybe the conversation of revealing the abilities. So he continues on saying, Culling Games should have shown it. That'll be next season if you're anime only. I'll also point out now, I would have dropped JJK already if it wasn't for this podcast. So there you go, podcasters.
Yeah, you've already told me that though.
Yeah, well, I'm saying it for the podcast. There you go. They do tell you at the start of the series, sorcerers are essentially con artists.
Yeah, they say that a lot. It comes up again in the Culling Games arc.
Sure.
Someone else mentions the same thing, and they say it a few times.
So con artist is clearly a negative connotation. It'd be interesting if sorcerers were portrayed in a negative light to a degree, maybe, instead of righteous. If there was like very clear flaws with all of them and the entire system that like was more than just the audience pointing it out, but like pointed out in the universe itself as a flaw in the world.
In what sense? Like who?
I don't know. Like, for example, Gojo, before he's sealed and he's like, oh, I don't want to kill everyone. Could have been someone that could have done a little bit more. It just could have been all over. I don't want to pinpoint a single moment. Because it could have just been
I just anyway. Repeat your idea. Sorry, I'm also distracted. I'm trying to figure out what I'm going to eat.
That sorcerers...
Repeat your idea.
Because con artist is clearly like a negative thing, and sorcerers are human, so it'd been really nice if those sorcerer human flaws played into it, and that was like shown in the consequences of the world as well. Like maybe humans have more of an idea of sorcerers, and sorcerers are looked down upon.
Well, they
Sorcerers
don't
can
even
do
know
more
they
mistakes
exist.
in society, rather than like specific things, just in general. I know they don't, but you know what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, but they don't.
Like the point is, I went to see
I get what you're
sorcerers
getting at,
in
but I
Worst
guess
of a
that just
Light to make the dynamic more interesting. Of like, is Geto actually right? Because the point of like a villain
well, you
with the
can
point,
argue that he's.
you can argue, but like the point of a villain with the point is that you can argue that they're right, but they're going about it the wrong way or they're going too far. In Geto's case, he's just being ridiculous. Like he's just being dumb and silly. It's inarguable in
Well,
Geto's
no,
case.
because in this case, the ones who he's looking down on the non-sorcerers. Nobody's looking. Why would they? People looking down on them doesn't really matter.
Okay, I
Like,
don't need that specifically. That was just one random idea I had off the top of my head. I don't agree it's the best idea ever. I'm just saying I went to see sorcerers
so what do
be
you?
more
What do you?
negative like con artists. It's not enough to say it, you have to actually mean it by showing it
What do you mean by being negative, like con
throughout the
artists? Like
course
just
of the
be
series.
evil,
To some degree, yeah.
be manipulative?
Yeah. Like they do it a little bit with the
But
mock
that's what the villains
with
are
the
for.
blonde girl or with Yu or Wee Wee. They left the fight, but we didn't get anything on that in season 2.
That's just no. That's just a weirdness thing. I
And that's
don't
just
know
like
what
a
that's about.
specific
Okay.
few. I want it to apply to everyone, not just the ones that are sus or secretly evil or whatever.
Um, I need to go back and see who says the in the earlier parts anyway. The sorcerer is nothing but a con artist because the only one
I
I
don't think that
remember is in the
matters.
Culling Games arc where it's a bad guy saying it.
Sure, but I don't think that
And
matters.
his whole point is that like people lie, and that you don't like. Is yeah, like
I was thinking like magicians, like like oh they'll trick you. They use magic.
no, no, no. The point is like basically like his point. I have to go back and confirm, but I think his this isn't really a spoil, but basically just saying like, hey, like I think there's more to Kenjaku's plan, basically.
Sure. But taking it, like removing
Is
it
all that
from the
guy's.
confines of when it said or who said it, I think what's more important is the fact that it was said at all. The fact that the writer chose to include its concept in the series. It needs to play out because it was included.
Yeah, but when it's mentioned is in season. Well, I don't know if we'll get into season 4, but it's in the Culling Games arc, which is ongoing. So as long as it plays out
Jesus.
in the Culling Games arc, and I won't specify whether it has or hasn't, but as long as it does it in that arc or later on, I think that's fine. I don't remember it being said early in the story, so I don't know if that was said early in the
The
story.
Calling Games
It
arc
might be
is
quoting
still
the Culling
ongoing.
Games arc thing.
I didn't realize it was still ongoing. I thought it was like
It's
2
a
or
long
3
arc.
arcs after that.
Well, I don't know if it's technically a different arc now. I don't really know. Like,
I don't know.
Because technically the game hasn't ended, but like it's just focused on Sukuna,
Sure.
which you know. But
Yeah.
so yeah, I don't. It might still be the same arc.
Anyways,
um,
okay. So
I
what do
didn't
I like
decide
more
what I'm
between
gonna eat
JJK and
besides
MHA? I don't know.
this potato.
Maybe MHA. There's more there. I don't know. I think JJK has more well, I don't know because MHA the story isn't interesting, but the world is. So it's almost like everything that isn't focused on is the best part of MHA, which is hilarious. They just focus on like the random small scale school dynamics for the most part. Like imagine if you went to a Superman movie and the entire movie it was only about Clark Kent and he never actually went Superman on screen. Like it's sort of the same idea kind of. Also between Izuku
I
and
was just thinking of
Yuji.
like Boruto just stayed in the academy,
Who do you
but
like?
I don't know much about the My Hero Academia Academy.
Yeah. I mean, it's kind of the same idea at the very least. Um. Anyways, who do I like more between Izuku and Yuji? That's tough as well because I don't necessarily like either of them, I guess. Um. I like them both for different aspects, I guess you could say, and so I don't know which one I would like more. They both have their own individual strengths and weaknesses, and very glaring weaknesses of that. Yuji, I think, has more potential. I'll say that. Within 6 seasons, I bet I'll like Yuji more than I like Wait, what? Yeah, Yuji more than Izuku or Deku or whatever. Anyways, all right. So you wanted to go back to season 1 now? Okay, let's do that.
I think we should just go kind of in order from here. I need to
Okay,
freaking decide what else I'm eating besides eggs
first
and potatoes.
before that,
You know,
going
what
back like
was
the
my other meal?
first, going back to the first topic we discussed with Geto. So does Kashimo? It it's not clear. I
I
think
love
so.
how you keep
Kashimo.
saying Kashimo.
God dang it, Ken. Okay, so you know what? I'm just gonna call him Noritoshi Kamo because that's how I know him. So
That's
Noritoshi,
fine. That's
yeah,
fine. It's
it's not Noritoshi, but Kenjaku. He has he has Geto's memories. He has to.
yeah.
He
Yeah.
he also has seemingly Geto's motives slash personality slash emotions, will, drive, desire, instinct,
Ooh,
personality.
the best way to describe that is it's like they're lingering in him. At least for specifically, I'll focus on emotions. It's like they're lingering there, but it's not like Kenjaku just has straight up Geto's emotions. It's more like they're lingering in him. Although his personality is kind of similar.
Okay. Because the reason I say it is because, again, going back to Geto's conversation with the blonde woman, that excited me so much. I did something I've never done in JJK before. I went back. Specifically, I went back to rewatch the conversation between Geto and the blonde woman at 1 time speed just to refresh myself of the last time they met. I was that excited going into it based on his reaction. Because his reaction, even though he's Kenjaku, he was clearly expressing himself as Geto. And to see that reunion
I
in this way, I was beyond hyped.
I don't. It's almost tricky for me, at least, whether he reacted that way as Geto or if he reacted that way as Kenjaku, because either way, I could see him reacting that way.
I feel like it has to be Geto, though, narratively. Because otherwise, why would they go back to that conversation
It
from
could
10 years
also.
ago? It feels like, aside from the 10
It
years,
could.
and aside from the
I
very
think.
clear changes that have
I think.
happened, they're continuing where they left off with that conversation. It's a never ending
I think.
conversation.
Rather than necessarily as Gato's emotions, he reacted that way, but via his memories, he reacted that way. And since that he knows who Yuki is and how that relates to both his plan and Gato's, and that's why he reacted that way. Not necessarily out of Gato's emotion, but it could be partially influenced by Gato's emotions. That's like possible.
The
But it's not
way.
like we ever see him react that way to Gojo because of Gato's emotions. So
Oh, I think he does. I think
when?
it's implied when Gojo's being sealed.
Oh, well, that's what Gato chokes him out, I guess, but that's not like emotion. That's more like a bodily like reaction.
Okay. I think there's more there. I think within the
So
dialogue,
there's like a
there's just a
difference.
little
There's
bit
a
of
difference.
subtext. Like, you could say
Maybe
after the
it's.
fact, maybe, oh, he wasn't there the whole time, he was just pretending. But I think for the viewer, the audience, the point narratively is that it was Geto.
I mean, the interesting part about it is at first it seems like Yuki just doesn't know, but then she says like, "No, I was talking to Gato," And like it seems like she does know. She specifies like, no, I was
Yeah,
saying that to Gato, not to you. So like,
exactly.
this is interesting.
Because again, it feels like they're continuing the conversation they had 10 years ago, knowing what's happened since then. And I don't think Kenjaku would have any care for that, because this is, as far as I'm concerned, this is Kenjaku's first
Well,
time meeting Yuki. He wouldn't care about
um,
her at
you know,
all.
actually, you know what? I have an idea. This, you may like this, you may dislike this. You could say he entertained the conversation because of Gato's influence, because if you recall, and I think the previous episode, when Kenjaku starts explaining Uzumaki, or Maelstrom in the movie version, and how that works, he starts to literally quote Gato in the movie, and then he starts to crack up. He's like, "Oh my god, I just realized like I'm acting just like him right now." And then like he meant to explain it for the context of what he was doing, but he actually starts to like just almost act like Gato unintentionally, unconsciously. So you could say that he is actually kind of doing this for like a similar thing, where he's just like naturally being Gato, responding to this, even though Kenjaku shouldn't care. You could interpret it that way,
Okay.
which would work with your thing of him reacting as Gato. I think that's fine. Yeah, that's fine.
I've been beating around the bush because I've been sort of accepting it, sort of like the Boruto time skip. If I'm just going to be blunt for a moment, I think, because I haven't seen it all, so I don't know. I can't confidently claim this yet. But as of now, it's possible the worst decision JJK ever did was having Geto be Kashimo.
Kenjaku.
God dang it! Oh my god, I'm not gonna
um.
get it right. I'm not. It's not gonna happen.
Okay. So okay, wait, real quick.
Yeah.
Are you implying that you think it should have been the real Gato who was alive
Yes. I think
in
at the end of the
everything
movie,
here?
Geto should have got away.
Okay.
Kashimo could have been Kenjaku could have been someone else, or Kenjaku could have just been his own character in and of itself. He didn't have to take someone over. Either way, I'm fine with it, but they can't remove.
So
It's like, imagine if Sasuke actually was Orochimaru in Shippuden the whole time. That ruins Sasuke's character by removing him from the story and his
so
dynamic with Naruto.
there is more with Kenjaku, but I do agree when that reveal, like I've accepted the reveal and I've moved on, and it's not like it ruins the story for me, but I always wish that was really Gato the whole time.
Yeah.
And it was like Gato realized, like, he needs to, even though he had a strategy in the movie, that strategy, like Kenjaku actually says in the previous episode, is what cost them the win against Yuta. Splitting up all his curses like he did, which is what distracted everyone from him versus Yuta, also is the reason why he didn't beat Yuta. So he needs to plan this better. I always wish that was actually Gato, and he essentially used the disaster curses, ironically, for the sake of getting rid of curses, which I thought was really cool. I do agree with you. I don't know if it's the worst mistake they ever made, but I do think it would have been better. Kenjaku could have just been Noritoshi Kamo and just still lingering around doing whatever shenanigans he
Yeah.
has.
Or
It
Geto could
literally,
have
you
still
could
been inside of it.
almost just make him have something related to something like you could have intertwined him somehow. I don't know how
I'd
specifically,
be
but
completely
because
fine
to
with that.
me,
Like, Sukuna
I'm
and
not going to
Itadori
spoil
are
what the
still
Culling Games
separate.
is. Yeah, exactly. And I'm not going to spoil what the Culling Games is, but I think the Culling Games literally could have worked with Gato's plan in a way. I'm not going to spoil anything beyond that,
Yeah.
but it literally could have worked with Gato's plan,
Like,
ironically enough.
even if they were
Um,
going to make Kenjaku permanently Geto, we could have got that reveal later on. We could have, because doing so, having Kenjaku be Geto removes the one intrinsic care I had for the series in the first place. It removes the Gojo Geto dynamic and that conflict there. Now that's entirely stripped from the story. It removed the soul from JJK for me.
I think if it's a hypothetical idea, because you said like have the reveal be later. I don't think he should have actually been Kenjaku but revealed to be Gato later, I think it should just be at that point, just have it actually be Gato. But if you want to get Kenjaku into Gato later on, I think I would establish Kenjaku or at least Noritoshi Kamo as like a thing a bit more.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
And then he actually takes over Gato in the maybe the end of the Culling Games arc.
That's
When
more
Kenjaku
of
takes
what I was
over
meaning.
Gato.
Yeah, rather than the reveal specifically, I was
Okay.
more so meaning that.
Okay, like actually just have him take over, yeah. And I think I would be fine with that because yeah, we have to see how it works, but I think I would prefer that because like I love Gato. Like I said, Gato is one of my favorite characters in JJK. Toji is just pure coolness. Gato is someone who for me is both cool and I just really like the story with him. So yeah, I do agree. Like I said, I like JJK, but that was always when I first saw that was the first thing that came to my mind. I was like, no, I wanted that to really be, especially right after I saw Hidden Inventory, and I was like, yo, I like this guy. Because the whole time I was like, this guy seems like he's like a former sorcerer. Because I hadn't watched the movie yet. I was like, this guy feels like he was like a former friend of Gato, and he's probably like his rival or something, and he's like scheming, whatever. And then I saw JJ Hidden Inventory. I was like, yo, I love this guy even more. And then the movie, I loved him too, and then I saw that. I was like, no, I was so upset.
The way I see it, going back to the Naruto analogy, imagine after the rooftop fight, instead of the Sound 4, it just was Orochimaru and he took over Sasuke. So we never, like the last time Naruto met Sasuke was on the rooftop clash. That's just awful. You know you will never get that reunion ever again. The final fight, their talk, their clash of dreams, etc., etc. Their friendship
I'm
dynamic,
thinking
rivalry, all of it's
maybe
gone.
this isn't exactly the same, but maybe like a more realistic way would be Sasuke goes to Orochimaru at the end of part 1, but it's not too late, and Orochimaru just takes him over then, and that's the end of that.
I was
As a
thinking you were
more
going to say that
realistic
because
way
the
to write
movie,
it
I don't
in.
think their movie fight was anything spectacular. I don't think that's a grand reunion for them. It feels like Hospital Fight 2.0. Like, even though
Wait, what are you
Gojo
talking?
kills
Movie
Geto.
fight? What?
Honestly, I don't even remember. So Gojo kills Geto at the end of the movie,
Okay.
right? Like, that's a fight that happens on screen. Because all I remember is the end fight with Yuta versus Geto, and then he just leaves.
It's not a fight. Gato does. It's not a fight. It's Gato's arms blown off, and he's walking away, and he's just like, next time. He was like, marvelous. Like, if I get whatever, if I get Rika, like, yes, this will work or whatever. He's like, next time I'll get her for sure. And then he senses Gojo who's standing there, and then Gato just sits down. They have a quick little talk, and then it's just like, Gato's done. He's not fighting back. He can't fight back. Gojo just kills him.
Yeah. Okay. So another
Gato essentially just accepts defeat.
Yeah. So I was also thinking another moment where you could
It's not an
do this
off-screen
in
fight.
Naruto.
It's an off-screen stab.
Technically, based on that, another thing I was thinking here is, all right. So imagine if Naruto vs Sasuke end of part 1, like they're fighting or whatever in the final valley. What if Orochimaru just decided to not stay in his hideout and he just came to Sasuke? And then like mid-fight, Orochimaru just takes over Sasuke and leaves. Like, I'm thinking like the Chidori moment like, through his heart. He just does that, and then Orochimaru shows up and takes him.
I was thinking as a more realistic one is it just ends the way it does, but like in the end, instead of like him walking with Sasuke, like, yes, my future lies with this child, it's just like he just takes him over, and that's the end of part 1.
But there was a resolution
like
there, in my opinion.
Extra bad luck.
There was a resolution in that fight. Even though obviously it wasn't fully resolved, there was a resolution with Naruto and Sasuke there.
Yeah, I think it would be.
And so I feel like you have
that's
to.
That's what I'm saying as a
for the analogy, you have to make it to where there is no resolution. You could even have it to where Sasuke just doesn't stop on, I think, Madara's head. He just continues on past the final valley, and Naruto chases him to Orochimaru's lair.
That would be really funny. But I think it's not that there's no resolution. to Gojo and Gato because there is in the movie. Which, honestly
I don't
speaking,
remember.
I think in that case, you just
I have
need to
to go
remove
back and
that
watch
scene
it.
from the movie because there is a resolution to Gojo and Gato at the end of JJK Zero. So him being alive is almost weird after that resolution, to be fair. So you do need him to like you kind of need to remove that scene, I feel like.
Yeah. Did you
Which
put
also
Tupperware on your head?
that ends JJK. Huh?
Did you put Tupperware on your head?
Oh no, sorry. My shirt was covering my mic. Hold on. I'm gonna hold on a second. I had to use the bathroom, and I was hoping that this like won't pick up, but that's whatever.
Okay,
If you couldn't
whatever.
hear me, you couldn't hear me.
Um,
What were they saying? Oh right. That's funny. You put Tupperware on your head. Anyway, yeah, because it is a nice like resolution with Gojo and Gato at the end of the movie where he kills them. They kind of have like a friendly moment before then, actually, and then he gives Yuta back his Jujutsu card, info card, whatever, ninja info card, and he's like, "Oh, where'd you find it?" And he says like, "Oh, my best friend gave it to me, like my one and only." It's kind of like it's kind of sad, but it's like a nice resolution. Like it basically says like, yeah, like he got his friend back in a way. Like they ended on good terms. And so imagine he turns around and like backstabs Gojo after it almost feels wrong. You have to change the resolution of the movie, I feel like.
Yeah, okay. So I think the best analogy there is this doesn't really work based on that, but I think the best way to imagine it is if you were to change the movie, imagine something like the scene in Naruto versus Sasuke. So Naruto throws Sasuke into the wall. Sasuke says, "How could you possibly know what it's like to lose all that?" Sasuke throws Naruto off him. And then Sasuke says, "From here on out, no more words." Imagine if those really were Sasuke's last words to Naruto. Ever. Exactly. Just doesn't work.
Oh, that would be so funny yet awful.
I know. It reminds me of
No
the
more
Eren versus
words,
Warhammer
you're
Titan
right.
fight. Just any last words was her last words. But
No more words, literally. That'd be awful. Yeah, rolling with this idea though. So I didn't, to be fair, I watched JJK Zero after the reveal. So at the time of the reveal, I was so like, oh, I wish it was really Gato, really bummed out. But now I've seen the movie and I'm looking at it from that perspective. How would you change the resolution in the movie then to make this work? Because I personally do like the idea of the real Gato still being around. But like I think the movie's resolution needs to be tweaked because it feels off
so
for him to
again,
just
I haven't watched the
Brandon.
movie since I realized Ghetto was the same Ghetto from season 2. So for me, Ghetto in the movie isn't Ghetto from season 2. I need to go back, rewatch it with that connection in mind to actually answer that question.
I was gonna say, to be fair, yeah.
Okay. So I think we agree on that.
So I think, and that's why I think, yeah, and I think the best just to set it up a little bit better is because as it is, it feels like it came full circle in the movie. So but I won't give up on that dream or something close to that. Just so there's an inkling, like there is something there. He hasn't given up, and now you know, like. So then, yeah, and then it works. Have Gato be alive, do his whole schling in season 2 and season 3, and then we weave Kenjaku in somewhere whenever it actually makes the most sense. Not exactly sure. I'd probably have to see the end of the Culling games to really figure that one out.
Sure.
As it currently is, it is very tricky. Technically, there's a point it could happen, but yeah, I kind of need to see how it plays. But either way, I like the idea. I'm fully with you on that.
Kamui,
Because
I
to
think
me, that is one of the biggest things.
Yeah. I think that's the closest we will ever get to agreeing about Madara on anything.
Probably. Yeah. Well, no,
So,
I think we could agree that we like his character.
you know what I mean? Of all the things we're gonna disagree on, like we both agree his name is Madara. Like that's yeah, we both agree. Yeah, he is an Uchiha. Yeah, he does have the fireball fire style jutsu.
I agree.
Hey, 3 for 3. All right.
Yeah, that was good though. Yeah. No, but I get what you're saying. Yeah, for something that was close to what we disagree on, that worked.
Yeah.
Um, but yeah, as far as Gato goes, I do agree with you. That just might be at least one of the biggest potential missed opportunities. That's not to say that it's bad. What happened? What happened? I don't think it's like just objectively, oh god, awful, ruins the story. But I do see it as missed potential. Like
I don't
I do
think
think
it necessarily
being the real Gato here would be better.
yeah, I don't think it ruins the story per se, but I think it takes away everything the story was or could have been. Like I was saying, like if Orochimaru really did take over Sasuke at the end of part 1, that doesn't ruin part 1. That doesn't ruin the tuning exams, for example. But it takes away
And it doesn't
why we
necessarily
like
like
Naruto.
ruin part two. Part two could still be amazing. It just won't have some of that extra amazingness that we obviously don't want to lose.
Well, for
To make
example,
another
let
example,
me put it this way. Okay, you can do your example first.
I don't think it's as bad at this personally, but the ending of part one of Boruto, well, it didn't ruin all of Porto, but
Yeah.
like there was definitely so much there that
Yeah,
could
I
have
think
been
we
done.
both
that
agree
wasn't
that's
done.
by far the worst mistake Boruto's made, but the way I see
Yes.
it is I'm sure we both started, I'm sure most people here started at Naruto episode 1. The reason we started watching Naruto is because we liked Naruto. So if we just randomly
Yes.
jumped into like episode like 42 and saw Rock Lee, we're not invested into Rock Lee yet. We're not going to care about Rock Lee. We're not going to like Rock Lee yet. But because we like Naruto, we're eventually going to like Rock Lee. Not because he's like Naruto or anything,
Yeah.
but because we're already watching the series and we like the series because Naruto's alive and we like Naruto, we're gonna like Rock Lee because we like the series and Rock Lee is something that makes the series better. But
At
if
the very least, we're gonna give him a chance.
yeah, but if Naruto randomly just died, like let's say Itachi just killed Naruto when he came back to the village in episode like 60 something or 80, whatever. It's 80, yeah. That doesn't ruin Rock Lee's character. But if Naruto's the only reason that we're watching the series, we can like Rock Lee's character, but if we even do continue to watch the series beyond that point, we're not going to care to see Rock Lee even if we like him. Because
I mean,
the
it
point was
depends, and like,
because
yeah,
we're
like,
watching it for Naruto.
I would say while Naruto is the main reason we get to episode 2 and so on, by episode 30, Naruto doesn't have to be the only reason we want to keep watching it
I know, I'm
anymore.
saying
It's the same,
hypothetically if
like,
Naruto was the only
hypothetic.
reason.
Yeah. Well, if that was the case, you'd probably just drop the series.
Yeah,
But
but hypothetically if you did it.
maybe not. But you at the very least, you, I guess you would just
That's my
be a
scenario.
shell of its former self. So if Gato was the only reason you were watching JJK, and then you found out that's not Gato, I wouldn't blame you for saying I don't really want to watch anymore. Because if that really was the only thing holding you on and it's gone, then yeah, that would suck. That your world would be flipped upside down. You'd wake in your Mount Gecko Sharingan too. So from your perspective, I don't blame you because to me,
Yeah.
I love Gato, bro. Like, he's my favorite. Like, he might be my favorite. Toji's freaking cool, but I might have to give to Gato. That's tough. I like them both a lot.
It's just the fact we're never gonna get the resolution to Gojo
Um,
and Geto's conflict. You can say they resolved as characters, the relationship, but that dynamic there, that disagreement was never resolved. And it never will be.
yeah, I am with you. I wish that we got more Gato and then had like a really good, full, complete, no ifs and or buts resolution. Like there is
Yeah.
resolution, but it was kind of like it ended off like like we're best friends. I don't agree with you, but we are best friends. I'm gonna die.
And just
Like,
to clarify,
um,
Kenjaku's plan isn't Geto's plan. They're two completely separate plans. There's not overlap there, right?
their plan is completely different,
Yeah.
although so there technically is overlap in a
Yeah,
sense,
I
in
know what you're
the sense of
saying.
optimizing curse energy. Both of their plans, in a way, are doing that, but for completely different reasons.
Exactly, yeah, that's the point. It's like if Orochimaru killed
Yeah,
Itachi, it's not Orochimaru's doing it to take over his body. He's not doing it to avenge the Uchiha.
exactly. It's not for the same reason as Sasuke. Like,
Yeah. So
um,
even if Orochimaru took over
but
Sasuke's body
the
and fought Itachi, it's not gonna mean the same thing, even if it's the exact same fight. It's just knowing that it's Orochimaru
correct,
instead of Sasuke would just change. It might ruin the
exactly.
fight.
Yeah, it would ruin the fight,
Yeah.
honestly. I mean, it would be a cool fight, but that's it.
Yeah,
It
it's a
would
fight that we
ruin
wouldn't really
the
care about.
meaning behind the fight.
Yeah.
It's like I would only care about it because I like those two characters and I want to see them fight for the sake of seeing them fight. It's the same reason that I wish Toji fought more of the disaster curses, and more strong people, not because it had any thematic meaning behind it. It's just it's freaking cool. But in the case of Sasuke versus Itachi, okay, we're trading the thematic importance of this fight for just coolness of the similar
Yes.
level. Like, there's
Exactly.
no point to that.
Honestly, Jogo might have
So
Toji. I'm sure you would disagree, but I think
I have
Jogo might.
what?
Jogo might beat Toji in
Oh, might have.
Shibuya.
Um,
I'd say
it's
it's
kind of tricky
close.
because it depends on how you interpret a lot of things. So personally, I do think Toji is stronger than all the disaster curses, but I'm fully aware that people can make arguments for Jogo or Mahito. Nobody's making an argument for fucking Hanami or Dag, obviously not Dagon. Um,
I understand why people
but yeah,
say
I do personally
Mahito,
think that Toji can beat them all.
but let's be honest, like it's just cap.
Well,
Mahito's
actually,
not stronger than Jogo. I don't care what statements there are. I don't care what feats there are. Jogo was just clearly in his fight versus Sukuna displayed to be the strongest of those four.
the main thing about Mahito and Jogo is Mahito is way more haxed.
Yeah.
So the problem for Mahito is who he fought. Mahimi, of his own choice, fought the only people who could do anything to him. Yuji is double whammy his worst natural enemy. Not only is Yuji unaffected by his abilities entirely, so he literally can't use idle transfiguration,
Why
his
is that
thing,
again?
on
Is it
Yuji.
because of Sukuna? I forget
So
why.
it's actually pretty stupid. Actually, I'm not gonna lie.
Oh
I have a
god.
complaint about this. So um, it's because he naturally understands the contours of his soul. I mean, people have
Oh my
theories
god.
that it's actually related to Yuji's actual innate ability that he hasn't learned yet. But as far as we know right now, it's just he understands the contours of his soul because he has Sukuna inside him.
That's something
And
I
so
oh my god,
Yuji
that's
can hurt
stupid, yeah.
Mahito, and he's unaffected by Mahito. But I actually think that's stupid. The one that does make sense is the domain one, where Mahito can't use his domain because Sukuna will literally just kill him because
Yeah.
he feels like it.
Yeah.
Which that's fine. I don't have any problem with that
No,
one.
that's
But
cool.
the other one, it's stupid. Like, but yeah, on 3 accounts, Mahito can't use his OP one-shot domain because Sukuna will kill him. He can't hurt Yuji because Yuji Sukuna problems, and Yuji can hurt Mahito because of Yuji Sukuna problems. And then he's also got Nobara, who he can affect Nobara, but Nobara is like the only other person who has a soul ability that can hurt Mahito. And then Todo's just a freaking beast, and his ability allows Yuji to hit Mahito way more than he ever would have. So Mahito is extremely unlucky. Mahito can beat all the people Dagon and Jogo beat because they can't do anything to him.
I understand Nobara is his only other weakness. For me, it just felt so convenient, the fact that that just is the case. Oh, so convenient. I just can't believe it.
I would say yes, but to be fair, from the beginning, her ability always it was a soul resonance. Like if you know,
Yeah.
I could see it working. Because that's just the way her ability always was.
But are we really
But
going to say
yeah, I
no one
mean,
else in the entire series has any other kind of ability at all like that? Like Maki just never thought
someone
to
else
just
could, yeah.
develop that ability? Like,
Maki couldn't, even if she wanted
well,
to.
you
But
understand what
yeah,
I'm
someone
saying. Like,
else.
I wasn't specifically pointing out Maki. I was saying anyone, really.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. I do feel like, yeah, that's why I also felt like I kind of wish Mahito just lived longer, because not only, okay, the thing about, I like Mahito because he actually freaking affects Yuji. Although Yuji, so now I'm gonna sound like I'm critiquing. Yeah, I don't really get, like, I mean, it's mostly a Twitter thing, but like, yeah, some people, I feel like they just gas Yuji up like crazy, and I'm like, bro, like, I don't think he's bad, but like,
I like Yuji for as far as I am in season 2. I'm only on episode 7. I'm not gonna finish that series for a very long time. Every single time I watch an episode, I'm like, I gotta pause because like this looks nice.
oh yeah, dude, that's how I watch it.
I
That's
can't
how I watch anime.
I can't stop freaking like pausing. It's like I
Except for
just
me, instead of pausing, it's rewinding.
oh, it's pausing, it's rewinding, it's going back and forth, trying to look at all the sequences. Episode 7 of
Like, still,
JJK
that's
was
literally what I
so
do. That's why when I watch an episode, it takes like 3 hours. Usually, it's bad habit.
yeah. It's not good, man. It's not good. But like it's
But
so
it's what we do.
gorgeous. So
It's not good, but it is what we do.
and I really gotta catch up on these Boruto chapters.
Wait, you haven't read them at all?
No. No.
Damn.
No. Yeah. I was going to, but every time I go to, I'm like, well, I'll read it tomorrow, you know? And then tomorrow hits, and I'm like,
Have you read any of the time skip?
I read, the last thing I remember is Boruto telling Code not to leave.
Not to leave?
Yeah, like help me. Did a
Oh,
horrible
so
job
chapter
at
4?
trying to convince him. Yeah. So like 2
Okay.
months ago.
I like chapters 5 and 6.
I know what happens in 5 and 6, and those sound like good chapters. Those sound like the best chapters in the time skip so far. Not a
I
high
think,
bar,
yeah.
but
Yeah, but I do think that it's gone like better and better progressively. Like,
yeah.
I like chapters 5 and 6 the most out of
Oh
the
wait,
time
no.
skip so far.
I did read 5 pages in the chapter 5. Pretty interesting chapter so far. The anime is gonna do. Hopefully, the anime does a lot with that because, as far as I'm aware, it's only like 12 pages. So
Why did you only read the
I don't
first
know
5
specifically what you're
pages?
referring to, but
I said I was gonna read the rest the next like tomorrow, like the next morning. Then I didn't, and then it happened again where I was like, oh, okay, I'll read it the next day. And now we're here. No.
Okay.
well, anyway, back to JJK.
Okay, so Kamui Space came up with another one of these ghetto analogies with Naruto. So Space says,
Okay.
to me, it is more like if in the war arc, Obito is actually just Black Zetsu controlling Obito's body. The whole time.
It's funny. I was actually, yeah,
That kind of works.
like,
That really does work. That's pretty much perfect, spot on.
I was actually thinking
Every
about something
regard.
for unrelated reasons, but like, yeah, like if something like that happened.
Yeah.
It's funny, said that.
It's like literally perfect
Just, yeah,
the
it was,
more I think about it.
yeah, because it's literally a 1,000-year-old guy that nobody else knows.
With the two adults that
Kakashi
aren't
doesn't
the main
care.
characters that have a long
Yeah, like
history
imagine like
past.
Kakashi versus Obito, but it's really Kakashi versus Black Zetsu. Like actually, even if even remove he was secretly Obito the whole time. Just imagine if Black Setsu was controlling Obito during Kakashi versus Obito.
Oh my god. Imagine how much trouble that would do for power scalers.
Wait.
So I basically I
your
just
notes
had
for
like
season 1?
intro topics. So instead of discussing specific things, these are more general things I wanted to talk on. So I think the reason that you like Naruto more than you like Itadori has to do with the relatability. So I'm sharing my screen, right, by the way, just so you can see it.
Mhm.
Okay, so for
Yeah.
me, this is something that I realized in episode 1, why I wouldn't like the series. It's the failure of establishing real-world consequences. So when I realized this is when Itadori jumped through his school window, breaking it in episode 1. He just he just broke his school window. His school has cameras. Cardcaptor Sakura does it right to where it actually has these real-world consequences, which makes the world feel real. Like, this window isn't brought up again. They do all these environmental destructions, all these big damage things. It's just not brought up. There's no impact. There's no consequence to it. It's not, oh no, I hope they don't find out. It's not, oh, we have to put this window back together.
A little joke like, oh boy, like if Yuji was like, or Megumi, if Yuji was like, do we have to like pay for this damage? And then Megumi's like, I'm leaving that to you, or it's just some goofy little joke or something that could work for that.
Like, it's going too far. Like, they're supposed to be sorcerers. The point is the world isn't supposed to know that there's curses. And they're just gonna leave this broken window here? This is their school. It feels too unrealistic. Kamui, can you imagine jumping through your school window and then that just not being addressed in your life? It's unrealistic. It's unrelatable.
I'll have to try it.
It's too far. It's outside of the bounds of what I can imagine as even possible. It's just ignored.
I think it being unrelatable doesn't actually matter. It's just because there's no consequences for it. The world doesn't actually feel tangible or alive
Exactly.
in that particular moment. It doesn't have to, something doesn't have to be relatable.
Oh, I was just saying that to
You don't
connect
have
it
to
to something
relate
I
to
was saying
something.
earlier. If we didn't say that earlier, I wouldn't have said that in the first place. But the point is, comparing it to series like Cardcaptor Sakura does it right. It actually establishes this as an important aspect of the show. In Jujutsu
Okay, do you
Kaisen,
have,
it
like,
should be
another
an
point
important
other
aspect
than
of the
just
show.
a window?
Yeah, it's just a
The fact that
window.
he broke a window.
It's just a window, a broken window. But the fact that I can say that about Jujutsu Kaisen tells me that it's doing too much. It's trying to be something that it's not. It's going too big, too fast.
Because he broke a window?
Too beyond. Yes. Because again, it's Jujutsu Kaisen, so it's just a window. But in real life, that is a window. That is school property. That's vandalism. There's going to be police called the next day. That is his school. He attends that school. His friends go there. That's his normal life.
Yes. And he doesn't stay there for very long. The plot moves really fast in JJK.
Which is also another
Yeah.
problem, in my opinion.
No, but I get what Oodie's saying. Like, it isn't, again, when I said this earlier, this is a small thing, but when you add up a bunch of small things, that's when it really starts to like, okay, like, these are problems. Like, it is holding it back. But this one thing on its own might not be the biggest deal, just the window, but I get what he's saying. Like, it feels like that just didn't matter.
It's not like the window is my issue. It's the window is the first time I realized this would be an issue, and this is a continual issue throughout the entire series.
What are some other examples you have?
All of Shibuya.
Well, no, but that there is consequences with that one.
I know what you're
That's
saying.
The whole,
I know what you're
end
saying.
of the episode. That's what I was gonna say. I wouldn't use that example because that one actually has consequences.
I know, but like we'll get into that later.
Okay.
I'm glad that you at least.
Oh, actually, real quick, I get that it's like necessary for plot, but oh my god, the consequences are so stupid. Not because they aren't like making like tension in the story, but because what? Satoru Gojo must be an accomplice of Geto. What do you mean? He's sealed. How is he an accomplice? What? How stupid are these higher ups?
Yeah, we'll get to that.
Oh my god, I hated that. I was like, what do you mean? Yaga Masamichi must have ordered them to do it. What do you mean?
Like, even with this episode 1 scene with this window, it's more than just a window. There was clearly something crazy that went on. People are going to investigate that. People are going to want to find out what happened. It's a serious issue. It's a serious matter. They're not just... That's an investigation. The police, the FBI are going to get involved. If this was any other anime... Imagine if Death Note did this. They're not getting away with that crap in Death Note. Exactly.
You know, L would literally use it as evidence towards something.
Literally. Or I'm just thinking, I know you haven't seen it, but Future Diary, I feel like Future Diary keeps it grounded. Even though it goes above and beyond realistic, especially as the series goes on, it always feels down to earth. Like it could happen. It feels like this couldn't happen in Jujutsu Kaisen in the real world. This just doesn't feel realistic. And they do some wacky stuff in Future Diary.
Home.
Yeah. Like they go like to a godly, otherworldly level, but even that otherworldly still feels grounded, which is crazy. Okay. So sort of going along with that.
I agree with you.
Yeah, okay. I'm kind of surprised that's good. Okay. So in Jujutsu Kaisen, I think generally the plot reveals hold no weight. Generally. Again, so like the whole brothers thing with Choso and Itadori, you could say that has foreshadowing, but I don't think it had impact. Especially though, like we were just saying with Saron, the reveal of Kashimo or Noritomi Koshi or whatever, there's no foreshadowing there. It just comes out of nowhere. They just say it, and then we just go along with it.
Yeah, I mean that's a plot twist. That came out. Like, you're not supposed to expect it.
No, I'm fine with not expecting it. But the fact that there's nothing there at all. Like, there's no rewatch value with that. We can't go back to a previous scene or episode or whatever. Like, it's almost like, imagine, remove all of the sus scenes of Bertolt and Reiner in Season 1. All of them. In fact, just remove Bertolt entirely from Season 1. Because that's the way I viewed the story. Didn't even know he was a character until his reveal itself.
Yeah, so I would agree, because it's like I said, the only sign, which wouldn't necessarily have to be for this purpose, is the stitches on his forehead. But you could have just chalked that up as the Gato's injuries, I guess. The only problem with that is in the movie, he doesn't have an injury to his head, so why would there even be stitches? But but it's like the stitches. I noticed them. I didn't know to think, oh, somebody's controlling his brain because of it, though.
And I know what you're saying with...
I didn't think there's respect to either. I just noticed the stitches. And I hadn't seen the movie yet. I thought maybe it's from a former battle with Gojo or something.
Yeah. Going back to why to care about Geto in Season 1, I know what you're saying with, oh, well, they're the bigger bad. They're the one orchestrating everything behind the scenes the entire time. That's why you should care about them. I don't think that's a legitimate or real reason to have an investment in a character. At least as it's happening.
It's not why to care, it's why to pay attention. If that makes sense.
You can pay, that's fine. Like, for example, in Naruto Part 1, you don't care about Zetsu. In Naruto Part 1, you don't care about any of the Rainbow Akatsuki members, because that's all they are. Mysterious figures that you'll get later, when the plot actually demands them to be relevant. Yeah. Like, at this point, you're not invested in them, because you don't even know who they are, so you don't care about them.
Yeah, exactly. And they haven't come at, and unlike Mahito, Gato hasn't come to the forefront enough for you to really get to know Gato. You got to know Mahito in his quirks, his deviousness and so on to care. For Gato, it's just like, you know he's important, like you know he's the bigger bad, so you know to keep an eye on him, but that's about it.
Like, I don't need there to be foreshadowing, but I need there to be some level of excitement. I need an aha moment. Rather, it feels like it just wants me to go along with it. Like, oh, okay, I guess we're doing that now.
Yeah, and in regards to the twist for who Kenjaku is, I mean, that's exactly what I did. Oh, I'm going along with that now. You know, my heart doesn't want it.
Yeah, sort of just changing along the entire story, basically. Because... on a whim, just because
it's kind of like not the same annoyance level, but like Boruto being 100% Utsuki. I'm like, oh, I guess I'm gonna go along with it now, even though it doesn't make sense.
Yeah, like even if they explain it, that doesn't mean anything because they still just want us to go along with it. Because even if they explain it, that doesn't mean it's going to make sense. The explanation could just not make sense.
Yeah.
Even if it's
in the case of the Boruto one, it doesn't. In the case of this one, we kind of established it seems kind of silly because they didn't give us quite the right line. I feel all they do is change the line slightly. But...
Yeah. So these next few are general critiques of the entire series, and in fact, this is the part where I think we were saying this last stream or at the end of last stream, maybe with Free Game. We were saying that. Maybe I'm not the best person to do a Jujutsu Kaisen stream because I just genuinely don't like it as much. And so like I'm like the negative force and you're the positive force, and that's sort of our whole shtick here. But like you're gonna.
I will say though,
this is 20.
See, the problem with this is, I like JJK and I'm entertained by it.
Yeah.
But even for a lot of this video, this stream, I've kind of just been critiquing it alongside you.
Yeah.
Just less drastically. Because it's like I do have critiques of JJK that holds it back from being like peak perfection, you know what I mean? Like, and I recognize that I still enjoy it much more than you do.
But this document has 23
only
pages.
Only Jogo fans can like JJK.
we'll get to that. So, but yeah, these are mostly just like general critiques. Later on, I get into like more specific things of each scene or things I like, things I dislike. But this is all my bias, my opinions, thoughts, feelings, emotions. Objective screenwriting, knowledge, education, whatever. It's everything I have to say about JJK.
Okay.
Yeah. But like again, this is the beginning part specifically, just critiques on the series. So just know there's overwhelming negativity coming up.
That's fine.
Yeah, it just shows my bias.
I'll disagree when I disagree, and I'll agree when I agree.
Okay. Yeah, I think I
already disagree with only Jogo fans can like JJK.
But I'm putting this here as a premise. Because I think you're going to realize it's more than just a bit. I do have a genuine disdain for JJK, of which I just don't like it as much. I think you will realize as it goes on, though.
I can tell.
Okay, yeah. Okay. Okay, so starting off with this one, though, not the JoJo one, but as the series goes on, it becomes increasingly clear that in JJK, the narrative is in service of the fights, as opposed to the other way around. And I'll just say this whole thing before you give your comment, Terry.
Well, okay.
Unless you wanted to interrupt me there. I mean, you can say whatever you want.
Well, I was going to say, it kind of gets into the thing we were talking about the other day about spectacle, like it just being spectacle.
So to say that on this stream, I'll say that I think coolness is an amplification, but if there's nothing there in the first place, there's nothing to amplify. So the coolness, it's just cool, but that doesn't make it good.
I just remembered. Okay, so I just remembered this. I was thinking about this earlier. You'll like my... Okay, so anyway, I do think it's fair to say that some stories are for some people, some are for other people. I don't think it's because like it depends on what you're going for.
Yeah.
I don't think it's fair to say that a movie or a show or whatever is bad if it lacks in some department but excels in another, if that's all it's going for. Hypothetically speaking, a MMA fight, it's just spectacle. I mean, yeah, there might be some story, this guy's an underdog and so on, but for the most part, people are watching it because it's a spectacle. Maybe they have some investment, but generally it's a spectacle. That's fine. That doesn't mean it's worse for any reason than just the story of, people arguing in a debate, where there's a lot more, whatever. The point is, for ATG, all he cares about is fights. He will never like Death Note, Hunter x Hunter, or Attack on Titan, but he will absolutely love Naruto, JJK, and stuff like that. There's something wrong with that. For you, though, you will not like a story carried by fights that lacks screenwriter stuff. You're not going to like JJK, and I can clearly see that, but you will like Death Note, Naruto, and so on.
Well, that said, Naruto's very clearly a fight-driven thing. I know you haven't seen it, but Dragon Ball is almost entirely fights. But the point isn't the physical fight.
That's why I'm not interested in it.
Yeah. Well, but the point isn't the physical fight.
And it's like... I don't know much about Dragon Ball, but...
Yeah. Well, I'm sure you can agree with Naruto and Sasuke versus Jigen. There's more going on, the subtext there, than just the physical fight. There's a danger element
and so
as well.
I don't know, Dragon Ball, I've never seen it, but I always have just gotten the impression that it really is mostly about the spectacle, and there's probably not as much deeper story behind it for me to care.
No, there's a lot of
For
tension.
HEG, that might be exactly what he wants,
I
but
disagree. There's most of the series actually
I
isn't
don't know. It's
fights.
just the impression I've gotten.
That's fine. It's about the danger level. It makes you feel like the enemies are dangerous. That the main characters are always in danger. That doesn't mean they're always
Is that
fighting
like it
though.
though? It's just they're endangered.
No, there's
Is it
obviously
just
a
that they're
lot of
always in?
things
Yeah,
going
but the
on,
point is,
but
but like in terms of like like is there like emotional stuff like Naruto
yeah.
versus Sasuke,
No,
or is it more of
I
like
think you would actually
okay,
really like Dragon Ball Z specifically. I don't know if you would. I haven't seen the OG Dragon Ball because I'm not really interested. It is more of a comedy thing, anyways, and I have seen Super as well. That one's also different, but I think specifically you would like Z, especially like
maybe?
as a workout guy because it does have a lot of like workout motivation in there as well.
That's funny.
Unironically, I think
Anyway, though,
Dragon Ball Abridged might be your best way of viewing Dragon Ball Z. It's just funny.
maybe, dude, especially if it's shorter, they'll get it done faster. I'll
Yeah.
learn the story through the abridged.
You wouldn't at all, but it's close enough. Um,
That'd be really interesting to test. Someone who hasn't seen Naruto, just show them Naruto abridged.
well, actually, the
Unfortunately, it's
reason I
not
bring this
finished
up is
though.
because I do know someone who originally watched all of Dragon Ball specifically only through the abridged. I know two people who did that actually, and they thought it was fine. They loved it. They even went on to watch Dragon Ball
I'll do it
afterwards.
then.
Okay, you know what, bet. Maybe that because I haven't. I don't.
I
I
will
only.
not watch Dragon Ball unless I've seen the abridged first.
Yeah, I haven't seen the entire abridged like from start to end. I've only seen like clips on YouTube, and then like later on, I started watching like episode like 30 out of 58 or 40 out of 50. I don't remember where I started, but then I started watching the full episodes when they came out. But like, I would love to go back and rewatch from beginning to end the full episodes. Maybe that could be like a Twitch react thing
Yeah.
we do, or you could just watch
Yeah,
it
we
on
can
your
do
own. I
that
don't know,
together.
whatever. Either way.
I'll watch it with you.
Okay. Well, I think okay. Going back to this though, I agree. I'm not gonna base. Obviously, I'm not gonna base a boxing fight based on the animation if it's like MMA. Like I'm not gonna base a real life thing based on like anime standards. But that's why I think we can have rubrics, but the rubrics can still be universal. Not only in terms of the specific niche or genre, but also universally in terms of entertainment. So you can still base the entertainment not based on what you like or dislike, but based on the quality or the values which compose or comprise the entertainment. Such as if a fight has bad lighting, it's going to be less entertaining. That goes for both boxing in real life and an anime. But like
Yeah.
something like a rom-com, an animated rom-com versus like an animated shonen, you can still have different rubrics. That's fine. But the point is, two different
Yeah.
rom-coms you can still compare with the same rubric.
Correct. Yeah. And so, like at the end of the day, JJK is in the shonen manga, and I wouldn't call it just a comedy, but like the point. So obviously, they're more similar than they are different. But I will say, like, it is fair to just bring up that like it doesn't necessarily need to be the same as some of these other series, but I think it should.
Yeah. Okay. So continuing on with this,
Yeah.
the story the author is trying to tell takes a back seat as the shonen elements that comprise the story are forced into the foreground. It's about being flashy, not about caring about the world nor the characters and their individual stories and how it drives the storyline forward. The story cannot be good when it isn't the priority. Flashy fights over storytelling is doomed to fail in the long run because it removes the hook, the investment, and straps the fight of its conflict. The battle of dreams is removed in favor of the battle. It gives the how without the why.
So, I completely like what you said about removing the hook because this kind of goes into something I was saying earlier about how hooked I am. How
Yeah.
badly am I hooked to watch the next episode? It's not to say I'm completely like I'm uninterested, for me at least. I'm not uninterested in watching the next episode, but like actually speaking, at the time of when I started JJK, I started Attack on Titan and JJK episodes 1 like at the same time. And I said, I'm gonna pick my next anime based off which I'm more hooked on.
Yeah.
Well, Attack on Titan slammed that contest. I was way more hooked. I watched a couple episodes of JJK actually, and that's it wasn't hooked, but I was like, yeah, I'm finishing Attack on Titan first before I continue this. It wasn't a contest. It was Attack on Titan for me was just like Death Note and Hunter x Hunter for the most part, where it's just like I just kept watching episode. I was like, I'm not watching another one until I finish this shit. So yeah,
So something that's
what happens when you
interesting,
remove the hook.
because we've talked about this before off stream. Itadori is a likable character. That's the point. Like, he's supposed to be a likable character. Just
I
because he's
think
a
oh yeah, JJK has a ton of likable
yeah,
characters.
I agree.
Like same with Hunter x Hunter. Like that
Sure.
carries, honestly. Part of the reason
But
why
that's a
I
problem,
want
in my
to watch
opinion.
JJK at least for a while is just like I like the character. But
So I think it should be a
yeah, and
compliment,
that's a
not a
lot of it.
supplement. It should not rely on the fact that it has likable characters. So when
Yeah,
you
and I do
say
think JJK does.
yeah, when you say you want to watch the next episode of JJK, it's not because of any of these specific elements or reasons. It's just because you like the show overall, or generally, or whatever. You're not watching it
Yeah.
because you
Yeah,
like
it-
Itadori as a character.
Correct. I'm not watching it. I almost like want versus need. I want to watch the next episode of JJK, but I don't need to.
Yeah.
I needed to watch the next episode of Death Note. Like
Exactly.
that's why I stood, especially Death Note. Death Note was probably the worst one for this. I watched that in like a week or something. I don't even know. And you know how I watch anime, so you know that each episode lasts 3 hours, and I watched that shit in like a week. It was really fast. I spent like all day. I don't even remember what I was doing at the time, besides watching Death Note. Like,
But that's what I'm talking
'cause
about
I
when I was
needed
talking
to.
about the soul of the series. It's setting up that compelling conflict, that dynamic. That for Death Note, it's the cat and mouse angle between Light and L. You know why they're doing it. You know the relationship. You know everything about it. They're doing it for their idea of justice. That's interesting. JJK early on
Yeah, and
lacks
so
that.
yeah, early on, I will say, especially in season 3, I think, or the culling games. I'm not going to specify anything specific, but I've said this about Boruto for a while. If I compare Boruto versus Naruto, I think Naruto is slams out of the water more emotional, and I care more about that. But one thing Boruto does do extremely well is make me interested, and I want to know, like I want to solve mysteries, and there are things that like I'm wondering about. It's very good for theorizing.
Yeah.
Want me to look at it?
The way I see it,
Current
it's
JJK, I think kind of like that in the sense of I'm interested in these various things. I want to draft a theory. I want to figure out answers to things, but that is largely what carries it on top of likable characters. It's not carried by emotion. A lot of the stuff Naruto does really well. Naruto does both really well, but
yeah.
Season 1 though, it's honestly intrigue wise, I'm curious, I guess, about Gato's plan and it's not the same. It's mostly just I'm just watching it.
So what I'm gonna classify this Death Note moment at the end of episode 2, this justice, I've done this before, but just for screen time purposes, I would classify this as like the catalyst moment or the hook or the promise. So this is the why. This is the reason this story needs to be told. It's the reason this show exists in the first place. It's the reason you watch it. You watch because you want to see Light and L. For Naruto, you could argue this because you can usually boil this down to a single moment. You can argue for Naruto, it's Naruto's declaration at Haku's grave. And I know you haven't seen these animes, but in The Promised Neverland, it's at the end of episode 1. If you know, you know. If you've seen Vinland Saga, you know where I'm going with this. It's the end of episode 4, etc., etc. You can boil pretty much every show down that has this moment that sort of forces it into the fast lane as the reason you need to watch this show, the reason it needs to exist, the reason it exists in the first place.
Yeah,
It
and
boils
like
down to
that's what
6.
the hook is. I think for
Yeah.
Naruto though, you could pick a lot of moments, like even in episode 1, like
Yeah, I
there's plenty
agree.
of things. Just like episode. You don't need to wait till Haku's grave to have a Y for Naruto.
No, I agree, but
Just episode 1.
but you could do that with episode 1 of pretty much any show. I'm going for like the big one though. But Naruto is really contentious. You could argue it doesn't exist at all.
You can do it for every episode 1, but not every episode 1 really does it enough to make you hooked.
Exactly.
So Chainsaw Man, I wasn't hooked when I watched episode 1. JJK, I liked it, but I wasn't hooked after episode 1. I watched up until episode 8, and I stopped then. Not because I didn't like it, but it was just I just wasn't as hooked, and I paused it for a while.
So it
didn't have the same hook.
This moment is the realization for the viewer. It opens their eyes. This is what the story is about. This is what the story will be about for the rest of the story. It is the promise to the viewer.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Because like even after you finish episode 2 of Death Note, you know episode 20, Light and L are going to be battling. You don't need the other 18 episodes of context to know that. Because at that moment, you realize this is what Death Note is about. And until the end of episode 2, you don't know what it's going to be about. Yeah, you get the premise, but the premise, this sounds weird, the premise isn't what the series is about. It's not what it's trying to say or what it's trying to do.
All you know is just kind of like you get a little bit of the world, like with the Death Note, what it is, what it's doing and stuff. But you don't get like you don't actually know what the show will be about. The show's about life or so. All you know is, oh, there's a Death Note, and this is what it does, essentially.
If you strip down the premise of Death Note, it's a boy finds a Death Note and secretly uses it while hiding from the police. If you do that, though, you've boiled the show down, removing everything that makes Death Note Death Note. You've removed every aspect of Light that makes him interesting as a character, and you've removed L entirely from the series. And then you've removed that dynamic.
You removed the main antagonist. The best part of Death Note.
Because the premise is about Light not getting caught. But or I guess it's about the Death Note user not being caught. But if you remove Light from the position he's in, and then you remove L from trying to dethrone him from that position in the way that L does it, you've removed Death Note.
Exactly.
Yeah. Okay. So, I'm glad we got that out.
Yeah. I actually think we're going to agree for a lot of the stuff you say.
Yeah.
I'm just going to disagree when I pedantic stuff like only JoJo fans can like JJK. Probably some smaller stuff, but I do think we're going to agree for a lot of this. And I got a meal and a half to eat, so we'll keep going until I'm done eating.
Yeah, this first line is a little bit of bait, but I do truly somewhat believe it to some degree. To some degree, obviously. I don't think literally only JoJo fans, but like, going back to this, is there, because I do technically
I feel like,
say
honestly
the same thing in
speaking,
different
it's
ways.
only Gojo fans can like JJK, not Jogo fans.
Oh no, I'm saying JoJo, not
the
Jogo.
G
It's
that
like JoJo's Bizarre Adventure is what I'm referencing here.
Oh my god, I misread it. I thought it said only Jogo fans.
That's hilarious.
This whole time, I thought that said Jogo, and I was like,
I can
like,
completely see why. Yeah, you know, I don't blame you. This goes back to Jujutsu Kaisen names are just the worst. But okay, but going back before
that's
that,
so funny because I was like, "That's so you." I totally thought you were gonna say that.
That's funny. Well, don't worry, I'll say it plenty later on. But on this, really quick, is there anything else here that you wanted to comment on? Because you could say I'm saying the same thing different ways, but I think I'm saying different things. It's different enough.
Yeah, I mean, but I agree with a lot of what you're saying.
Okay, so you agree that it's focusing on it's prioritizing the fights rather than the story.
Just, I mean, it's hard to separate the fight from the story.
I agree
because, like, you know, like it's there no matter what, no matter how you slice it. There's a story for how they get to the fight, but to an extent, like I focus a lot on emotion for a reason because it's very easy, even though it's subjective. It's easy to see, it's easy to feel. If I don't feel as much like Naruto versus Gaara, Naruto versus Sasuke, Naruto versus Pain, Kakashi versus Obito. God, I can go on and on. I feel the raw emotion from the characters, and it extends out to you. Freaking Naruto talking to Zabuza. Oh my god, you know what I mean? For JJK, I feel like Mahito is doing everything right, but Yuji's just not responding properly. Like, even though he's technically is, it doesn't feel like he is. He literally gives up. I give up, basically. Todo talks him into it. But it doesn't feel the same as when Naruto gave up versus Pain. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. So for me, I agree. There's technically a reason for every fight in Jujutsu Kaisen to happen, obviously within the story, but the story, okay, the fights should be a natural result of the story. If the fight was going to happen, it happens because the story demands it. If the story doesn't demand it, there should be no fights in the series at all. The
Like,
fights are a
one way
natural
to look at
extension
it
of the story.
is, like, even this might be weird to say because technically this and that, but it feels like most JJK fights are like either they're just happening because it's part of Kenjaku's master plan, or it's just happening because Mahito feels like it. You know,
Yeah. So
it's
this,
not like Naruto, even though technically Mahito has a clash of ideals with Yuji Itadori, he also just feels like killing Yuji Itadori. It's not like Naruto's fighting Sasuke because of this deeper thing going on. It just, but I mean, yeah, technically the only reason Pain's fighting Naruto is because of, just to capture the Biju. But like, it feels like there's more to it, even though technically maybe there isn't. It doesn't feel the same.
so it feels like the fights aren't natural. It feels like that's again something we're just going along with. So this goes beyond just fights. In any story, if it's not necessary for the story, it should be removed. If it doesn't drive the story
Yeah, I
forward,
mean,
it should be removed from the story.
so it's not exactly the same, but like a lot of the fight. Okay, so on one hand, a lot of the fights in JJK just happen. Is one way to look at it. It's
Yeah.
just like the two people walked into the room, and it's like, oh, well, I do need to fight you, so I will. Um, this isn't the best comparison, but I was like, honestly, it's kind of like some of the Edo Tensei fights where it's just like,
Sure.
even though in some cases, like Asuma and Team Shikacho, that's Kabuto specifically picking their sensei, but some of them are just like Kinkaku and Ginkaku versus Dari. They just, yeah, they came from the cloud, but they kind of just happened to walk into each other. And the mastermind Kabuto is like making this happen as part of his plan, but like Darui has no reason to fight Kinkaku and Ginkaku other than the fact that they just need to.
And
Like,
then the audience doesn't have a reason to care. The same way that we don't care about Tenten versus Kakuzu. It's cool. I understand why they're fighting, but they don't need to fight.
yeah, like you get why they're fighting for the plot reasons, and the fight itself, especially in JJK, usually is really freaking cool, and I love their abilities and all this shit. But it doesn't have the same meaning. Like I'll say Choji versus Asuma is more meaning than obviously, Kakashi versus Amayuri Ringo or something like.
Yeah.
But
So like for
you know what I
example,
mean? Like that's probably the best comparison.
I'm not using this as a critique to say I wish the fights didn't happen. Like I'm glad Itadori and Todo fought Hanami, but why did they fight Hanami? I don't know. The author just flipped a coin one day. Because why not? Because it's cool. Because that's the precedent.
I mean, in the plot, the reason they fought is literally just to be a distraction. But like,
Yeah,
yeah,
they're
I mean,
taking in fact
it's literally it's literally as small as that. It's just, and there's something wrong with that. But like, some of the fights just, I mean, to be fair, especially in season 1 in particular, I'm gonna focus on season 1 for a minute. A lot of the fights are kind of just like, trying to think of all the art. I mean, some of it is just random missions. It's just like they go to the land of waves and they go to the land of tea, except within the land of waves, there's way less story. You remember that the detention center curse? It's like, well, he's not Zapazan Haku. obviously. There's not as much to him as that. The one in the brothers and the same detention center curse in the final arc. Yeah, they're not Gara or Zabuza Haku or even the Land of Tea. What's this Aobi Roka show has more story with Idate than these curses do for anyone to fight for any reason. It's just like it lacks a connection. Now in Shibuya, there's more connection because of Mahito, but I mean, Dagon versus Naobito, Nanami, and Maki, and eventually Megami. That's cool. I like the fight. It doesn't have a narrative deeper impact behind it, though. It just is. They ran into Dagon. They ran into him.
In fact, this is a little bit disingenuous. You could argue stuff like that holds the story back because it's instead of driving the story forward, it's elongating it needlessly. So, for example, the Todo and Itadori versus Hanami, getting away from that Dagon example, you can give it for the Dagon example afterwards. But like technically, that arc is the training arc about the school exam or whatever. What is it? The tournament fight thing?
Sister school exchange event.
Yeah, they're going to. I forget what they're doing. They're going to try and claim a prize,
dude.
Or they're just fighting. The point is that's what the arc is about. At the midpoint, the arc is invaded.
Exams, kind of.
Yeah, it's like Konoha Crush. In this case, though, it's adding a random fight for the sake of it, for no reason. So Hanami fighting doesn't have to do with Itadori either trying to complete his exam at the school or to stop. Again, this is where it gets a little bit disingenuous, but Itadori fighting Hanami has nothing to do with stopping the invaders. Because the conflict there is the invaders putting the barrier around Jujutsu High and then invading and then doing whatever their plan is. And the point is they're trying to stop them from doing that. Itadori fighting Hanami isn't directly stopping them from doing that. It's just a side fight, if anything, with the main character. It's like the main fight, though.
I mean, yes and no, because on one hand, yeah, it doesn't stop them because their true objective was completely different. I mean, that was the point. The point was really just to be a trick. But yeah, technically, it didn't matter if they stopped Hanami, other than the fact that Hanami could just kill them all.
This is only kind of close in concept, but it's almost like in Naruto, if in the Konoha Crush arc. Imagine if Shino versus Kankuro had so much emphasis on it that it would be considered the main fight of the arc.
That would be really funny.
I know.
I mean, to be fair, though, Hanami's fight is the only fight, though. Like, there isn't another fight to focus on. It just is that fight.
Well, there's more. I guess
there's Gakuganji versus the coat hanger dude, but we definitely don't want that to be the focus. So,
but you get what I'm trying to get.
Between those two up,
like Itadori is just fighting Hanami. It's not relevant to the story being told to either half of this arc.
Yeah, because there's no like story behind Hanami and Yuji. I mean, realistically, yeah, I mean, it was just to make Yuji stronger.
Yeah,
that's the
introduce Black Flash, all that.
Because you could say it's a little bit of a build-up for Geto and Mahito, because they're kind of like the behind-the-scenes guys here. But like, the focus is on Hanami. That's literally just so that Todo can train Yuji to be stronger.
In fact, this could be a hot take. You could argue Gojo having revealed Hollow Purple here is a bad thing because it ruins the reveal for hidden inventory, even though it's a flashback.
It's funny. I actually went back and watched it. I didn't realize at first that he used Hollow Purple. At first, I thought he just used blue, but I rewatched it, and yeah, he actually does use Hollow Purple.
Okay. That is just as bad as me not realizing Geto. It's the same concept. You cannot get... Okay, Geto is admittedly a bigger thing, but it's the same concept.
But the difference is I didn't see the name Hollow Purple and remember the name Hollow Purple and think it's a different Hollow Purple. Like, my memory was just wrong. I just remembered it
Okay, but
being blue.
I
And it
didn't
was
remember
not blue.
Ghetto because he's just some random movie fodder. He's not even relevant.
No, but if no, it's not the same though, because if I just like thought Gato had a different name, like it was Garo or Galo or
Oh
something
god.
close, and I just got the name wrong, it would be different. But no, it's not the same.
You know
But
what?
yeah, I actually forgot that he used Hollow Purple on Hanami there.
Agree to disagree. I think it's just as bad.
Anyway,
Okay.
um, yeah, but it is fair though. It is interesting, yeah, because I think the reveal of Hollow. I mean, it could go either way. I could see a pro and con to both, so I won't say it's objectively bad, but
Okay.
interesting to think about it.
Yeah, so this is also a slightly different part of here. So the story the author is trying to tell takes a backseat as the shonen elements that comprise the story are forced into the foreground. So this is more than just the fights. Do you agree with that? That the shonen elements?
Wait, which
So,
part?
so I think the story should be comprised of shonen elements. Rather, it feels like we're being shown the shonen elements that comprise the story.
Well, so I totally get what your concept is there. Um, it's just it's another way of essentially saying like it should be a story that has fights versus a bunch of fights that has some story.
Yeah.
But it's like I agree with the idea in the sense that I think JJK lacks as much oomph to the story in relation to its fights. But I don't think it's like, there's like, it's not like to the extreme. It almost sounds more extreme when you put it the way you do. But I get what your concept is, and I agree with the
Yeah,
concept.
I'm going from
You
the
just
blunt,
might be
uncaring,
over
objective
exaggerating for the
screenwriting
sake of saying
perspective.
it in a good way. But
Yeah, I'm going from the harsh. I'm just gonna tell you how it is as a screenwriter's perspective. Like I'm not trying to be friendly
exactly.
or nice
So
with
like,
this. Yeah.
yeah, and in practice, I feel like it's close. It's like you're almost at the mark, but not quite hitting it, is how I view JJK. I don't think it's like, you didn't even try. There's just nothing there. No, I think it's that there's something there, and it could have been more there than it was, is how I would look at it. But anyway, continue.
Like if I was an editor, this would be similar to the idea I would send to the author, like privately. Like these would be my
Yeah.
editor notes.
Actually, I'm very curious what you say about my rewrite for this Mitsuki video. But
I mean, from what I've seen, it seems pretty good.
oh, you'll definitely
Seems
like
all
it
right,
more
yeah.
than the actual chapter. You haven't seen all of it, but I've been liking this. That's why I was
Okay.
trying to make this done like for a couple days, like 2 days ago. But at this point, I'm gonna take an extra day. Like I want this to. Originally it was one paragraph, and I just decided, like, honestly, I'm just gonna make this like the main part of the video. Just make it more. I'm like adding in all the narrative nuances and shit. I actually like this.
I mean,
But
you know, there's
we'll see what
something
you think.
there when
But
you
anyway.
want to talk about it because it's exciting. Not just to you, but because it's just exciting, because you want to show other people, because you know it's going to be exciting to other people, not just you. That's how
Yeah,
you know there's
exactly.
something there. Yeah. So I gave my case for the Hanami example. The Dagon example is much easier if you wanted to give your case for that, or we could just move on.
I mean, yeah, I mean, like the Dagon one is like I said, it's similar to Hanami in the sense that, well, of course they're gonna fight because Dagon's on the enemy side. He's going to kill humans, blah blah blah. But it's like there's no. I don't think that always needs to be narrative meaning, because there's no narrative meaning really behind Naruto versus Kakuzu, which I think is the weakest Akatsuki fight
Yeah,
narratively anyway.
there's implied
Um,
meaning. There
but
definitely is narrative meaning, but
there is. That's what I was gonna say.
it's
There
a bit
are
of a
some
stretch.
stuff there.
Yeah, it's
Naruto
all
needs to
about
essentially prove to
interpretation.
himself. Yeah, like Naruto needs to prove to himself basically that he's on Sasuke's level in a sense. Like there's a reason why he wants to fight Kakuzu by himself and all that. And obviously Kakuzu wants to capture Naruto. Of course, they're gonna fight. But like compared to the other Akatsuki fights, it's not the same as Hidan versus Shikamaru. But hell no, Dagon versus freaking Naobito is not the same as Hidan versus Shikamaru either. Like, it's just it's random.
Yeah.
We don't, especially Dagon, because Dagon gets, unfortunately, the least focus out of all the disaster curses. Like he's just there in the background, up until this fight.
Now, I will say this idea does sort of sound contradictory to what we were saying earlier about the final episode. I still agree with both this and the fact that I don't think Geto needed to fight the blonde woman, but I think they needed to have the why, the battle of the dreams. They didn't need a physical fight, but they still needed that confrontation that we never really got. They talked because they just did, but the plot didn't demand it.
Yeah, it's kind of like it. Yeah, so the best way, I'm trying to figure out how I can put this into words, but it's a similar concept to where they just showed up into a room, and because they ran face to face, of course they were going to quote unquote fight, in this case, just talk about their ideals, but nothing was like building towards. It's not like, no, I know it doesn't need to be like Sasuke versus Itachi, where the half the series builds up to that fight, but there's just nothing leading towards it. Naruto versus Gaara, Naruto versus Neji, that's a good one. That shit built up literally just Neji versus Hinata until what, like 10 chapters later they're fighting. It's not long. It's a quick, but you get something trending in that direction.
Yeah.
Why Naruto specifically wants to fight Neji, why Neji specifically is picking on Naruto now. Like, you have the why on both angles. Freaking, it's, yeah, you technically have the why for Dagon versus Naobito and shit, but that would be the same as Naruto, um Shikamaru versus Kin, or Saku versus Shino. That fight is just a fight. They are the assigned matches in the Chunin exams. It's a cool fight. There is literally no narrative meaning behind the fight, really, for the most part. You know what I mean? It just is happening.
And
Kankuro versus Mizumi. How about that? There's no narrative thing behind it. It's just Kankuro's stronger. He's the powerful guy. Watch out for him.
yeah.
It's not the same as Naruto versus Neji. Dagon versus these guys is like Kankuro versus Mizumi. It's just happening.
Well, actually, I kind of respect Kishimoto for entirely skipping Tenten versus Tamari in the manga. That's what I'm talking about. If the fight's not necessary, you can just skip it. You don't need it at all. Like, just the fact that it's acknowledged that it happened and we get what we need for it, we see that Tenten is strong.
And I think, like,
Or Tamari, I mean.
I won't say that you need to skip Dagon versus Naobito and stuff. Like, you could have everything, but just maybe, I don't remember how long it was in the manga versus the anime, but maybe just move through it quicker is all you need to do. You just need to establish Dagon's strength, and then Jogo by comparison, and Toji by comparison. Really,
yeah, I don't
is
think
the
you
point
need,
there.
I don't. What I'm saying isn't to skip it. That's sort of going along the same ridiculous ideology that Geto had. But you need to have a reason for it to be there. So for all these fights, we'll get into this probably another time. But like, I'm looking at the when, where, why, how, for what purpose does each character, what drives them, what motivates them, what are they hoping to gain out of this fight, why fight instead of talk or anything else they could do, etc., etc. When I look at the blonde girl versus Geto here, why does she show up here but not anywhere else? Why is she showing up here now instead of being here the whole time? Where's Yuta? Why isn't he here? Etc. etc. I'm sure we might get some of that later. But the point is, it's not just the when or where. It's all these different things.
So, yeah, I feel you on that, because Yuki is, it's like, you don't actually really know, like, yeah, you vaguely get, like, she doesn't go on missions, she does what she wants to do, but like, yeah, why didn't she do anything until this moment? Like, what did she just not know until this moment? Did she, like, in 5 minutes just like patch up all this shit when she heard Gojo was sealed? Like, what, where has she been and why? What's she doing? Yuta, we do have an answer. I don't get the why behind the answer. I don't think you know the answer yet, and it's not really a big deal if you want me to just tell you. But like, we do know why he wasn't there, but it's like, why was he doing what he was doing is what I'm asking. I don't really know. But
yeah, it's just not natural.
Anyway,
she comes in when the author wants her to, not because the story demands it, not because of this or that. She just does whenever it's convenient, which is all Jujutsu Kaisen is. That's my biggest complaint. It's too convenient. There's no reason or explanation given.
I think that's probably fair.
She doesn't have to show up at all. She just does. We weren't expecting it. there was no reason for her to show up, etc., etc.
Yeah, it was cool,
Yeah,
but
she
yeah,
didn't
I
even
agree. There
really
was no
do anything.
reason. There was no reason for us to expect. There was no build up towards it. It just happened, and oh, that's cool. Yuki finally returned, but like
Yeah, it's one of
she could
those
have returned at any
things
point,
to
and
where
it would
we're
have
just
been
going
cool.
along with it. Like, oh, that
Yeah,
happened. Okay.
as another small thing, um, I think it's fine to say this. So I don't know if you noticed, but like Yuki was saying in the episode, like, I need to buy time for LaRue to move, to do like that's her ally. Do you remember who that is?
Yeah,
Probably not.
I know who she is, but I don't remember if there's something important that I'm not
No, who
remembering.
LaRue is.
No, yeah, it's her ally or whatever. I
Yeah,
know
so
who
it's
it is, but I don't know who that is.
okay. Yeah, so it's if you recall in any point of JJK or the movie, the guy who has like the hearts and diamonds on his chest, kind of like Hisoka, the
Is it
big
the
buff
African
guy,
guy?
part of Gato's crew. Not the African guy, but the other guy who looks like he's as strong as him because he's jacked. But um,
I don't remember the other guy.
he's got like the hearts on his
The
chest.
the African guy I have heard spoilers about, so I know about him. From what I hear, he's cool. But yeah.
Well, you just have to see him in the movie to know he's cool. But
No, I think it's at the end of it they have an after credit scene, and I got the explanation for that scene.
What were you talking about the end of the movie?
Yeah, there's an after credit scene.
Yeah, there is. That's where uh Yuta is with Miguel in like some other country, in his country, which I guess yeah, because you already know that, I can tell you, yeah, that's where Yuta is, out of the country.
Yeah. And I
I
think
don't
they
really
say
get
Africa?
why. He's just like researching something or something, but it's kind of vague. But
Okay.
anyway, though, that's a separate point. Okay, LaRue though is the jacked guy with like the hearts on his chest, who when in the flashback of Mimiko, Nanako, and the other Gato people arguing about what to do, he's the one who just screams, and then it like makes a bunch of cracks and like blows up the ground or whatever the hell. He looks like he's strong. That's LaRue. That's Yuki's ally. We don't. This guy is just off screen. Like, what? I don't get it, dude. He seems really strong. Like he might be. He could be cool and important, like Miguel. He's not that important, but he could be cool at least and strong. And he's partnered with Yuki. But like, we don't even see him ever again. What happened to him?
He should have been as important as this other unimportant character. That's just so bad.
Yeah, exactly, dude. Like, come on, like at least make him Miguel level of unimportant. I will say actually, that's probably a common complaint people have with JJK is there's so many people that you might be interested in that might seem cool, and it's just like they're just irrelevant, and you're just like, like.
Yeah, we'll get into the characters that we like later on, but yeah.
I like a lot of characters. I mean, honestly, I like most of the cast.
But like when we're talking about, all the characters are likable. But like, do I like Mozuko? It's a different thing. Like just because I like a character doesn't mean I'm
I can't.
necessarily rooting
I
for
wish
them.
you caught up to the manga so I could bring up something else. Because there's something I want to say, but like you're not caught up in the manga, so I don't want to say too much.
Well, I'll put it this way: just because I like a character doesn't mean, how should I say it, that I'm invested in them, that I'm rooting for them, that I want them to win, that I want to see them. Like, I like Megumi, I like Nobara, but I don't care about them. I think that's a good way of saying it.
That's fine. But like I think for the like thing is it's like I want to see more of them. I want more to happen with them because I like them a lot of times. Especially if like in this case of LaRue, I don't really have a reason to like him, honestly, but it was enough there that I'm just like, I wish something else, like, could he do something? Like I want him to.
Let me put it this way. I can like Gojo, or I guess Megumi is a better example, or Nobara. I like Nobara. But when I see Nobara come on screen, that doesn't give me a reason to pay attention. If Jogo comes on screen, I will actively pay more attention.
Yeah, so like obviously so part that just gets into importance. I like Nobara. Um I'm not like butthurt over her death. I didn't like her so much that it devastated. It's not Gato where I was like, oh man, I'm like actually really kind of upset that he died. Like for real. Um and likewise, yeah, I like Nobara. I'm not like, oh my god, eyes glued on the screen because she shows up. Um Now, in the case of like Mahito or even Todo, I think is a better example for this. I actually am more so like hyped, ready to pay attention because I know Todo, whether you like his abilities or not, whether you think he's funny or not, Oodie, I think he's hilarious. And I do love watching him fight, and he entertains the shit out of me. Of course, I'm going to pay attention. Like,
That's what I'm.
yeah.
That's one of the things I'm
He
talking
gave
about.
me something to pay attention to. Nobara doesn't really give me something to pay attention to. I just generally like her.
Yeah, but I wouldn't say that Todo is the most important character either. But like, same with Naruto characters.
He's
Kimimaro
not.
isn't the most important character, and in Shippuden, Suigetsu isn't the most important character. But they're some of my favorites. I pay attention when Suigetsu's on
Exactly.
screen because because I care about Suigetsu.
Yeah. And I think Todo Might Guy's a good example. I think Might Guy's the best comparison for Todo in most ways.
Sure.
Like personality, what the way he amps Eugene. So he's a good comparison person. Might Guy isn't really the most important character, but you bet your ass he demands your attention because he does do some important things, and he's just freaking entertaining. He's so entertaining that you can't help but pay attention.
That's a
And
great way of putting it. I
yeah,
think how I would put it, you can like a character, but that's different from liking watching a character. Megami, for example, is
yes.
boring.
Like
I like
like
him, but I don't
Nobara.
like watching
Nobara
him.
seems like she'd be a fun friend. Yeah. Nobara seems like she'd be a nice friend. I don't care too much about watching her.
Yes.
Todo, I care about watching because he's freaking entertaining.
The thing with Todo, this goes back to the shonen elements I was talking about when I'm referring to shonen elements, not necessarily meaning fights. For example, the shonen element of Todo is what's your type? I wouldn't classify that as a character quirk. I would classify that as only existing in JJK because it's a shonen.
I mean,
It doesn't
I
make
just
him
realized
unique or
I think Toto
interesting.
got that from Yuki. From Yuki.
Yeah, he did.
Because I was
mean,
thinking about it. I was like,
what
the
do you
only other
mean?
person who does this is Yuki.
That's by far the most
I was
obvious
gonna say, he absolutely
example ever. What do you mean?
I know. I was gonna say like. Well, I was thinking. I was like, yeah, they're the only two that do that. He obviously got that from Yuki.
Wow, did you know Kakashi got the scum thing from Obito too? That probably just blew your mind with that one.
Yeah. Okay, but at least that one you'll love this one. That one actually tells and shows you that. Like it makes it part of the story that he got it from Obito.
Exactly.
Todo just it's not mentioned. It's just you happen to know. You just have to like think about it for a second. Maybe it's it's obvious enough, but like if you're not it's not the story doesn't demand you to like pay attention to that fact.
Yeah, like Kakashi's one is more serious. It's not funny, but hypothetically, if it was funny,
No, even like Kakashi just being late. We know he got that from Obito, but there's a deeper meaning behind it that demands your attention.
There's a reason
Todo
for it to
getting
exist.
it from Yuki is kind of just there. In Todo's case, it's more part of his personality. I don't know. It's weird, but
Funny enough,
it's not the same.
It's almost like retroactive subtext to where you're viewing the subtext as if it's the main text, but the main text is actually hidden later on in the story in the more generalization bigger story. Does that make sense?
That was such a confusing sentence, but
But I think you get the idea. Like, Kakashi's
Anyway.
being late, but you don't know why he's being late. Why he's being late is the subtext. It's looking back where you realize it, which is why it's retroactive subtext.
Exactly.
I think JJK does a lot of
I thought
retroactive
you were talking about JJK
storytelling.
at first, and that's what was confusing me.
No, because I think JJK also does a lot of retroactive storytelling to where it tells the story and explains it afterwards. But like the explanation doesn't work for the moment that happens in the first place. Like, if they explain afterwards why Yuta isn't there, well, that doesn't work in the Shibuya arc when I'm wondering where Yuta is.
Yeah.
Or the blonde girl, it doesn't explain
Well,
why
to
she's
be
there.
fair though,
She just shows up.
Yuta's case, you already kind of know from the prequel JJK0, that he's out of the country. So there is that, but yeah.
But like with Noritoshi Kamo, oh, he was the big bad guy pulling the strings all along. That includes in season 1. But that doesn't change how I viewed Geto in season 1. Like, it's just going along with it retroactively. Like, when I go
Yeah,
back and rewatch Geto
especially
in
because well,
season 1,
Gato in
there's
season one
nothing
doesn't
there.
do anything. The thing about Gato in season one is he doesn't do anything to make you think he's not the real Gato. So that when you look back, it just is Kenjaku that would have worked just fine as Gato. In fact, obviously
Yeah.
we know Kenjaku got Gato's memories, but it being Gato made sense because it explains why he knows all these things and what to do and shit.
Yeah. Again,
Um,
it's the difference between foreshadowing and rewatchability. There's no rewatchability. It's regardless of the foreshadowing. I'm not
yeah.
gaining anything from a second
What was it?
viewing. I don't need to watch it again.
Yeah. I was about to say something, but I forgot.
There's no more
Shit.
clear perspective upon a rewatch.
What were you saying before the Gato thing?
Toto with the shonen elements of the Who Is Your Type.
No. Okay, after
The
that, but
blonde
like
girl
right
or
before you said
Yuta.
the Gato thing.
The blonde girl or Yuta, why they're not there. It's explained after the fact.
Okay,
The same way
maybe.
Noritoshi
Oh
Kamo
yeah, now I
is.
remember. Okay, when you watched the sister school event and you saw like Kamo versus Megami, did you think that Kamo was kind of being set up to be like remotely important?
I remember the fight, but I don't remember who Kamo is.
The guy who has his eyes closed all the time and he uses blood manipulation like
Oh, the
Choso.
arrow guy. Dude, he might
Yeah.
be the most boring character in all of Jujutsu Kaisen to me. Most
So
cliche,
if I was saying
bland
this because
character.
you see in Shibuya how unimportant he was.
Yeah.
I felt like during that fight, like I felt like in the sister school exchange event that Todo and Kamo were like the two strong guys of Kyoto school. Like those were the two like um Kamo was the one who was on the principal's side. He was gonna assassinate Yuji like he wanted. Toto was the wild card who didn't give a shit about that. But they were like the two strongest. But like Kamo hasn't done shit, bro.
Yeah,
He doesn't do anything.
it's the C story
Like
characters coming
I'm
in
just
to
like like
resolve their arc when they shouldn't have one in the first place. It's The Walking Dead does the same thing. In season 8, they had to include, I know you don't know what this means, but they had to include Oceanside in the finale just to resolve their narrative arc when Oceanside should have never existed in the first place. Because Oceanside was
yeah,
meant
because I feel
to
like
act as
Kamo.
like a supportive to the A story or B story, which it did, but then it sort of became its own thing, which it never should have been. It should have been an extension or a tool for the A story.
Yeah, I feel like one complaint I might have with JJK is making me feel like someone should be. There should have been more to people than there was. Like,
Wasted potential.
actually, big complaint because I know a lot of people say that about certain things. Let's just be vague, but like a lot of like LaRue is a silly example where I just got like not everyone's gonna get that feeling, but I got this inkling of a feeling like he could have been at least somewhat more than he was. Kamo felt like there would be more to him than there is, and that's the truth for a lot of characters. A lot of characters I feel like it's just is like okay, that's it. Like I was expecting more. Yeah, actually, for a lot of characters, I feel like a lot. Yeah, JJK is carried by its likability and like general intrigue in certain things.
Yeah. Because I mean, obviously, if it
Um,
wasn't for that, I wouldn't watch it. It sounds like you might not either.
yeah, I don't think the story of JJK outside of the Gato stuff is that strong. but I do like it.
Yeah. Like, here's my question, Kamui. If you weren't a YouTuber, would you have read the JJK manga?
Well, no, I never would even heard of it.
I'm
It's
assuming
the only
like
reason I heard of it.
under the
Hunter x Hunter.
hypothetical to where you just like stumbled across it on Netflix one day, the anime.
I wouldn't. No, I wouldn't have watched it because I would if before I became a YouTuber, I wouldn't have watched anything but Naruto and Boruto.
But I mean, just like
Period.
hypothetically, it was
The only reason I
on.
watched the
It,
only reason I watched JJ okay, two things. The only reason I watched JJK is because so many people told me to. And then B, when it comes to the manga specifically, like beyond the anime, um, I was definitely interested in it for YouTube purposes, but I by that point got interested enough to keep reading. Like not because the story is particularly deep. I just like I said, it's carried by likability. I am like wanting the next chapter. Oh, there's a 2 week hiatus. Oh, I wish it was only 1 week. Like I do feel that way, but not the same way I do for the other stories because it's story wise weaker than Death Note was, but it's likable enough that I do like it and want to keep reading it.
okay, let me do what I do best and set up a silly hypothetical for you. Okay, so let's assume because you work at a
Okay.
bar, right? You work at a restaurant specifically at the bar. So let's assume that you work there full time or whatever part time. Let's assume every minute that you spend on YouTube, instead of YouTube, you just weren't a YouTuber. You spent that additional time at the bar as well. So you spent more time working at your restaurant. So let's assume
God.
one day while working at the bar, it's a slow day. They just randomly on like the TV at the bar, because I'm assuming there's a TV at your bar because there's a TV at freaking every bar, I swear.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's
Yeah,
just
there's
assume
many TVs at the
let's just assume they had Jujutsu Kaisen season 1 and they just played the whole thing, binged it from start to end over the course of one day while you're at work, like a 12-hour day or something. So it doesn't matter when, at some point in the future, on your own time outside of work, would you have watched season 2 / read the manga?
I'll say honestly, I may have because I it's so weird how on one hand, I think part of this depends on whether I watch with people because on one hand, I can be picky with these anime, but there's another hand where there's some shows like I remember
Not on
I
the
was
other hand,
watching
but
this
there is
I forget that
another hand.
so I don't remember the name of the show anymore, but I remember this show that I used to watch with someone, and it really wasn't objectively a good show. But like we were entertained watching it together, and like I did want to keep watching it with them. Like I wanted to like continue this series. I wouldn't watch it by myself, but like at least when I was with them, like I wanted to watch it.
Yeah.
So there is a chance I would have been invested. There's a chance I wouldn't have. I don't know. Um,
I know exactly
I
what you're
don't
talking about.
know.
Yeah, I'm like that with a lot of series for a lot of people as well.
Exactly. You know what I mean? So it's like
Yeah.
it's tough to say on my own what I would have like if it's with someone, I'm actually way more likely to want to keep watching it.
Yeah.
There's something about it makes you want to watch it. But by myself, I don't know what would
Honestly,
have
you're probably
happened.
going to be
But
that way with False Perfections. Like, if you were watching it on your own, I wouldn't blame you if you didn't want to watch it. But like, I would imagine you watching it with me, it'd be it'd be fun.
oh yeah, absolutely. And I'm sure I'll want to watch it even more. And I think it'll be
Yeah.
more fun to watch it with. Um
Whenever we get to
so
that in a few years, you
it's
know.
it's like maybe it's just the act of watching it with someone makes it because I will say I can watch any movie with anyone and I will probably enjoy it if I'm like
Mhm.
watching it with someone,
Yeah.
especially if it's they're a friend. Obviously, if I hate them, maybe not. But if it's by myself, there's no guarantee I'm gonna be interested at all. Like,
The only movies I'll go to by myself are the movies I know for sure I'll enjoy from a screenwriter's perspective. In fact, I prefer to watch those movies by myself so that I can absorb it as a screenwriter. For example, I specifically went out of my way to watch the new Godzilla movie this weekend. It's not really new anymore, it's like 2 months old, but I watched it finally, and it was like a 9.5 out of 10. Just watching it alone from my screenwriter's perspective, it was really good. It's a really old, it feels like an old movie too. It's like all black and white. It's in Japanese with the English subtitles. it looks good, but like the reason it's good is because of the story, not because of the visuals or anything.
Yeah. Oh no, I thought it was because it was Japanese.
Like, I think I would have preferred to watch that movie by myself than with other people, which is rare for me.
Yeah.
But yeah.
I think it can be show dependent or movie dependent, but generally, yeah, I think I do enjoy. It just makes it more enjoyable to watch it with someone.
It's why reactions
Anyway,
are so
though,
popular, especially for
yeah.
rewatching something.
Although it doesn't necessarily need to be like I need to majorly react to the movie with them. Although when I go to a movie theater, like I'll crack jokes and say things or point out like, oh, I think this is gonna happen. Like, I'll do that. But like I don't. It doesn't need to be a major reaction. Like I don't need to pause the film, say my bit and shit.
Yeah. Like for the
Although I will,
Godzilla.
depending on the person, because depending on the person, it's funny when I do that, like we do when we react on videos. But it depends.
Well, for example, for the Godzilla movie, there's not a lot of rewatchability to it. I wouldn't watch it by myself again. I'm satisfied with it. It's a really good movie. I enjoyed my experience with it. What if I'm using my free time, I'm not choosing to spend my time rewatching the movie. If it's on, I'll rewatch it, sure. But like, I would be excited though to rewatch it with someone else who's never seen it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, and I can definitely see the difference with that.
Yeah. Okay. I think we've exhausted this paragraph all
Continuing your script,
weekend.
though.
There are only 22 pages left. All right. So only JoJo Bizarre Adventure.
Jogo.
Only JoJo Bizarre Adventure fans can like Jujutsu Kaisen. It's just not for me, and that's okay. Not every series is for everyone, and JoJo is unwatchable. Let's be honest, JJK is made for power scalers, and the author knows exactly who they're targeting to in the marketing of the manga.
Yeah, that's what I was saying with that. Is I do think that's what I was trying to get at with. I think it is more geared towards that type of person. They don't have to necessarily be a power scaler on YouTube, but like it does feel like it's more in line with those people than it is with someone who would want to watch Death Note. Of course, there can be overlap, but
For the record, I have JoJo as my 100 worst anime of all time, out of 111, and I have Jujutsu Kaisen. Where is it? At a 44. So it's in the good. It's in the good category. Because, like, good, mid, bad, unwatchable. So I'm not comparing it to JoJo in terms of quality. Comparing it to in terms of fan base.
So wait a minute. Where did you have Attack on Titan again?
38, specifically only because of season 4.
Okay. Because I was gonna say I thought you had Attack on Titan way lower.
I did. Yeah, it was at like 70 something, if not lower. Same with Jujutsu Kaisen.
So you moved it up recently?
Yeah. In fact, I should probably move Jujutsu Kaisen down. It should not be that high, really.
I was gonna say, because it feels like, yeah, I was gonna say that's actually your entry surprised me.
Because I'm not basing it based on necessarily what I like. That plays a part of it, but it's also based on like like you said, the likability carries it, which is a problem. But it brings it up on this list because of that. Like the production value, it has beautiful compositing, etc., etc.
Exactly, and it's like I want to take it away, like that if that makes it good, it makes it good. But that doesn't mean it doesn't lack in areas that could have made it from good to perfect. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like,
in fact, I think Chainsaw Man, which I have as a 98, I finished it today actually. I might stay at a 98. It might go up a little bit. I like the later half way, way, way more than the early half because I sort of figured out the point of the series. In fact, let me just rank it now. But this, I think,
I only
as
watched
well.
episode 1, and I said,
Ironically, I think I might. Yeah, no, I completely understand that. The later half of the series doesn't even involve like anything from episode 1. It involves completely different characters with serious like backstories and everything, doing actual serious things, which is completely different. It's crazy. It's like comparing Naruto episode 3 to Obito's backstory.
Yeah, I get that, but it's like you gotta like. I don't like the idea of a story where they say, "Don't worry, it gets good." It's
Yeah.
like I don't want to watch a season of mid just to get to good. I want to feel like it's good from the get-go. It's fine if I think a story is good in episode 1 and you don't. That's fine. But I personally I need to feel like it's good from the get-go or I'm never going to watch it. I'm not going to care to watch it. Jujutsu Kaisen was borderline. Like it was enough for me to keep watching, but it wasn't enough for me to like say, "Oh, I'm watching this above all else."
I think I will rank this. Oh god, I keep going lower and lower. Maybe I'll rank Chainsaw Man right above Diamond of Ace at place 81. Ace of the Diamond. Yeah, okay. Good enough. So it moved, yeah, it moved up a couple places. There you go. But the reason I mentioned Chainsaw Man in the first place is because the obvious of the overlap between Chainsaw Man fans and Jujutsu Kaisen, which I think is very telling.
Very interesting. I mean, like I said, I haven't seen enough of Chainsaw Man, but
It's similar in ways that you can imagine.
like power scaling, like wise though,
Yeah,
even
and the
like 'cause
shonen
I
elements
know
like
I
Toto.
oh
Yeah, you know where I'm going with that.
that's funny.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. But
It's just weird. Like I said, I haven't seen enough. I do know, isn't Makima a Chainsaw Man character?
yeah. So funny enough.
Yeah, I see so many power scaling videos
Oh my
related to
god.
her that makes me think like, okay, there has to be something, but it's so weird just to imagine like, what there's a better chainsaw man. Like there's some they got bigger chainsaws. I can't imagine what it is that they do
Well, actually,
because I haven't seen it up.
I think the premise of One Punch Man ruins the show, but the show is great. So obviously the idea of One Punch Man is like he's so strong, he one punches every enemy. So that's
Yeah,
not, you haven't seen it though, have you?
no, but I know that much.
Okay. So that's
I
not
heard it's
the
funny.
idea. There's no conflict with the main character. With the enemies, the conflict is with himself because he's powerful but he wants an actual fight. So it's not he doesn't have hacks. It's not just he has an ability that's like one punch any enemy. It's he can't control his own strength. So he's fast, he's strong, he's durable, he has infinite stamina, etc., etc. For no, it's just ridiculous. The reasoning is just because basically, but like it's fine because that's the comedy aspect of it. But what makes One Punch Man good isn't the main character or his dilemma or whatever. It's removing the main character because it has like it's the juxtaposition between the unseriousness of the main character and the absolute epitome of the seriousness of the world around him. So the world around him is completely serious. It's treating it like any other drama anime, but the main character is just so goofy that it doesn't matter. But like the conflict comes from when the main character is removed from the story, essentially. Like, say the main character is sleeping or at the grocery store or whatever, and across the town, it's that danger element that I was talking about in Dragon Ball. Because the side characters aren't the main characters. So they are realistically power scaled, and they are in dangerous, dramatic situations to where they can die. And because the main character is not there, that's what the real story is sort of focused on. It's like the main character ends the story, every single story, so to speak. Every arc, the main character
Yeah.
comes in and ends it. But outside of the main character, you have the rest of the arc.
That's kind of funny.
But again, I think it's really good because it removes the main character, which makes it better. Oh my god, I just love it because I love it because the main character's
Where
not
do you have it
there.
ranked?
One Punch Man specifically, season 2, in my opinion, was way better than season 1, even though I'm like the only one with that opinion. Oh my god, please. One Punch Man's pretty high. I have One Punch Man at 36. So there you go. And again, for reference,
So
Jujutsu
it's around
Kaisen's at
Attack on
44.
Titan level to you.
Yeah, it's better in my opinion, but yeah. It's completely different from Attack
the
on Titan,
problem
though.
though is you don't seem to have a high opinion. See, the thing is, I feel like when you say 36 and it's in the green, would make me think you like Attack on Titan, but when I listen to you talk about Attack on Titan, it doesn't sound like you like it. So,
I mean, I can move it down if that's what you're saying. Here, I'll move it down.
no, I don't want you to. But just, I was confused. I like it being in the green.
Well, again, the first 8 episodes of season 4 carry it about 40 spots up by itself.
Whatever
That's
works.
pretty much it. Yeah. Because again, it was at like a 78 or something. So
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So funny enough, when I went to talk about Jujutsu Kaisen, because this whole marketing aspect of it, what interests me most isn't talking about the narrative aspects of why it's good or bad or whatever. I just want to like make a simple like power scaling tier list based on like who's the strongest. Like that's pretty much all I wanted. Just keep it short, sweet, and simple.
Oh
with
yeah,
JJK.
no, I feel you, dude. I think that'd be fun to do with Jujutsu Kaisen, absolutely.
That's so funny. Yeah. I feel like that just goes to prove my point though. But next paragraph.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of discussion with Jujutsu Kaisen. I really feel like there's you can do good character dissections for like Gato and maybe like a Mahito villain analysis, like for his like how he does as a villain. And other than that, you have some of the current mysteries in the Culling Games arc that you might theorize about, and then the rest is just power scaling.
Yeah. Okay, I have 2 more points
You're
here.
not gonna make that many deep, and like I feel like the only analysis videos you're gonna make are on Gojo, Gato, and Mahito as a villain specifically. That's about it. I feel like nothing else is worthwhile.
I have 2 more points here that aren't specific season 1 things. Like here, obviously, I mentioned the episode 4 curse was, and yeah, I go on blah blah blah. Here's the last of like the critiques, and the second one is more of like something completely else. Or I guess this one is something else. Okay, yeah. Okay, so going on though, JJK lacks causality and has no through line. So I feel like this is a lot of what we've been saying, but a different way of saying it. So events and actions are almost entirely or completely disconjointed and random from one another. It isn't B because A, but instead A, then B. Why? Who cares, apparently. There is no care in placing a set order nor reasoning to the plot. There is no order nor structure. It's all just random, disconnected chaos.
There is an order to an extent, but to an extent, disconnected chaos. Yeah, like yeah, I get what you're saying.
Yeah,
But there is an order.
Obviously, it applies to the scenes where it applies, but it doesn't apply to the scenes where it doesn't apply. I agree. The problem is there's too many scenes where it applies to.
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
Yeah, like there's an order. Like yeah, Itadori punches Hanami. Hanami revolts backwards from the punch. Yeah, there's an order there. Like, it happens in that order. You don't reverse that order.
Yeah, I was trying to think of like a Shibuya example specifically. Like obviously the order starts with Gojo being sealed, like that stuff early, and then after that point, though, I wouldn't say there's. Well, we already discussed the order. I don't understand the order for Toji's attacks. He's supposed to fight the strongest around, and like, at its, sorry, I gotta come back to this. So first, Toji beats up, Nanami's student, Ino, and then after that point, and then he kills the granny. Shouldn't he have gone straight to Megami and Yuji, who were right there? Like, it seems like, because if he's going for the strongest around, quote unquote, like, if he's actually searching for the strongest, he would have, like, in the whole area, he would have gone straight for Kenjaku, realistically.
Well, actually,
he's not going to Dagon, and if he was just going for within the nearby area, then he would have gone for Yuji and Megami.
Funny enough, can we even consider the domain expansion the nearby area? Like,
Huh?
can we even consider a domain expansion a nearby area? Like, was the sea that Dagon brought them to, quote unquote, nearby? I know the bubble is, but like, could Toji feel through the bubble to determine that
Well,
people were even in
Toji,
there? Could Toji even get into the bubble? Because
actually,
it's implied he only got in because Megami's portal.
yeah, that in of itself is a problem,
Yeah,
actually.
I
I'm not
agree.
gonna
Yeah.
specify why. Like, you don't know, but you don't know
Oh my
why it's a
god.
problem. I won't say why, but that is actually a problem.
Well, I think he should just be
Like,
strong enough to break through. I agree. I probably don't know why, but like in season one, Itadori, I guess
I
no, it was
won't say
Itadori
why.
broke through
Okay, you're already
Mahito.
on the right track. I won't say why, but yeah, he should be able to just walk in. Like, Megami was irrelevant to that.
Yeah, Itadori broke Mahito's in season one, and Mahito is stronger than Itadori. So obviously, Toji being stronger than Dagon, he should be able to just easily break through.
Yeah, like no matter how you want to frame it, Toji didn't need Megami to get in there. He could just go. That was just like the only reason that happened was A was cool and B it was like the timing. It was just the timing. That just happens to be when Toji showed up.
The thing with Toji,
But
like autonomously going after the strongest or whatever, I get it, but it sort of seems like it's implied at some points that Toji does have consciousness, other times he doesn't. It's weird. Like he
yeah, I
talks to
agree
the
because
grandma, like
he
he is
clearly
Toji.
yeah, exactly. I agree with that because like well obviously at the ending that was pure Toji, like
Yeah.
actual Toji. Like he asked Megami like what's your name? He says Fushi, which also real quick, I still find it funny that Megami does this. A lot of characters do, but it's like if somebody asks me what's your name, I'm not going to say my last name.
That's a
It's like
Japanese
or at
thing,
least
I
he
think you
didn't even
know, but
say he didn't I know, but he didn't even say Fushiguro Megami. He just said Fushiguro. That's it. It's funny as an English reader. He didn't even say his full name. He just said his last name. But anyway, that was Toji, like actual Toji. And then he heard the answer and he's like happy and he kills himself because of it. Granted, I think Toji understands he's being controlled. Otherwise, I don't. If he was alive, I don't think he would have just killed himself. Then, but the point is, he was in control.
so this is
But
a
yeah, but like earlier in the fight, it just seems like he's just mindless. So
so back to
anyway, though, what were we saying?
Oh, right. Okay, so it's
Oh yeah,
possible that
um,
he wasn't actually autonomously going after the strongest. You could say maybe he was sensing the strongest and maybe going in that direction. It's possible that he was purposefully going after his son because that was my interpretation when he first knocked Megami out the window in the first place. He
well,
did
that's
it
what I thought.
specifically because it's
Like, you
Megami.
could just say, I mean, granted, you do have to ask why didn't he just go straight to Megami? But maybe it was like Megami left and then he just followed Megami there, and it just somehow timed up the way it did. Even though with Toji's speed, like I feel like you know what I mean. I feel like he would have been able to just get to Megami
I mean,
quicker.
you could also say it's sort of the
um,
point of Choji's character that he thought he had given up on Megami, but like he didn't really. There's like a pride thing there, etc., etc. Like he was saying this to Gojo when he was dying, and this applies to his second death as well.
yeah,
So maybe he just didn't want to confront Megami at first, but like he knew he had to. That's why he was going after him in the first place. Except
I would be
there's
fine with
enough
that. The
there.
problem is the narrator, like
I
in the
know.
manga, it has like the text that's like it's like not just a character saying something. It's like the narrator's like this is the case. In the anime,
Yeah,
it was the narrator's voice. I'm pretty sure saying he's going after the strongest around. Like they're telling us. It just means the narrator's wrong
I
in that
know.
case.
Like it's not only that it's a stretch,
So
it's that it's going against the series. But it's what should be the
yes,
case.
and that's you know, and it's like I love that Toji was brought back, but yeah, I agree that he doesn't make any sense because it's like the idea he would go after Megami character wise, that's totally good, but like it's basically I mean, it is stated he's going after the strongest around, but yet he didn't go after the strongest around. Like it's fine if you think Megami surpassed Nanami by this point, I guess, but like, yeah, he didn't seem like he. I don't know. It's like it never felt like Megumi actually did. And now Bito is blatantly way beyond Nanami. Like he was literally like supreme grade 1. Like he was like the best of grade 1 basically. And it's like no, Megumi was not that good yet.
What I really didn't like is how Megumi, I guess, didn't recognize Toji. I
That was also weird
understand, I guess, why he
because
didn't. Because, like, he abandoned him as a baby. Did he never see a picture of him? Does he just not
he
know what
didn't
his dad
abandon him
looks
as a
like?
baby though. He didn't abandon him as a
Oh,
baby
yeah,
though.
he
That's
told him
the
as he was,
problem
like,
I
what,
have.
5 or something? I forget. It's something.
Yeah, it was like making me, even if he was only like 3, like he was old enough to talk to Gojo, and he like I don't remember what age it was, but making me was old enough to be able to say, "Oh, I guess our parents just moved on." Like even if he's only 4 and he just is, like Itachi and he has a grown-up mindset, it's like he was old enough to like be like, "Hey, I guess our parents are done with us. I guess it's just us now." If he can come to that decision, he had to have been able to freaking remember his face. Like, come on. And you can't just say, "Oh, he remembers the wrong Toji." Like, I feel like Toji at that point is gonna look pretty similar. Like,
God.
like how much different did Toji look as a Fushiguro than a Zenin?
Exactly. Like, was it the black eyes really throwing him off there? Like, what was it?
Yeah, exactly. He's like, who is this guy? It's like, what do you mean?
He was like me with
Like his
Geto.
first
He
thought should
looks
have been
so
dad.
similar, but there's like this one, like it's so coincidental. He looks just like my dad, but he's clearly someone else.
Yeah, actually, I kind of want to like quickly go back to the scene. I think it's right at the end of Hidden Inventory that Gojo talks to Megami, right?
Yeah, should be like episode 5
So,
at the end of that. I think might be 6.
I think it'll be quicker if I look in the manga while you look in the anime. We'll just both look.
Oh, I have to look too. Okay, what am I looking for?
You don't have to, but I'll look in the manga
Well, I
because
will.
I have
Well,
a.
while you do that, I will say, just for continuing the stream, so speaking back on the wasted potential of everyone Toji could have fought in Shibuya, it's more than just hypothetical. Itadori literally was planning on fighting Toji. The moment Toji threw, I forget, you said his name was Ben? I forget. Nanami's student. Ino. Yeah, Ino, sure. Called him Ben. I'm so bad with the names.
It always throws me off that his name's Ino.
I know. I mean, he's blonde, so I guess that makes it easier. But anyways, the point is,
Okay, this is not the right scene.
at least in the anime, when
Oh, he says I haven't seen him in years. I don't even remember what he looks like.
God.
Okay.
When anime is when Ino's thrown off the roof in the anime, Itadori catches him, and Itadori is like trying to run up there, and Megami stops him because, quote unquote, we have to fight the person down here. I bet the person up there has already left the roof anyways. So Itadori he was planning on going to go face Toji, and Megami stopped him. So not only could we have got that, but if Megami went with him, we could have got Itadori and Megami versus Toji.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, but like, why didn't Toji just go down there anyway? If he's supposed to be an autonomous, like, that makes sense.
I mean,
like, it's Toji coming back was so freaking cool to me, and I was so happy about it. But it's like it doesn't make sense. Like, why?
Honestly, that
like his choice of targets doesn't make sense. Why didn't he go to Jogo or Mahito or Gato or Megan? Why Tagon? It doesn't make sense. Like, there's no reason for Tagon. There's no reason other than the freaking convenience because they can't beat Dagon.
Oh my god. Say whatever you want about
It's funny,
Megumi's
but like,
potential. Even with potential, I still think he should have went after Jogo. He's right there. He was hiding
I
behind the
mean,
corner.
no, but but here's the problem with even that. So even if you want to talk about Megumi's potential, Yuji's potential is hyped up just as much, and there's Sukuna in there. So why isn't he going after Yuji?
What'd be really funny is
Not only
if
that, actually, Maki's potential is high too.
oh, you know what would have actually been unironically a hype explanation for this without contradicting anything? What if Toji's automation went after himself? And because of that paradox like allowed himself to freely move however he wanted. Because if
Right.
Toji's the strongest character, Toji would go after Toji. So that's automatically happening, but that obviously doesn't do anything physically in reality. So that allows Toji to basically do
Until
whatever
the
he
end.
wants. Like that's
Toji going after Toji is so. What does that mean?
exactly well
Besides killing
exactly.
himself?
So like he would go after himself, but he's already wherever he's at, no matter where he's at. So because of that, he can essentially ignore his automation and do whatever he wants. So admittedly, there's absolutely zero reason for this to exist at all, aside from the fact that it would just
Wait,
be cool. Like it's the only way to make this work with it staying in the series instead of removing it outright.
let me actually hold on. I'm gonna go look for the specific wording
God.
for what it says about like the strongest around thing. Uh this is before Chozo fight. Okay. I can't remember did it say the strongest around thing right when he's revived or when he went after uh Dagon.
I have no idea. I thought it was. I don't know.
But yeah, no, it is still weird though because he starts off, like, who the hell do you think you're giving orders to? And then he starts to explain, like, things, and he's like, let me see if the manga like blacks out his eyes
Yeah,
after or
like his
something.
body was strong enough
Because
to override the dude's soul. To the point to where he's talking his personality,
yeah,
but it's not strong enough to override the automation. But it feels like the automation
but it's like
exists
there wasn't.
because it's
But the thing
Toji.
is, there. But the thing is, there wasn't an automation because the original expectation was just that the grandson was going to have Toji's powers and just use them as he pleased. I don't think he was meant to be automated. Like he was just supposed to like he was just gonna go kill sorcerers as part of their job.
You know
But like
what?
out of his own
Yeah, I think it could be
uh
similar to the case of Edo Itachi after he uses Koto on himself. Itachi implanted his own desire of the Koto to go stop the Edo Tensei. That's what Itachi wanted to do. But Itachi was automatically going to do that. So he was automatically doing what he
yeah.
wanted to do anyways, I guess. So he couldn't stop himself from doing what he wanted to do. So it makes sense to me that Toji would want to go after the strongest. That's just in Toji's character. So maybe that's
Yeah,
it.
like he used to be the sorcerer killer. Like that's why they're have him kill sorcerers. Yeah, I guess it's not till mid deck. Oh, God, okay.
Yeah.
Can I just
But
get the
this
full
whole
chapter realistically?
concept, you're applying it specifically to this Toji case. I apply this not to the Toji case, but it includes the Toji case. But the more encompassing idea is where anyone ever is in Shibuya. We'll get to this later as well, but it doesn't make sense where anyone is ever, and they just are where they happen to be because that's where the story wants them to be. It's wherever the author feels is the most convenient. Going back to that word again. Most of the time, it doesn't make sense. People just are wherever they are, not where they should be, not where the story demands them to be, just wherever the author decides they are for whatever
Where the
contrived
hell does it
reason.
say that he's targeting the strongest ones around? Have I found this? Can I finally find this chapter? Okay. All right, maybe this is it. Like, oh wait, his eyes are black here. Hold on. Did his eyes just turn black? Or is that just for one panel?
No, his eyes were black like the whole time. What do you mean?
No! And not in the manga, at least.
Weird.
Okay, yeah. Weird, yeah. His eyes are black here when he shows up versus Dak. Oh, hold on.
That could be an error.
I don't know. Yeah, because hold on. I'm gonna look through each of these chapters now. Let's look at when he appears in 109. This is when he pops into the domain. Are his eyes black here?
By the way, we're at like 4.5 hours.
Well, in this panel, his eyes are white, but they're like behind. It's like he turned his eyes behind his head, but they're white. They just turn black in chapter 110 when he shows up versus Dagon. Now from here, his eyes are just black.
By the
And
way,
it says,
we've been really bad about reading Dari Shikage's comments. But anyways.
so, okay, I'm wondering if it has to do with the granny's death. We'll get to his comments in a second, but I'm wondering if it has to do with the granny's death. Because it says Granny Ogami's seance technique doesn't end with her death, but it's not supposed to last forever. It was supposed to end when the cursed energy of her grandchild ran out. However, from the start, her grandchild's soul, which had already been overridden by Toji Zenni's physical body, did not possess cursed energy. In addition, that body did not consume cursed energy. Therefore, the event that should have brought about the technique's end can never came to pass because Toji doesn't have cursed energy anyway.
Yeah, so it's doing the thing to where if you explain the plan, it's because the plan is going to go wrong. Otherwise, you wouldn't have explained it. So it's telling you what was supposed to happen because that's not what happened.
Yeah. And it says Toji Zenny would fight instinctually until the vessel broke. He'd become a puppet of carnage, bearing his fangs. Does it not say to the strong? Oh, there, toward the strongest around. But I don't know.
To me, that also
I guess it's just
it sets up the possibility in the
after
viewer's
he
mind
killed the
of his
granny.
defeat as well. He's not invincible; he can be killed. So later on, when he takes his own life, it makes sense to the viewer. I feel like this sets up that moment in a way.
Wait, say that again.
I don't want to.
Sorry, this is not no. The author clearly meant to do this because I'm looking at this shit and like very clearly Toji's eyes were white. Multiple chapters here.
I mean,
Like
it could
there's
just be
no
a
way around
long-running
it.
mistake. I could imagine it being an easy mistake to make. What if he's like referencing the previous chapter, like, oh yeah, they were white. They're supposed to be white. And then he realized later on, oh wait.
Also, I'm confused. Where's the chapter when
When
no, maybe I'm just reading it backwards, that's why. Maybe he it's after he beats Ino that he like starts to take over. Okay.
yeah.
All right. So when the grandchild's in control, clearly has white eyes. Then in the next chapter, when Toji takes over, he still clearly has white eyes. Kills the grandma, still with white eyes.
Oh crap.
Then we don't see him again.
Okay, look for that. I'm
And
gonna
then we see him
go
again.
take my protein ice cream out of the freezer. I forgot to do that earlier.
I didn't make my shake, but yeah, no, I don't know what's up with the eye change. I guess I might as well check the anime while I'm at it and see. Oh wait, I'm in the wrong season. Yeah, I think the narrator's just wrong. Like there's no other way around it. The narrator is wrong. Can I see Toji? He's first being revived. Got my eyes for now. Oh my god, dude. What the heck? Where's the scene of freaking Ino being beat up by Toji? Why am I having so much trouble finding it? Oh my god. Okay. What the heck? This is just a freaking bro. This is the stupid old guy fighting him. Okay, there we go. Okay. Yeah, he's got white eyes. Okay, he's beating him up. Okay. Why does he kill stupid grandma? This stomach. What the hell? He
You
absolutely
found
has
what
to.
you were looking for?
Well, kind of. I found him beating up Ino, and he has white eyes, absolutely here. But what I'm looking for is when he kills the grandma. It does not appear to be in this episode,
Imagine it's
which
anime
means it must be the
only.
next episode. No, I found it in the manga, so now I'm trying to find it in the anime. This is not me. This is Mei. Like, bro, like, okay, there.
Who's
Jesus,
your
okay.
least favorite character? If you have one off the top of your head.
I don't know if I have a least favorite where I'm just like, oh my god, I hate them.
For me, it's Mei. We'll get into it later. Other time.
Well, I can understand why.
Yeah.
I don't. Uh, I don't know
Okay.
who I dislike the most.
Well,
I have to think about it.
even though Da Ari Shikage says lol 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 lol, it's fine. I'm gonna read his comments while you're looking for it, anyways.
Yeah, no, do it.
Yeah. So
But real quick,
yeah.
okay, Toji's talking to the grandma. His eyes are white. Okay, he's still white. He kills her. With white eyes.
Okay.
Now I gotta find when he shows up and see if his eyes are black yet. And now read the things.
Shoko looks completely
comments.
different. She's wearing the same clothes, bro. So on my screen, both of these are Shoko.
Yeah, they look different to me.
Yeah, they look like different characters.
Like
I agree.
absolutely.
Really,
No, I mean
really, what it looks like is Nobara and
I
someone I've never seen before. That's what it looks like to me.
I will say Shoko's is like hard, like they do look more drastic in Shoko's case. I can see the resemblance, but it is more drastic. Gojo's is the least drastic. It's the most similar. Gato's is very obviously Gato, but he does look like younger. Like you can tell it's different, but it's obviously Gato. Joko, I could understand you being like, wow, like that's actually quite a bit different. Like it is.
I agree. Shoko looks older, but I don't look at Shoko being older as the same character. Shoko just looks like an older, different character. Like, I'm not gonna argue.
I mean, I can get that
Yeah,
one.
like Kakashi looked older than Naruto, but Naruto and Kakashi clearly looked like different characters, regardless of age.
I mean, it's not that drastic, but
You know what I'm saying, though.
okay, yeah, I've confirmed this. I don't understand why this is the case, but Toji's eyes just turned black. It's like he wasn't. I guess actually when he stabs himself.
You know, I'm just gonna chalk it up to Boo
Um,
Saga eye shenanigans because it happens in the Boo Saga too. Just one random episode, one character's eyes
does
turn from
Toji
white
kill
to
himself
red.
before or after? Does Toji kill himself before or after the Sukuna fight? Or is it during?
It's like during, yeah.
Okay, I see them fighting. Like during Joko
It's
versus
Jogo, yeah.
Oh, here it
Because
is.
I remember
Okay.
complaining about that in my
Wait a
notes.
You know what then? Hold on.
You're gonna be mad when we get to that, but
Let me see more of the. I need to find more of this fight versus Megami. Okay. Well, here's what I'm noticing. Let me check the manga on this.
So what you're telling me is it's
I
Shoko's
think
fault that
based off the-
Kashimo Kenjaku exists, basically.
Gojo too, because he didn't like. I guess he also could have done something, like blow up.
It wasn't Gojo's responsibility though, was
Gato
it?
or
Like it was a
apparently it was his
sign.
responsibility to tell. Apparently, it was his responsibility to make Shoko do it.
But yeah, he told Shoko to do it. But like again, it was Shoko's responsibility, her
No,
duty
he didn't
to
tell
do it.
Shoko to do it. He didn't tell Shoko to do it, is what Kenjaku's saying.
So so my interpretation is right. So he or at least it can be. So he just left Ghetto there. He that's it. He just left Ghetto there, just dead.
Yeah,
So
like I
silly.
guess I guess Gojo just I don't know what the hell he did, but I think maybe he did just leave him there. I don't know, bro.
Like can you imagine getting the explanation we got in like episode 7 of like there's so much on a ninja's body that the village refuses to allow other villages to get the hands on a ninja that like leaves when they die. Imagine like at the end
Yeah.
of the war, they just left Madara's corpse there, just in the middle of the battle.
I mean, they did. He turned into a tree. I don't think they brought the tree with them. At least in the anime version.
Madara, he didn't turn into a tree. He just died.
In the anime, he did.
What
Or
do
at
you
least
mean?
as implied, he did.
No, it's not. What are you talking about?
You not heard about what?
What are you
Hold on.
talking about?
You never heard of this?
No.
All right, well, anyway,
Is
real
this
quick.
a meme? What do you
Hold on.
mean?
Oh, hold on.
This has to be a meme. A Boruto meme? What is Jura Madara? The Claw Grimes time travel?
Hold on.
Bro, unironically, if Jura was Madara, I would lose my mind. It's like a Toji reincarnated situation.
Hold on.
It would unironically probably ruin Madara's character.
Right,
but
I'm just gonna go have to find in the anime episode. But anyway, real quick, I'll explain as I do this. I examined Toji's eyes in the manga and anime version. I think we were right. Like Toji was in control, then he wasn't, and then he was again. Based off of his eyes are white when he's clearly in control. His eyes are black when he's being the automated attack the strongest around thing. So like the visuals are clearly indicating he's not in control when he's like fighting Dagon and Megami, but he was in control when he talks. The eyes thing is clearly intentional there.
But he had clearly overpowered it. that implies that he's not going to be taken back over control, which is weird.
It's weird. It's like he like lost control to the like it's
That's
like
weird.
the jutsu is supposed to be the grandson gets Toji's body and that's it. The grandson's in control, uses Toji's body just like he did when he beat up Ino. But then Toji takes over. And then for some reason, like he just becomes a machine. And then upon seeing Megami, I think it's like during his fight against Megami, Toji, the body, like realized that was Megami, and that's why he confirms it. And he asks him, like, what's your name? And he hears Fushiguro and he's happy and he kills himself. But it's like, why did he even lose control or whatever the hell anyway? That's the thing.
I mean,
that doesn't make sense.
Narratively, I think it makes sense that he took his own life, but I think, like, if he wanted to, like, support his son, he could have, like, not killed himself there and, like, went on to, like, support him in his son's fights, considering his son almost dies in this arc, like, twice after.
Yeah, I mean, you could just say, though, like, again, this wasn't really explained why he's even having problems to begin with, but, like, you could just say he killed himself because he was struggling to like maintain control, so he killed himself so that he could just stop being a threat. But as for why he even had problems staying in control, it's like, why?
Well, for me, Dagon was always boring. The moment the episode ended with clearly it was Toji coming into the realm when Megami was trying to leave, I figured the very next episode, Dagon would have been irrelevant, and the whole focus would have been on Megami and Toji reuniting or confronting each other. Like, with Toji being aware. Because it seemed like in the episode of Toji versus Dagon, even if it's automation or whatever, that automation felt like Toji. Like, it's not like he was some emotionless
Except every
puppet.
time he smiled, it felt like when Toji is like smiling because he's about to do some badass shit.
Exactly. Like, it was Toji, it felt like. So, I don't know. I mean, regardless if it's automation or not, it felt like it was something he would have done.
Automated to begin with.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's just weird. And like, but like I said though, if he's fighting the strongest around, why didn't he go to the actual strongest around? You know, it's just
like if weird. He was really doing it for Megami, then when he invaded Dagon's realm, Megami was right there.
Exactly. Why did he kill Megami first? Like, all right, so why did he kill Dagon first?
Oh my god. Dude, they should have not have given disposing Geto or whatever to Shoko. Like, Shoko doesn't exist as a character.
Yeah, I don't understand the meaning behind that, because Shoko's whole thing is reversed curse technique, healing.
Yeah.
Not exploding, disposing. Like,
but I mean, like, what as a writing concept, I'm not saying, oh, they should have given it to... No, I'm saying they should have given the role of disposing of Geto to someone else. Like, for example, the blonde girl. I think that would have made way more sense and have been way more interesting.
Why would that have made more sense?
Because it's just... I mean, I would have made sense.
I assume the point with Shoko is that she's like the doctor, which might be relevant, and B,
it's relevant to the plot, not the story. Who cares?
She's Geto's friend, and that's why Gojo wouldn't ask her to do it. So it seems like it was needed to be Shoko because of her abilities or something, but she didn't do Shoko, but Gojo didn't ask out of concern, basically.
But in the story, Shoko isn't a human, she's a doctor. I am making a distinction there. You know what I'm doing with that, too. The point is, though, they could have given it to anyone. They gave it to frickin' Shoko. That's like, imagine if Naruto went to Tenten to learn wind style. Tenten isn't relevant. Is the point. Exactly.
I mean, realistically, they should have just done something different entirely.
What they should have done is given Kid Shoko a design that doesn't look like Nobara, is what they should have done. Because, like, this is a part of the reason why I didn't realize it's a flashback. I thought Shoko was Nobara. You cannot be mad at me for that. Exactly. You can't be like, oh, everyone looks so different. Panda, Maki, the talking kid. They all look the exact same. Yuta isn't in this arc, so you can't say he looks younger. They show a kid Gojo. They're all different designs. That's it. The principal looks the same.
I'm
Nanami,
almost
I think, looks the
wondering
same.
if I like had a dream, one of those dreams that was so vivid that I just believed it was real. Because I swear I've seen over and over again like this kind of meme that like Madara's turned into a tree
Doesn't
at the end of
exist.
Naruto. But like I can't find it anywhere. And I'm like, did I just like have a dream that was so vivid that I thought this was an actual thing?
Because you were
Do
talking
you know
about it
what
so
you've
confidently. I was
talked
like,
about
what are you talking about? Like, you gaslit
it.
me into
I
believing it
can't
was
find it
real,
at
yeah.
all. The only thing I'm finding is the Edo Tensei Hokage becoming trees because the Zetsus become tree. But I'm not finding anything else. Although
That's
I'm
funny.
also not seeing Madara on the ground anywhere.
I've also never
So
seen
that's
that.
the thing to know. But
There's a
um
fan
I'm
manga
blatantly seeing this.
where Madara comes back, but like that's different.
No, but I mean, I'm blatantly seeing the Zetsus in the Edo Tensei dust be turning to trees, but
Okay.
um,
Well, the Madara
I
fan
don't see
manga,
Madara's.
it's pretty good. It's not perfect. I would disagree with a lot of the characterization, but it's fine. It has a lot of really cool things, like Madara versus Ishiki, and it does it in a really fascinating way. Madara overcomes him with
Now that
ninja
I think
tactics.
about it,
It's not,
doesn't
you know.
Hakurama look over at Madara's dead body during the fight at some point? Alright, it doesn't really matter anyway. I guess it must have just been a vivid ass dream. Anyway, back to JJK.
Okay.
Yeah, oh yeah, dude. I almost want to keep going on about this Toji thing because just imagine, bro, like for like Toji beats up Dagon and then he moves like Toji could have run through the gauntlet. Like it's
Oh
just
my
like
god.
moving so cool. Imagine, I mean, granted, in Gojo's case, he fights Sukuna, so I guess we don't really need Toji versus Jogo because then we probably aren't gonna get. I mean, I get it because his Hanami is already dead. Yuji obviously should fight Mahito, not just have Toji destroy him with like his special tools that will work on Mahito anyway. Um, so that would just be imagine. Yeah, I mean, I do think it would be objectively bad writing if Toji's the one who kills Mahito, and if he just kills friggin' Genjaku or some shit.
See, here's my
So I
scaling.
get it, but it's like
Because obviously Toji was above Dagon, but it took Toji a while to take out Dagon. Like, he wasn't just playing around, he was going all out, and Dagon was getting some good shots on it against Toji. Like, he just was. And so you compare
I mean, well,
that.
the thing with Dagon, well, there's two things I'll say is that Dagon is kind of similar to Hanami, in as a fighter in a lot of ways,
He's
but
serious.
they're much more of a tank than Jogo for one thing. Like a big thing for Joe, like Gege has a statement actually about this is like an end of manga chapter thing with it, where the point is that Joko would have died if he took all the hits from Todo and Yuji that Hanami did in the sister school exchange event. But Joko is the one who says this, but Joko's like, but I wouldn't get hit. His thing is he just is fast enough to not get hit, but Toji's also ridiculously fast. So but the thing for Toji though is well, Toji can't kill Dagon with his bare fist. He can't kill any curse with his bare fist. because that's not how this world works. You need cursed energy to fight a curse. So until he got the cursed tools, Toji was never going to do anything to Dagon anyway. So like, yeah. But
Okay.
I mean, Toji also was kind of just dicking on.
But obviously, in like a
The
hypothetical
main
fight where
thing for
Nasu's gonna
Joko
say he's
versus
not gonna do
Toji is
anything.
really just who's faster.
But again, you compare it like everyone's witnessing Toji's moves. And I understand, like, when he speed blitz Megami afterwards, like, no one really recognized that, not even Megami. But
They
you
did
just
it before they could react. Yeah.
compare the Dagon fight with Toji compared to afterwards Jogo taking out everyone. It wasn't even close.
I mean, I think Toji would have done the exact same thing. Like, if he, like, he easily could have.
He could have,
But
but based on the Dagon fight, I think it would have taken longer. Like, I think if you want to say whatever, if Toji has the right tools, sure, he can just one shot Jogo, sure. You could say the same with Jogo against Toji. I like if Jogo gets a good blast of his fire or lava against Toji, I don't see how Toji can just tank that.
depends
Unlike
on
the
what
fishes.
move, because no, but the thing is, Toji can just tank curse technique reversal red from Gojo. Just to put that in perspective. So will Toji just tank Jogo's maximum meteor? I know it's probably gonna hurt. Like Sukuna says, it would have hurt if it hit, but Toji would dodge. He's fast enough to. If freaking Panda can dodge at point blank range, you know what I mean? So that's not gonna be effective against Toji. The main thing is, like, the problem is, so with Nanami is like half dead and he's caught off guard by Jogo. Toji could obviously do that. He speed blitzed everyone before they could react. So he can do that to Nanami. Now Bito actually could kind of like react to Jogo. He does catch him with a different move. But it also made a point to say that now Bito was the fastest sorcerer besides Gojo when he had both arms. So they made it a point to say he's not the fastest anymore. So Gojo or Jogo. God damn it, dude. I hate saying Gojo and Joko in the same sentence. Um, but honestly, Jogo should have been the name for Gato for like the inverse of Gojo. But anyway, yeah. So then he beats him, and so the thing though is Dagon sees now Bito speed, and he's like, he might even be faster than Jogo, and it's like, well, Toji seems clearly faster than Naobito, and if you know the manga, you know for a fact that Toji is faster than Naobito. I'm just gonna tell you right now, he is faster. So it's like, okay, putting that into perspective, then Toji should be faster than Joko. To counter that, though, Megami sees Toji and he says he might even be faster than Sukuna. The only Sukuna he knows is
Yeah.
3-finger Sukuna, not 15-finger,
Yeah.
who is a lot faster than
Exactly.
Jogo too. But Jogo's supposed to be around 9-finger level according to Kenjaku. So it's like, okay, and on one hand, Megami is like, okay, Toji might be faster than Sukuna. He doesn't know really. He just knows that both of them are ridiculously fast. If you were to assume that means Toji's like 5-finger level, okay, that's not 15 or 9 even. But on the other hand, Dagon thinks that Naobito is faster than Jogo and Toji's faster than Naobito. So it's like you go inverse. It's like, okay, well, who's right?
It's a debate. I'll give you that.
Realistically,
I think
yeah.
I would say
It is.
Toji probably is around 5-finger level.
I do think I mean also do think it's fair to question what tools does Toji have? Does he have is it prime Toji like the nut so hidden inventory Toji by his own admission is pretty rusty. That's why he didn't kill Gojo when he snuck up on him. Like that was his plan to kill him then, but he's like, oh, I guess I suck at this now. So then he just fights him instead. Of killing him then. So he's rusty, but he has his good tools. The one in Shibuya is not rusty, but he doesn't have his good tools, like the inverted spear of heaven, which is a freaking hacks ass tool that just counters everything. So, you know, and he can also use that at a distance with his chain. which is how he intended to just deflect red and blue from Gojo by swinging around his chain with the tool. So, I mean, if he doesn't have the curse inverted spear of heaven, I think that you could definitely argue for Jogo's favor. But I think if he has that tool, I think he's got it.
Okay.
Especially if he
Sure.
has the soul split katana. If he has all of his freaking tools, I think Toji wins.
But also, Jogo can heal. So, like, he's gonna have
Yes,
to get like
he
a
can
one-hit kill.
heal. Not really, because just look at his fight with Dagon. Dagon can heal too. That's not stopping him from killing him.
I mean, plot? Because like Jogo
No,
healed during the fight
Oodie,
against.
that's how you. Otherwise, you would never be able to beat any cursed spirit because they can.
No, I
heal.
know, but like Jogo healed mid-fight in Shibuya against Gojo. He healed his arm.
Yeah, he sliced off his arm. You have to. I mean, Toji essentially has to just like obliterate him, but not necessarily. But he either needs to obliterate him or make him just run out of cursed energy, because that's so that he can't heal anymore. Either way would work.
Either way,
it would be a good fight regardless.
Mahito is definitely not as strong.
Mahito. So first off, before he gets into his distorted instant body of distorted killing form, Mahito is not stronger than Jogo per se. He's definitely more hacks, in my opinion, though, because it's like 99 people literally just irrelevant. They can't do anything against them no matter what. And he can one-shot them. I mean, Jogo can one-shot them too, but like you literally can't do anything about Mahito without certain abilities to target the soul.
Yeah, I would say.
But when he gets that,
I'd say he's a little bit stronger than
though, the
Hanami,
thing
but
is,
not
like,
aggressively so.
No, Mahito is definitely stronger than Hanami.
No, I agree,
mean,
but like not overwhelmingly so.
Oh, you're not gonna like this one, but I'm gonna mention it anyway. It is something to know. So when Gojo uses his 0.2 second domain expansion, the first person to wake up by a long shot was Mahito. You would think there might be a strength thing to this because obviously the humans don't wake up, but Choso and Jogo wake up at about the same time, significantly noticeably later than Mahito. Like it's like Mahito wakes up, talks to Kenjaku for a little bit, and then they eventually cut to a scene where Jogo and Choso look dazed. Like Mahito woke up first for a reason. What do you think the reason is?
Well, it's in terms of processing information, right? I didn't realize they were asleep, first of all. They were asleep?
Well, the point is they're
out?
in a daze, like he's the first one to get out of it by a noticeable amount.
I'd have to go back and rewatch. But I don't think
It's
in
not
terms
even like
of
it's not like he
reaction.
wakes up at 2 seconds later.
I think it's just in terms of processing information. Which I think is
so he can process information better.
So actually specifically with that, I think the reason is because he's more simple. He's more like an airhead kind of.
I don't think that's the reason, because I feel like there would have been some humans who woke up in that case. There's got to be at least one simple-minded human in there. So
but they're not going to have some random human wake up faster than a main character anyways.
But also, this one's anime only. Mahito was actually fast enough to dodge one of Jogo's punches, whereas Jogo never does. So you could imply that Mahito's faster than Jogo based on that.
Who's Mahito again?
Bruh. What do you mean?
There's too many names. It's just, I know I knew him earlier.
You've been talking about him the whole time.
Oh, right. Yeah, okay. Okay. Yeah, him.
Anyway,
listen, it's a Jujutsu Kaisen name thing. It's not
we
my
can
fault.
debate Mahito another time.
Yes. Final things I
I
wanted
do
to say
think
on
Toji
this.
can beat Mahito too, of course. So don't you worry. I don't think Mahito's stronger than Toji.
Okay. I don't really care about that one.
All right, let me I'm gonna listen to you out loud, but I won't look at your screen while I make a shake and I guess make some toast.
Make a
Now that I'm
shake?
2 hours
You
later
mean
than
like a...
expected. I got distracted from eating my second dinner.
How are you gonna make a shake? Are you gonna blend it?
I'm gonna put it in a shaker cup and shake it up.
Oh, okay, never mind. I'm dumb. I was gonna say it's a little late to be doing something that loud.
I was gonna say, yeah, on stream. I'm not even gonna mute. I'm just gonna turn on the blender.
Okay,
That
so
would
my
be pretty
final
funny.
note on the generality of Jujutsu Kaisen is JJK has an unstructured subplot. It focuses primarily on the subplot, failing to deliver on the plot. Obviously, of course, this can't work if the plot fails.
Like,
So,
give an
like,
example behind your
yeah, so
claim.
it's focusing on the nitty gritty before actually forming the full-fleshed actual story. So imagine if Naruto and Sasuke really gave the Choji versus Asuma fight emphasis without first establishing Naruto and Sasuke as like one of the points of the series.
Okay, yeah, I get what you're saying.
Yeah. It's sort of
So what's your example
saying
in JJK?
what we've
Hanami and
seen.
Totoro.
That's always my example for everything.
Dagon and Naobito.
I feel like it just does it all the time. I don't have
Ex-
a specific example.
yeah, no. 'Cause the funny thing with the Dagon fight is that you would think it'd be like Nanami or something, but he's not really the focus of that fight. Like it's really Naobito and Dagon,
Yeah.
which is so silly because they're not important.
But like I think it's fair to say the overall plot, I don't want to say there isn't one, but like who cares? Like it's not like a Naruto versus Sasuke dynamic. It's not like L versus Light. It's not like The Promised Neverland or Vinland Saga or any of these other ones. There
I mean, I
realistically
hate you're not
isn't
gonna like
one.
this.
Just go
You're
with the
not gonna
flow.
like this comparison, but I do think Boruto is similar in certain extents where it's like Sukuna, it's kind of just like the Ten Tails, where I'm interested in learning more about certain things, but like I'm not attached to the Ten Tails or anything right now.
Sure.
Anyway, maybe they'll change, but um, there are similarities. But I do think Boruto does better with like emotion and making you care. Like obviously, like I care more about Boruto versus Kawaki than I do Dagon versus Naobito. But but there's things like, like Yuji versus Sukuna. Okay, that's something you care about, like at least as a clash of ideals or something. Like you would care, like, oh, he's gonna confront his demon. like
Exactly, yeah.
but that would be like Naruto versus Kurama. So it's not to say it's completely absent or present in one series over another, but
Because I mean the
I think there's a
series,
similarity, but Boruto does it a little bit better.
what it's working towards and what I guess it's currently at in the manga is just getting Sukuna all 20 fingers within Itadori. And then Itadori dies. But like that doesn't feel
That's
like
what your plan.
yeah,
Yeah,
it
that
doesn't
doesn't
feel
feel
like
like a
that's holding
no.
any weight to the actual story being told ever. That's just something it's almost like the main story is in the background. Like it's just something to keep in mind.
I agree with that. I agree
Yeah.
with that because that is like a big thing, but it kind of just like happened. Like he gets 10 fingers instantly, and it just like happens.
And you could argue in Boruto Part 1, there isn't necessarily a main overarching story in that same way, but at least in every arc, there is a main story that keeps you invested until the next story. Like for the tuning exams, the main story is the dynamic between Naruto and Boruto.
yeah.
And by the time you get to the Mujina Bandits arc, there's another main story to take its place. But there's always a main story, even if it's not the same main story. There's something to take its place. But that's different from the subplot.
Yeah, and I mean, like, after the Momoshiki arc, the whole prophecy as a building one.
Yeah.
Although we don't know how that turned out. But like before that, the ending, that was a main thing,
Yeah, but that's
which I
not like
guess you
the
could compare
focus.
to Yuji getting all 20 fingers, but that's like
Yeah, it's something in the background, but
the
it's not
point is he's
the
just gonna get
only
them.
thing. Like, it's not the background thing of where you're focusing on the background. No, you're focusing on the foreground where that also exists. It's a complement rather than
What
a
is the
supplement.
story of Jujutsu Kaisen?
Yeah.
Like, I get like Shibuya, the calling games. The point is to get Gojo back, but like, what is the story with that? Like, you could say the story of Naruto and Boruto and the relationship for the Momoshiki arc. It's not just get Naruto back. It's like the meaning behind their relationship.
Yeah. Because
Um,
in JJK, you get Gojo back, and then what? Like, what was Gojo doing
I
before
don't
that
want to
was
talk about
so important? like he doesn't resolve anything by coming
being
back.
strong.
Yeah.
He was he was being Gojo. Quite literally, yeah.
But you have a Utah for that,
He
or
was
anyone
being
else, really.
he was being the strongest.
Oh,
He was
no.
existing as the strongest, to be
Mhm.
specific.
Oh my god. But
But
yeah.
yeah, I don't know what the story of JJK
Which
is.
is so bad.
I don't know what the theme of JJK is,
Well, really, it
honestly.
is the idea of the Gojo Ghetto dynamic, but it's specifically found in the disagreement. It's within the world itself. It's the idea that the humans are making the curses and how that plays out. That also sort of ties into something I wanted to bring up earlier but didn't, of JJK's exploration of what a soul is. I feel like it's doing a good job of that, and I want to see way more of it exploring that idea.
Same. I think that
Yeah.
was pretty cool. It was a definitely a common theme in Mahi.
Yeah,
Another reason I have
Mahito in
Mahito
season
around.
2, as well as season 1, but also Itadori in season 1. But yeah, especially in season 2, they really expanded on that idea. I really like that.
So actually, let me just ask you this now. Do you think Mahito should have stuck around for a little bit longer? Do you think he ended at the perfect time? Like, what's some of your thoughts on that?
We'll definitely get into it later, but maybe I just wasn't paying enough attention. I don't understand why Mahito attacked Kenjaku at the end.
Oh, yeah, that confused me at first. I figured it out.
Like, my guess right
Because
now, if,
honestly,
if it's a spoiler, you don't have to tell me, but my guess is that
it's not a
he
spoiler.
felt quote unquote betrayed or something, kind of like Choso, of like he wasn't expecting it to be Noritoshi Kamo, and oh, that changes things apparently for some reason. That's my guess. I don't know.
So I first want to. It's not a spoiler to explaining this. I
Okay.
actually looked it up at one point just to confirm because so the funny part is my initial um interpretation, especially for the manga version. The anime version is what changed things
I
for
do
me.
have
So
another interpretation
at
before you give your
first,
answer, but go ahead.
okay, well, go ahead, give yours then.
Okay, my other interpretation is through finding out who Geto was, or just through subtle clues that Geto may have been giving, it's possible Mahito realized that Geto was about to absorb him, or not on his side, or actually going to save him, or something. Maybe he saw subtext that I didn't see, so it's possible he just didn't want to be absorbed, or that he, yeah, I don't know, something along those lines.
So first, let's still get the funnier one. So it's funny, like when at first I saw something in a Reddit post that confused me. I'll go through the story, but first, I I thought Mahito was just offering himself to him. I thought he would in the manga. I did like it looked like in the manga, he just randomly like Gato was like, "Shall I save you, Mahito?" And it's like, "Oh, I'm gonna save you." And then he randomly just decided like, "You know what? I'm gonna just let you absorb me right now." Like he just offered him. That's what I thought because in the anime it shows him like struggling as if he doesn't want this to happen. But what I saw in the manga, it just happens. It doesn't look like it was like he was fighting back or anything. It just looked to me like he was letting it happen, and I never understood the line of dialogue that was there.
Yeah.
Um And then I saw this Reddit post saying something about Mahito, and I was like, wait, he didn't want to be absorbed? And then I watched the anime later on, and I was like, oh yeah, he definitely was fighting against it. And I was like, wait, it was so funny because I thought he was just offering himself, and I was like, why did? Oh, I'm sorry, I think I looked it up. I was like, why didn't Mahito offer himself to Kato? Because I was so confused. So the real reason is in the line of dialogue where Mahito's the one saying, I didn't realize this until I saw the anime because I heard him say it. Like, I always knew, because I was born of humans, he always knew that Kenjaku was going to betray them, is the thing. That's why he attacked him. And you can see earlier on at points, like, when Mahito asked, like, Geto, what are you going to do? And he asked him, like, oh, I wouldn't, saving Yuji be like more in line with your goals. And then he just like says, oh, Sukuna was just the backup plan if we could couldn't seal Gojo or whatever. And then you just see Mahito's like looking at him like kind of sus, like he's suspicious. So the point is he always I gotta change headphones in a second, but he always suspected that he was going to be betrayed by Kenjaku. Like, essentially, they were going to have to clash heads eventually. Let me change headphones.
And don't forget to like and subscribe. Hey, that's your call to action. I saw earlier there was only 2 likes. I don't know how many there are now. But if that like counter doesn't increase, ooh-wee.
Okay.
Is that me being a good YouTuber? Okay. Welcome back.
Anyway, yeah. He just knew he was going to get betrayed.
My only problem with that
but the thing is, it just didn't look like he attacked him. That was the thing for me. It looks like he was just offering himself so excitedly.
I can see that, as funny as that is. That was not my interpretation at all, though. I was like, why is he tagging him? That's because I knew
it's silly, but it's
funny.
Yeah,
to be fair, I didn't read the manga, so like it probably would have been less clear in the manga, I'm guessing. For the anime, I get what you're saying. It just doesn't, like, again, that's also, you could argue, in Mahito's character, but it's really, really dumb. Oh, shout out to Trippy who's playing Power World, by the way. So with this, like,
he's moved on from Counter-Strike.
So he knows. So Mahito knows. First of all, Mahito's extremely weak right now. Second of all, Geto's extremely strong right now. Third of all, Geto is just naturally stronger than Mahito anyways, regardless. He knows he can't.
Yeah, I don't know why Mahito didn't just like run away
Geto.
when
Exactly.
Geto was distracted.
Geto's fighting someone else, the same person that's trying to kill Mahito. Hypothetically, you know what? Let's assume Geto's he's like Mater. He just can't sense behind him. That's not actually Mater, but we're just gonna go with the misconception for the sake of it. So Mahito just kills Geto here. What's Mahito's plan? Like, it's a very bad plan.
Well, yeah, then he just dies to Yuji.
Like, I don't need him to try and run away like Light ran away pathetically, desperately in the final episode. Have him try and sneak away like the little demented snake he is.
Exactly. Like, Mahito's ability allows him to, like, just fly or turn into a snake and like slither away or something undetected. Like
turn into a mouse or a cockroach.
You know, frankly, why was Mahito even running away from Yuji when he could have flew away?
Exactly. Really, I think he could probably even liquefy between the cracks in the rubble beneath him.
Yeah, he can just turn into whatever he wants. Like, I mean, even ignoring, let's just say he was too weak at the moment to like use his ability versus Yuji, when he was like desperately running away. But like after he's rested for a couple minutes, when Kenjaku shows up, it's like, yeah, why not just like go away and just come back later? And then what's Kenjaku gonna do now? He's like, oh, he looks behind him. Wait, where did he go?
I mean, I don't want to go into the scene right now, but I had a lot of problems with that scene in general. I don't think it made for a good scene, but I don't think Mahito should have been scared. It kind of ruined his character for me.
Oh, when he was scared of Yuji.
Yeah, but also I think that's part of the reason why he attacked Geto instead of logically sneaking away because he was still scared. Because he was like acting on emotion more
Yeah,
than logic, I think there.
I feel like I can
Out of
feel you
a
on that
desperate
because
attempt.
that's why I was asking you.
It's desperation.
That's why I asked. Do you think would you have preferred if Mahito stuck around longer as a villain, or did you think that was a perfect ending for him? That's why I asked because it sounds like you would have preferred he stuck around based off what you're saying, but you haven't actually said that.
Makes way more sense considering he had just unlocked a new form as well, like his pure soul or whatever. We saw nothing. That could have been the perfect expansion of this soul idea. Mahito just unlocked his pure soul. Okay, what does that mean?
And he also he didn't get all the way to where he wanted, but he was he was getting closer and closer. Like imagine if he got to the peak Mahito's soul understanding, whatever that means. Yeah, we could have expanded on that. And the other thing, at least for me, is Mahito was kind of implied to have potential on the level of a Sukuna or a really high level. Maybe he wouldn't actually be as strong as Sukuna, but he had he was a baby curse with insane potential. I wanted to see him get to his potential.
See,
I also just liked the way he was going as a villain. I just feel like he was doing a good job of actually. I mean, Yuji's reactions, I didn't resonate as much as I should have, but I think Mahito was doing all the right stuff. He was being a conniving little demon.
Yeah.
You know, he was a trickster, but he was also strong. He was also hacks. He was getting away, able to just do whatever he wanted. And I thought he was doing a really good job. I also like his personality.
Yeah, for me, up until the midpoint of Shibuya, if not a little bit later than that, I liked Mahito, but I didn't like watching Mahito. Going back to that, he was a troll. He was funny to watch, but he was also to some degree somewhat annoying me. Is not the best to watch, especially because he felt like Team Rocket. He would just show up, ha ha ha, I'm the bad guy, and then he gets beat up unexpectedly. But he should have expected every single freaking time. So dumb. That's it's rinse and repeat. That's just all Mahito's appearances every single time. I was sort of getting sick of that. But going back to the idea of the soul, it's more than just thematically or Geto's explanation or whatever. Even physically with Mahito, I'm interested to see how his ability works because the soul and the body. Well, what is the difference there? Going to the connection with that in the Jujutsu Kaisen universe, why can't he transfigure Itadori's body regardless of his soul? Or even Mekamaru. Mekamaru is a robot. He, regardless of the human surrounding him in the final fight, that was a big robot, and he could transfigure that. It's I'm curious what the limits are, or what the limits aren't based on the new form, or what can and can't he do? How far can he go to transfigure what exactly? How does the soul play into the body in terms of the power scaling and all sorts of stuff like this? It's very interesting to me.
Yeah, I mean, it's a lot that could have gone with him moving forward. And if he just escaped, that's all you need. Granted, I guess at the same time, if he escaped, you're not gonna look at Mahito as that strong of a guy, I guess, anymore. That could be one problem. You're not gonna fear him as a villain.
I mean, did I ever fear him as a villain? Yeah, he transfigured Junpei and did all these other things. But anytime he faces Itadori, he just comes out with how people see code. It's more than just he lost, he took an L.
I mean, there's only 2 fights with Itadori, really. There's the one where Nanami's there, and then there's this one, right?
Yeah.
So I'm forgetting something.
I mean, he didn't even beat Nanami when he fought Nanami by himself. in season 1.
Well, no, he was beating Nanami before, like Nanami like admits it himself, like he was going to die before Yuji showed up. Because when Yuji broke into the domain, that's when Sukuna decided, oh,
No,
I'm
no,
gonna like
no.
slice you in half.
No, like the first time they fought. When basically Nanami's introduction almost. When Nanami is like, "Oh,
Yeah, but I
let's
mean,
wrap this up
yeah,
quickly. I'm
but
gonna be
also that
overtime."
was not the same Mahito. Like that's basically like just born Mahito. Like he doesn't know how to do shit. Like he learns a lot on the fly, in all of his fights for that matter. But like, yeah, he was just like starting
But
out.
I agree. Again, retroactively, I can say later on, I liked Mahito. I didn't realize Mahito had changed from my original perception of him until I saw afterwards that he had changed. He had to actively prove me wrong, basically, about his character, which he did.
Yeah.
But I didn't realize that he was basically a different character until he had already proven it to me later on.
Okay.
Yeah, because I had no reason to assume he would have changed from like my original perception of him, which is just Team Rocket, basically. Blasting off again. But that's that.
I like the analogy, but anyway, um, okay, what next?
We could
I'm
read
still eating this
comments,
toast.
and then there's probably. I mean, we're already at
Yeah,
5.5
read
hours. This is
comments.
not a short stream.
I know, dude. I took a lot longer to eat than expected.
It's always like that though.
Seriously.
Every time. That's the reason we go on for so long. Is because you're eating.
I know, literally, dude. Honestly, I need to stop. I need to figure out a different plan for the eating because every time I'm like, well, I might as well keep going if I have 2 more meals to eat or whatever. But and then I get so distracted before I start cooking it that the meal actually ends up coming way later than I expected.
Oh my god. I don't know how you
I gotta
eat
figure
so
that
much.
part out.
Yeah, I got comments to read. We could do that and then maybe end it after.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. So the Ari Chicago, going back a while ago. This is nuts. I agree with Saron. You kinda do this a lot. Skull emoji, skull and crossbone emoji. Bruh. This is pretty funny, not gonna lie. They literally have a scene in season 2 where the government says they have to disclose that curses are real. That's slightly different. That's at the very end though. So yeah, I'm not sure what that is specifically in reference to, because I know that the public didn't know. But I feel like we talked about something along those lines earlier. Thoughts? I mean, they do literally have that
Say
scene.
that again. Like, you mean talk
Yeah,
like there's the fact that they don't know.
Yeah, so Dari
Like,
Shikage comments, they literally have a scene in season 2 where the government says they have to disclose that curses are real. I know.
yeah, that's in that montage. That stupid long ass
Yeah.
montage.
Yeah, trust me, I know. But I feel like he's saying that in reference to something that I said. So I feel like there's a misconception there. I don't know.
I think it was in reference to what we were saying, how they keep it hidden that curses are real, and then he was saying that like they tell them eventually. I don't know.
Well, moving on.
I don't remember what it was in reference to.
He continues by saying, I mean, I've climbed to the roof of my school many times, so it's pretty believable. Great view, too.
That's why I said I gotta try it.
For me, it was sort of almost illegal to climb on the roof of the school. Like, you would have gotten some serious troubles. Plus, I don't see what Plus, it's Japan, where they normally are allowed on the roof of their school anyways, like to eat lunch and stuff. My problem wasn't that they were on the roof of the school. My problem was they were making craters in the ground and destroying windows. But anyway.
So didn't anyone like wonder, like, why they were just the buildings getting destroyed?
Yeah, like thinking of the principal, he would definitely take it seriously if there's holes in his concrete randomly after one night. Like, that's vandalism. He thought the school was broken into. There could be danger still around. Like, school might not even happen the next day. They might be sent home or told not to come to school. Like,
included that. I don't remember if that was the case, but
no, we don't get anything at all. It's a problem. Again, that's real life. The thing that they're supposed to be protecting. The thing that we don't even get to see. But whatever.
No wonder Gato felt the way he did.
You know what? Maybe Geto was right.
Sounds to me
Maybe
like
unlike
he would be on his side here.
maybe unlike real life, maybe the humans in JJK really are that ignorant, and like broken windows and like craters in concrete are just normal for them. The principal just didn't care.
That's why Gato's so. He's like, dude, these guys suck, dude. They don't know what to say.
You know what? I agree with Geto now. Yeah, let's kill everyone.
Yeah. Let's actually make a video about it entirely based on this fact. The fact that they can't even notice that buildings are destroyed.
Oh my god, it took Shibuya for anyone to bat an eye.
And like there's also plenty of people who can see curses that aren't sorcerers. Like, all you need is like 30 people to notice there's these curses going around for them this information to get out, right? Like, there's just these wild beasts that only certain people can see. Like, there's no way there's just 100 billion crazy people. Like, there's got to be something going on.
I mean, it's also the fact that like apparently the government knew, but the government aren't sorcerers, but the government was sponsoring the sorcerers. I'll have to go back and read it, but I wrote it down, like all the notes on that.
Honestly, I didn't know who those people were. I weren't sure if they were the Jujutsu higher ups or if they were the government in that montage. I didn't know who those people were.
Exactly.
I just got sick of the montage, dude.
But also, they made it out like it's a bad thing. Like, oh man, we have to tell everyone now. Like good? like so? And? I'm
I don't know why
what's the problem here?
I don't remember. I don't remember if they say why they wanted it to be a secret. I think they did in season 1, but I forgot.
I mean, you would think it's a good thing, though. like, oh, I was doing that? Oh, my bad. I'll not do this as badly anymore. Like, you would think they'd have some awareness then and just not make their lives worse. Like, oh my god.
I guess it was just to not scare them.
It's nonsense. Then their plan was to have all the curses somehow spawn in Tokyo or something. I don't know. They moved
Bro,
the
I don't know what the government
president.
was planning. I didn't care what the government was planning.
We'll come back to it. Okay, comments.
I'm not sour lemon. I don't care about the government.
Okay. Oh, so Darishikage. Didn't Itadori's 2 friends get hospitalized? I'm assuming he means from episode 1, and you already discussed this with Ultra. We'll bring that up when Ultra comes on, but if you want to say anything about that now.
Yeah, they're in the hospital.
His 2 quote-unquote friends that we never see or hear of again. Yeah, those guys.
No, you do.
Okay.
In the manga. Barely. There's still a little bit of a mystery behind that scene, actually.
Oh my god. As he continues saying, and I'm sure when they woke up, they were told what happened, quote unquote. I like how he says, oh, go ahead.
I don't think they did.
I don't know.
I think you're going to say, I like how he says, I'm sure. It's my guess, but...
Oh, no, it's actually the next comment is what I was going to say that I like. So he says, I agree with Kamui. JJK isn't perfect. What do you mean, with Kamui?
He doesn't agree with you.
I feel like there's different levels going on here. He's a little unfair.
I think the point is he agrees with me. It's not perfect, but he still likes it. Probably more than you.
Okay. Um,
But that is funny.
no.
Well, we know who he doesn't agree.
This is funny. He says it. So in reference to JJK, its first mistake is it isn't Naruto. I agree.
Yeah.
That's the real reason. That's the real problem we have with it.
Yeah. It's not Naruto.
He says, "What does it mean to be human?" I feel like it somewhat gets into that, but like that's more of the soul theme, in my opinion.
Yeah.
You could say the disaster curses go into that a little bit as well.
Yeah, I think that's probably what he's getting into.
That's
Like
more of
in
like
terms of like Joko and the disaster curses,
I
like
feel like that's
goals.
more in reference to like jealousy or envy than it is about what it means to be human.
Yeah, but it still does that beg the question, like if they're the true humans and want to take their place, what does that actually mean?
Well, I disagree. I think the question is begged, but I don't think it's begging the question. The series isn't asking it, we're asking it because the series made us come to the asking of it rather than the series rather than us asking it because of the series. Like we're asking what is a
Yeah, I guess
soul
the
because of
theme,
the
like I
series.
guess to make a comparison, Naruto is a theme of like what does it mean to be a ninja? It's not like we're just asking like what does it mean to be a ninja? No, like the series itself is proposing that question. And you're saying JJK isn't proposing the question of what it means to be human. We're just asking it ourselves, I
Exactly. So
guess is
like
what you're saying.
if Naruto, Jiraiya, Kakashi, Sasuke, if none of them ever asked or made a claim of what it means to be a ninja, we could still do that because we're fans or whatever. Like the series isn't doing that. At least from my memory. I could just be completely wrong on that. But also
Yeah. I don't think there's a much, but I don't remember.
yeah. So these are all Dara Shikage, by the way. But he continues saying, "What does it mean to be strong, and what comes with said strength, and what drives people to reach these heights?" That's, I guess, a little
Okay,
bit
that
touched
one is
on with
definitely in
Gojo.
there. You
Yeah,
haven't gone as much into it, but that's definitely present.
yeah, that's specifically Geto with Gojo because Geto's strong, but Gojo's like a different level, is what the series makes it out to be. Because apparently Geto
Yeah, it's a big thing with Gojo. As well as Sukuna, as we do already see in the Jogo fight.
we don't have a lot of time anymore, so we'll have to save this for like another time, but I just want to bring this up now. Geto's whole dilemma is so dumb. Because he's like, oh, well, there's never going to be another Gojo Satoru. That's why I have to do this, because there can only be one you. Like, are you strong because you're Gojo, or are you Gojo because you're... And then he's doing this now because he's afraid that Gojo's going to train the next generation to be, like, a bunch of
No,
Gojos. Like, he's doing this
no,
now because he's
it's
afraid there's going
still
to be more Gojos.
no, that's not. The point is that like that's why I said I was comparing Gato to Eren, Sasuke, and Kawaki. It's Gato has a hatred for the non-sorcerers that's been growing and growing and growing. And he wants there to be a world without curses. Like he chooses the answer of revenge, essentially, just like a lot of these other characters I mentioned do. Like Eren chooses to kill the rest of the world. Kawaki wants to kill the Asuski. Sasuke chose to kill everyone whenever he had something against them. So, like, at the end of the story, kill the people who created the past situation. So, the Kage, Tailbeat, so on. They're killing the quote unquote problems. So, Gato's going to kill the problems who he also conveniently hates. So he's not doing it like he's not like, oh, I gotta do this now because Gojo, there's gonna be more Gojos. No, it's he wants to kill them. I mean, if there's people going to stop him, obviously he wants to beat them to it, you know. Why would he just let them stop him if he doesn't, you know, he wants to succeed.
But the point there is that Geto doesn't just think he's strong, he knows he's strong. In fact, he's as strong as he or any other human can be. Gojo is just on a level above that. It sort of transcends that idea. So,
Yeah, like Gato is one of the only 4 special grades. He knows he is like at the top of the top.
the strongest. Yeah,
Gojo's just stronger.
exactly. So, but my problem with that is Geto's doing this now because he's worried if he waits longer that Gojo's going to make people stronger than Geto.
He's doing what now?
Everything. I don't know.
Be specific about, yeah, because when does he ever say that?
I don't remember. He definitely says it though.
Because if you mean the movie, he just learns about Rika, and knows how strong Rika is, and knows that if he gets Rika, he could theoretically be stronger than Gojo. He seems confident that he will actually become the strongest if he gets Rika. So if you mean why does he do it now? He just found out about Rika now. If you mean something else,
it could be somewhere else. I might have wrote it down in my notes. It could have been in the bubble scene when they're fighting Gojo before they seal him, the disaster curses. And they like flashback. It could be like the scene where they're playing that game before they seal Gojo. I forget what game it is. Like again, that's another flashback. It could be when
he's explaining
he
how they're going to beat. Well, he's explaining how they're going to defeat Gojo or seal him away in both of those scenes.
I forget again.
For
I
one
forget
thing,
when
that's
it's said.
Kenjaku.
But like the point is that like he's making little Gojo Satoros that are running around and they're gonna be able to defeat him. But like that shouldn't be the case if Geto is as strong as like a human can be aside from Gojo.
Well, at least in reference to Yuji and Megami, like I said, they're implied to be able to be on Gojo's level, which would be beyond Gato's level. So there's that.
Yeah, and Geto wants to do this before Gojo has the chance to train them up to be Gojo's level. Because once that happens,
I don't really remember that line,
Geto just can't do anything because Gojo side's going to be unstoppable.
I don't remember that line, but that would just make sense. Anyway,
yeah,
because even if it's just Yuji and Megami, like even though it's kind of implied that there's other people, like Yuta as another one, a guy that you don't know yet is another one. You could even say Todo as like a lower level, but yeah, the convenient. I mean, this is a convenient aspect, but there's too many people with ridiculous potential. Like that's why Yuji and Megami just instantly become grade 1, basically. Like they're just that. There's too many of them that are just that gifted in this class. Kind of like Naruto's Konoha 12, where there's like Naruto's class just has a million people who are ridiculously strong. It's just main character class. Like that's always how it goes.
Yeah, I understand that. I mean, that's not always the case because, like in Death Note, there was like that one guy that quit the force because he just wanted to be normal, like he wasn't special or whatever, crazy or whatever, like all the others. Like there's always some, like My Hero Academia does it, Chainsaw Man did it.
The only special people are Light, L, and Nier and Mellow.
Yeah, but you get like the point I'm trying to make. Like even of the main characters, there's some that are just normal, and sometimes that's the point, and that's why they leave or whatever.
Yeah, it's a little bit different Death Note, but I think comparing it to like the shonen, like Death Note might be shonen, I don't know, but compare it to like the fight manga that are similar to it, you know, like Naruto, Hunter x Hunter or something. I mean, Hunter x Hunter is also different though because there isn't like 12 people in their class. There's just the 4 like kind of group there.
Yeah.
Gon, Killua, Leorio, and Kurapika. So I guess that's also different.
Yeah, so imagine the people that were like running in the underground race, like before, like the marathon or whatever. Imagine if those people that dropped out. Imagine if those were just main characters in like his class.
Yeah, but that's not like Naruto at all. So I mean, I don't think it's. I would say that every series does it, but I mean, it is a. I think that's probably a common thing, at least in the shows I've watched,
No, it's not.
where a
I'm not
lot of the
saying
people
every
just
series does it. Yeah, but I'm saying it is just common.
yeah.
Yeah, it's just a thing that happens. Anyways, going back to this, I agree it makes sense, but it doesn't make sense for Ghetto because which one is it? It goes against, like, it's contradicting yourself. So if he changed his mind, okay, but tell us that because it seems like he wouldn't or didn't.
Well, again, it sounds like this is a season 1 line. I'm assuming, right?
No,
What when is he saying
I
I
don't
want to
remember.
defeat Gojo before his students become so strong?
I don't remember. I'll have to find it later.
Because that would just change how we examine all.
Well, even if it's a the season one line, I don't think that matters.
Well, it's not Gato, first of all, in that case. It's Kenjaku.
You know what? That could explain it. That would make sense. I really
That's
hate
what
that.
I'm saying. Like, depending on when this is happening, this will change how we just interpret the whole scene.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if it's season one, it's still Kenjaku regardless, because Geto isn't in season one
Yeah.
technically. Yeah. So it doesn't matter when.
Yeah, but if it's the movie, it would be Gato. So that's why I'm asking, like, when it is.
Sure. I'm pretty sure it's season two, but yeah. But I guess that makes sense. But I hate the fact that it's not Geto.
I don't know when I don't know when this line is. I just want to know first of all.
I think it's when they say Gojo. I don't remember. Doesn't matter right now. Anyways,
All season 2 talks about is his plan for how they're gonna seal Gojo. Nothing about like beating Gojo to having his students become his level. Kenjaku doesn't say anything like that. If he says it in season 1, I could just not remember because I watched that a long time ago.
I don't know. Anyways, well, just like you, Dar Ishikage says maybe I'm reaching.
About what?
I don't know. He says that's what I get from the story. If that adds clarity.
What's his next one say?
I've seen both you not missing much, to be honest. It's don't buy actual drag. Oh, okay. So in terms of like the Dragon Ball abridged,
Oh,
it's not missing much, I guess, because it's done by the fans. And the Taboo saga is all one episode in the abridged. So there you go. That doesn't really matter. Anyways. So back to JJK. So Yuta was traveling abroad, learning from different sorcerers such as Miguel in Africa. This is how Yuta regained his special grade rank after 3 months post-movie. Regained? Did he lose his special grade rank?
I feel like I heard that, but I don't remember that actually. I don't remember. Hold on. I almost feel like they did say that he regained it, but I don't remember.
Just throwing in things nonsensically. Hate it. Because regained implies lost, but why did he lose it? When did he lose it? How did he lose it? Like, so these
Well, he
ranks
would have had to have
can be
lost it when he
lost.
lost Rika.
Yeah, is it like
It
a
would have had
time
to have been
limit?
when he lost Rika.
Does it expire? Is it like a power level thing? Like, do they test it? Is it a common test that they do?
I think when he lost Rika, they would have had to have been like, yeah, he's not special grade anymore.
Like, this
If
just
they
opens a world of possibility.
The problem with that though is the thing is they learn in the movie that it's not just that Rika cursed him and that just made him strong. It's that he is a descendant of this powerful sorcerer, and he has this power that cursed Rika, and that's why he's so strong.
Like, for me, this asks more questions than it answers. Except it's not answering any questions.
Wait a minute, I just realized something. That clap scene is absolutely season 3, and it happens after some of like they skipped over some things to
Yeah.
that clap scene.
Yeah, apparently
Just-
it's this ability. I
just
got
realized that.
that spoiler, but I don't know anything beyond that. You don't. Yeah, I don't want to know anything more about that. But
Wait, what?
that's what I heard. I don't know if it's real or not, but that's what I've heard. It's this ability, quote unquote, or something.
His
I don't know.
ability?
I don't know.
How?
I mean, my interpretation of that scene was, first of all, it's weird. Second of all, I don't know. He's just doing it. Third of all, I guess the spirits are coming up or whatever. Like, it's possible
Yeah, I
that
thought it was
he's
just-
making a noise to have spirits come around or the curses come around so he can like beat them up or whatever.
Yeah, I thought he was just trying to get their attention.
Not get their attention, but like, yeah, like be like, I'm here. Come on out.
Make a noise so that they would come after him.
Yeah, exactly. And it just
I don't think that
happened
was
so
ability.
fast that it just seems like there's either something more there or it's a completely weird scene. Because like it's clap
Yeah, I don't
and then
know.
like half a second of random panning extreme zoom in of the curse in the background and then that's just it. Cut to black.
Yeah, it was weird. I was really confused when I watched that.
Like it's the last 0.001% of the episode. When it has like a minute leading up to it with just Itadori just walking solo. God knows where. God knows
I know,
when.
dude. I was like, the episode dragged out some random ass like moments, and I was like, bro, they're just trying to fill out this
Exactly.
episode. I'm telling you.
That's what I'm saying. Okay. The rest of the
When did they
comments.
say that he regained his level?
I don't know.
I'm trying to find this shit.
Don't ask me.
Did they? Is Dara Arashikage? If you're still watching this, when did they say that Yuta regained his level as
What
special grade?
what I'm more interested in is how did he regain his level? Because apparently he never lost Rika. Like when did he like how did he lose it in the first place?
Yeah, I don't know.
See, what I would have liked is if he did lose Rika, and by regaining his level, what they mean is he just trained to be stronger than actually human level and just become a sorcerer. He was just gifted, I guess, randomly. That's really convenient as well.
But he
But
is just gifted.
I don't think he
He
should have
is
been.
just
I
gifted.
don't
That's
think he
in
should
the
have been.
movie.
Yeah, I don't think he should have been. I think that was a bad writing decision.
Well, I mean, we're too far gone beyond that. You have to change the original JJK story that was ended, the story that wasn't even meant to continue into this shit. It was literally just a one volume story. Yeah, I guess you can change that. um
Dude, what it
but
is, I mean, it's called Zero for a reason because it's chapter 0. It's the pilot that's made to essentially as a test. Like My Hero Academia did
yeah,
this, Naruto did this. These aren't supposed to be canon. I don't think this should have been canon. Attack on Titan did this. Like these are stories
what's
so
Attack on Titan's
far
deal?
removed. It follows. It's not Attack on Titan, is what it is. It's not even close. Follows a new character in a new place where Titans are
What is
actually
it? Now
shifting
I
into
kind of want to like
humans.
see it.
It's like the opposite of Attack on Titan, to where the Titans
So
are
Titans were
their
shifting into humans.
Titans are their real forms, and they could transform into humans to like pretend to be humans.
That's actually kind of cool. I kind of want to read that.
But the main character also gained this ability and then had to fight or whatever, and it's a whole story.
The main character gains the ability to become a human. It sounds so silly backwards.
I know.
He gained the ability to be a human.
I mean, it's a fun little read, I guess. But yeah. Daru Shikage got back to us. So let's read all the other comments he says first. So he says, Yuki was Toto's mentor. SMH guys, y'all are fine. Lol. Before I may get food too. Also, I appreciate the streams. Y'all doing an outstanding job. IMO. Thank you. Well, if this is the end, it was fun, but insomnia is not. All right. So, anyways, so Daru Shikage says, all it says 3 months after the night parade, he regained the status. I believe it's mentioned in the manga during his appearance in the Colon Games. Could be mistaken though.
Okay, so I'm looking for this. So because
By the way, we have 2 minutes to end.
oh wait, hold on. Yeah, okay, I found it. I'm literally on the page.
Oh, perfect.
3 months after the night parade of 100 demons, Yuta came back to become a special grade sorcerer, second only to Satoru Gojo in unusual abilities. Yeah. Okay, I thought he wasn't off. Yeah, I thought it was familiar. Yeah, he re-became a special grade sorcerer. The thing that's weird though is that
demoted.
You already saw the panel that you asked me about, it relating to Rika, and you already know he has Rika, but like Rika does the same shit. So like, I don't think it's explained if he like had to recreate Rika somehow or what happened there.
We'll definitely get into it another time, but just for the sake of stream. Where is it? Oh god. Did I delete it? Did I not post it in the right channel? Where did I put it?
What are you looking for?
The panel of Rika's explanation.
Oh.
But again, we have 1 minute to end it. So.
JK.
It's apparently not there. I don't know where else it would be.
Chat then.
But... yeah. I don't think I'm gonna be able to find it within a minute, but
manga. Search manga because I think I told you. Oh, either read the manga or don't look at spoiler panels. Okay, found it.
I'm not gonna be able to find it in time. It's like 30 seconds.
It was JJK React.
Of course it was. Okay.
I added you.
Well, I'm just gonna show it on stream, then in stream. There you go. That's the panel, everyone. All right. Good night, and over and out.